Good morning and welcome to Gqeberha, the friendly city here, also known as Port Elizabeth, down in the Eastern Cape of South Africa. And we're here for round 3 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. It's a slightly smaller field than normal, but how's the crowd here? Unbelievable crowd coming out as per usual. They are hungry for motorsport down here in the Eastern Cape, and we've got action aplenty coming their way, courtesy of the Astron Energy Polo Cup, Volkswagen Rookies Cup, which are on track at the moment and making their way around to take up their positions for race number 1. And somebody looks like they might be taking up the position off track right from the word go there. I think that might have been Luke Corbett or Berlin who went a little bit wide there onto the dirty stuff. But also action coming, of course, from the South African Touring Cars and SupaCup category. We've got SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup here, and we've got the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup also in the house for race weekend here at Aldo Scribante circuit just outside of Gqeberha. It's an interesting field of lineup there, and of course as we look at the lineup, it is Azir Khan who lines up on pole position. But at this point in time in the championship, Azir's got a bit of work to do. He is, well, not a bit of work, it's got to kind of find about a point, if he can, to take the lead of the championship over Giovanni Fiorotto, who of course leads the championship coming into this round. Mario Deleuze is there in 3rd, Christopher Tate is 4th, and Luke Hill is 5th, just ahead of Josh Moore, Berlin Robinson and Luke Corbett. But they line up with Azir Khan and Josh Moore on the front row. Christopher Tate and Giovanni Fiorotto there on the 2nd row. Luke Hill and Mario Deleuze are the 3rd, and 4th row is Berlin Robinson and Luke Corbett, as they look forward to going to battle now to the first race of the day. And first race of the day, of course, of a whole bunch coming through here today as well. It's going to be a really action-packed day of racing, and we're expecting to see some big action a bit later on, particularly with our two-wheelers. The SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup are ready to go. They've had a bit of a sabbatical since the last time we saw them out on a race circuit, so they've had some time to get bikes sorted and things sorted out. But before we go into that, let's see what happens here with race 1 of the Volkswagen Rookie Cup. We'll get into the program, of course, just after this and show you exactly what's happening. There's 2 races of each of the categories today, running through until approximately about 4:30 this afternoon is where we'll be running to. So make sure you tell all your friends about us, pass on all the information to friends, fans and family all around the world as we now go under starters orders. And of course the safety car will bring these cars around for one more lap, just to get a bit more heat into that Dunlop rubber that is provided. And of course they've got Dunlop in the house here with one of the big corners at the end of the straight there. You can see it's the final corner on the circuit is Dunlop corner that these cars will come through.
Stand by, Adrian. We're going to get the lights from your side and then...
Here we go. So we're under starters orders, and those cars will roll off down towards turn 1. With that, also get an opportunity to, of course, get a little bit, as I said, a little bit more heat into the rubber, a bit more heat into the brakes, and this is where they'll start to sort of concentrate a little bit more in terms of getting themselves race prepped and ready to go for any race action that might be expected to be seen out on the circuit today. And we are expecting to see some. That's no doubt about it. Left and right flicks on those cars, as you can see, they're just trying to get as much heat into the rubber as possible. That's the plan, and that's kind of what most of these guys will be doing to see if they can do just that. And if they can, well, then it's going to be exactly what they need. The AF Fans car there, of course, is our only lady driver. That's Berlin Robinson. That's the sister to Tyler Robinson, who, of course, is also one of our top contenders later on today. She'll be fighting for honours in the Astron Energy Polo Cup. And a nice battle expected there as well. Nice championship battles that are raging in the Volkswagen brand at their home circuit. Because remember, we've got 3 points in it between the top 3 in this championship coming into this round. That, of course, is Fiorotto, who leads the championship, Khan in 2nd, and Deleuze in 3rd. So it's up to Christopher Tate and possibly Luke Hill to maybe look to turn things around here a little bit and maybe get themselves a little higher up in the overall championship. Remember, they run slightly lesser amounts of the championship rounds. They didn't do Kyle Army. They do Aldo. They do SupaCup on the 21st of June. They then do the East London Grand Prix circuit and then go back to Killarney. And then the final round is back at SupaCup for the 2025 Rookie Cup Championship. So it's an 8-lapper. And we are standing by now as they'll come to starters' orders. Just around Dunlop Corner, you can see the crowds are in already, and there's a whole bunch of motorcycle fans that have come to join us this weekend too from various clubs around the Eastern Cape and all around the country. We'll be welcoming them a little bit later on. I know that Motormouth, Brendan is going to come down there. Brendan Kelly's going to come down and have a chat with me when they get out onto track. There's a bit of a CSI aspect to having the Max Motorcycle Club here, along with a whole bunch of their friends. Right, standing by for action now. Here they come to the line. Race 1 about to start. It's Volkswagen Rookie Cup. All these drivers coming out of various forms of development motorsport, either out of other single-seater categories or possibly even out of saloon car categories. Majority of them coming from the karting fraternity. Some of them even out of the sim community, I should say. As we stand by now for the 8 laps to get underway. For the lights to go on and off. When they go off, we go racing. There we go, good start. Great start from Azir Khan. He's always a good starter off the line. Not such a good one coming from the second row there. Looks like Fiorotto got slightly bogged down on the line, and he might have dropped to the back of the pack as they head towards turn 1. We're going to keep an eye out on those red wing mirrors. That should be Azir Khan, and it looks like it's possibly Josh Moore who's diving on the inside of him, looking for a way through. Yeah, the 17 car there of Moore holds shots into turn 1 and holds the lead. So a great start coming from Josh Moore. A horrible start there for Fiorotto. Christopher Tate, I think, has also capitalised on that bad start, and he's possibly up into 3rd place there by the looks of it. A little out of shape there from Azir as he came out of the second of the S's and now heads through the little kink up towards the very fast hanger sweep. In these Polos, it'll be flat through there. Absolutely everything she's got as they head up towards the hairpin now. And it is the 17 car that leads things out there of Moore. So Moore hangs on for now. Further back, Berlin Robinson getting a good start. Fiorotto trying to come back at her by the looks of it. Yeah. That's the 43 car. No, in fact, that's Tate. That's Tate who's at the back there. So it was possibly Christopher Tate who actually got that one a little bit wrong. So we'll keep an eye on, see exactly of those 2 cars, which one was worse for wear. But certainly somebody on that second row was not in a good position off the start line. They're going to come through now to complete lap number 1 of 8. So 1 down and 7 to go. Coming across the line there, and they're looking for a chance now, as it is Azir Khan, Mario Deleuze, Berlin Robinson. It was both Tate and Fiorotto who went to the back of the pack. So I was spot on in terms of Giovanni Fiorotto, but I didn't realize Christopher Tate had dropped back as well along with him. Kind of like how they sort of ran in tandem there, the two of them. As they come out of turn 1 heading to the S's, it's a nice little lead that Josh has opened up. This is going to be looking for possibly his first victory in Rookie Cup there for Josh Moore. Got to see him and his brother at a couple of weekends ago in V-Town doing some karting duties in the national karting circuit, and they had a good weekend. One of them had a fantastic weekend, one not such a good one. So looking to turn it all around, and of course the two of them also spectating from the sidelines last weekend just down the road in Knysna. But this is a fantastic run here from Moore out front, getting away from Azir Khan, who's the more seasoned competitor and certainly had an extra season under the belt there, so should have a little bit more experience in these cars, particularly probably having come here and raced here before. Moore is, of course, his second season in Polo Cup rookies. So the Rookie Cup section of the Polos here, these two getting a chance now to go at it and showing that little bit extra experience might pay off when it comes to race pace. But definitely the blue livery out front is Moore, and he's just set the fastest lap. So he sets the pace out front. Khan in second. Third with the yellow livery is Deleuze, and then the lime green livery is Luke Hill. Berlin Robinson with the pink, understandably. The lady driver enjoying the bright pink colours there, but running AF fans on the side of her car as well, same as her sister does in Polo Cup. That's part of Team Red Racing. But now as they come out of the S's, are we seeing a manoeuvre here? Yeah, possible change up here. A little bit of extra pace from Luke Hill, closing the gap down onto the back end of Deleuze. If it stays as it is, we're going to see a change up in the championship lead. we'll definitely see a move from the top of the list for Fiorotto. He will drop down the pace slightly and lose out that championship lead heading into race 2. He's in a bit of a fight though. You can see he's fighting there with Chris Tate, and Luke Corbett's not too far behind them. 3rd and 4th place starting to heat up. As I said, that gap is now closed down by Hill. Luke Hill has closed the gap onto Deleuze. Mario Deleuze watching those rearview mirrors as they come through to complete another lap. Still 5 to go. So it's only 3 laps completed. 2.4 kilometer circuit here. Doing a super job out front is Josh Moore, controlling things admirably at this point in time to keep out Khan. Khan at this point 16 9s, 16 6s out of Joshy. So he looks like he's got what it takes here to stay at the front end. He might just be able to control it from the front there and hopefully hang on for a potential victory. It'll be his first victory in Rookie Cup if he gets it. Khan wants another one though. If Uzir Khan takes the victory here, he'll definitely take the championship lead, but he will certainly be taking it if he stays in second, even if he does stay there. With the demise early on there of Fiorotto not getting off the line at all. Horrible start there for Giovanni. It's going to definitely be something that we'll keep an eye on. A little bit further back there as well is on the battle happening in that mid-pack. So just checking with Paulie in my ear there just to see if we are up on Facebook as well, Paul. Okay, so we're only on YouTube today. So all those people that are out there, if you have got friends and fans that are looking to try and have a look at all the racing that's going to be happening here from Aldo, just getting confirmation there in my ear as well to say that we're only running on YouTube. It looks like the signal issues here might be a little bit of a concern, and actually it was quite bad yesterday. Just getting off the plane, I wasn't able to even receive phone calls on my phone. So unfortunately nothing we can do about it from our production team's point of view. Just to give you a heads up though to everybody, we are only running on YouTube today for anything that's happening out there. So keep an eye on all the action. What I'm going to do, Paul, is I'm going to flick over then, of course, to the YouTube channel and see if we can pick up on some of the comments that come through from our fans all around the world. And it'll also give me an opportunity to sort of also pass on the information from the Facebook side of things to the world out there to say, listen, we're only on YouTube today, so come and join us and come and see all the race action that's unfolding here at Extreme Festival presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. The 3rd round here in Gqeberha, and we're into the halfway stage of Volkswagen Rookie Cup's first race of the day. This is where we go, starting the second half now with Josh Moore commanding a nice, probably about just over a second or just under a second lead over Uzir. Uzir's definitely closed the gap down slightly, but Josh is certainly maintaining, and it doesn't look like, no matter what Uzir tries, now remember when I say that, what he tries is to try and get that car as close to Josh as possible. The problem you've got right now is that these cars... Oh, someone's off. It looks like it might be... is it Berlin? It's Berlin, yeah. Berlin Robinson down at turn 1. Young lady driver getting it wrong in turn 1 and ending up on the dirty stuff. That'll drop her right to the back of the pack behind Fiorotto, behind Tate and Luke Corbett. Not what Berlin wanted, that's for sure. So they head now into the famous sweep. It's had a couple of names in the past with various manufacturers that picked up that. The most famous of them, of course, was Chevy. That's why it's known as Chevy amongst the current crop of drivers. Although Chevrolet are no longer in this country, it still maintained that acronym and name. The abbreviated version of Chevrolet, of course, through that turn. Dunlop is the final corner. They're certainly here. And they provide the rubber to almost every single category that races in the Extreme Festival of motorsport. I think the only ones that don't run currently on Dunlops are the bikes. Everybody else is on Dunlop rubber. So an amazing job being done there by Dunlop South Africa and Sumitomo to provide some awesome race rubber for our competitors. They come through the S's now. This is potentially onto their second last time of asking, and Uzir has closed it down to about half a second. So Wazir Khan is definitely going to have a go here and maybe have a little bit of a run here to the line, giving Josh a chance to have to go defensive. I think he's going to have to definitely go defensive here on this last lap or so. Otherwise, he's not going to be able to keep out Wazir. Wazir runs a little wide. That's not what you want to be doing. Smooth, cool, calm, and collected driving is what you need right now from Khan if he wants to get to the front and possibly steal this victory away from the man who literally hole-shotted and has not been bettered since. So it's Moore looking for a flag to flag, but it's Wazir Khan who's looking to possibly spoil that and maybe change things up here a little bit. Final lap, there we go, 1 to go. Let's have a look at the gap there between the two of them. It's come down, oh, it's still 0.6, so not really any change there between the two of them with the lap to go. Moore from Wazir Khan, Luke Hill, and then Mario Deleuze. Deleuze is comfortable on his own, and he's fallen slightly back into the clutches there, maybe of Tate and Fiorotto, but certainly no issues there for Luke Hill in third. He's pulled a little bit of a margin now over the fourth place car, and you can see him just in the background there. That is the margin he's got. Fights on here literally for the lead of the race. Josh Moore looking for his first victory. Wazir Khan looking for a victory to definitely take the championship lead, but even that second place will give him back the championship lead over Giovanni Fiorotto, who's currently down in 6th place overall. So there's definitely a few changes that are going to happen in terms of the standings in this championship by the end of this race. Great to see that, though. That's the kind of race action that we want to see, particularly amongst our junior competitors. These Rookie Cup drivers, of course, score a 12 for a win. So the 12 for the win will definitely move Josh up. He's going to go up into 22 points. And Wazir Khan in second place at the moment will take, I think it's 9 points for second. Yeah, 9 points for second. So 9 points for second for him. That'll move him into 26 points on the championship standings. Luke Hill comes through for third. Good run there from him. He will be scoring 7 points for that third. And it'll probably move him just ahead of Christopher Tate. But biggest loser there, definitely Giovanni Fiorotto. Fiorotto dropping back there big time. And yeah, with only scoring 4, he goes to 22. So actually, Josh Moore and Giovanni Fiorotto, if my maths are right, are equal second. Wazir Khan will take the lead of this championship into race 2 later on this afternoon. So with that checkered flag comes out, we can then go on and tell you exactly what's happening in terms of the rest of the day's proceedings. We will be up next with, of course, our two-wheelers, the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. Those riders will be standing by down in pre-race, ready to go out there. They, of course, are the only category, as I said, they don't run on Dunlop rubber. They run on the rubber we'll talk about when we see. Until the rookies are off the circuit, we'll keep the right terminology in terms of rubber provided for each of the categories. So Dunlop Shod Rookie Cup have just finished up. And we're going to be moving on to the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. All the Kawasaki's standing by to go on track. We've got Astron Energy Polo Cup, 2 races from them. We've got the Gazoo Racing SA Cup powered by Netstar, or driven by Netstar. And then we've got the South African touring cars. The other thing we've got, of course, is a massive day draw here for the Max Motorcycle Club and all of their friends. There's a whole bunch of motorcycles that are coming. We're expecting about 700 motorcycles to pull into Aldo Scribante today. And at the lunch break, when we've got the grid walk, we will have Brendan Kelly alongside me to talk us through all of the nitty-gritty that is behind having the Max Motorcycle Club here, and of course their corporate social investment and charity aspect to that day draw here today at Aldo Scribante. But until we got the motorcycles on track, we'll be back shortly. Looks like we might be going to some interviews as well. We're going to try and catch up with Josh Moore. Remember, this is his first victory. So let's find out from the young man how he's feeling.
Tell us about the race, Josh.
It was a good race. I got a brilliant from second. I led the race from the first lap. It was catching me near the end, which got my nerves up a bit, but I just managed to hold it.
Walk us through it, Josh.
Yeah, it was a very hectic race. Started second, got a brilliant start, just got Uzair on the start, and then led the race from the first lap to the finish. Uzair came quite close at the end, and yeah, well done to Uzair. It was a good race, very close. Looking forward to the next one.
Nice in your home crowd, yeah?
Yeah, awesome. Favorite track, favorite crowd, got all of the fans here. Awesome.
Thanks, brother.
Thank you.
Out at Scribante, what's it all like so far?
No, it's been quite good out there. Obviously, just getting to know the track a bit better. But most importantly is just to be consistent.
Just talk us through your class that you're in here today.
We're in the Gazoo 86 Cup. Yeah, a couple of us drivers from karting, having some good fun, some tight racing, hoping for the best.
Thanks for your time, bro.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, just talk us through the day so far.
Well, unfortunately, we had an engine failure yesterday practice, so we didn't get much testing done in. Fortunately, we got a 15-minute session to put the car together and make sure everything was right. Quali didn't go to plan. I'm not too happy with the result, but I know we can race the car forward, and the team worked hard to get the car ready, so I'm excited for race 1 for us to progress forward.
Thanks for your time.
Eh?
Sorted.
And looking forward to a big battle here. The most significant part of this race, if you've just joined us on our YouTube stream, is the fact that you're going to be seeing the current championship leader, Chancellor, starting from the back of the pack. And that's due to the fact that he made a kind of a rookie error yesterday from his point of view and did not report to the Park for May. Remember, with Rookie Cup, they do their own little qualifying sessions, and they happily didn't make it to one of the Park for Mays, and it's one of the rules with qualifying is all 4 qualifying sessions. Okay, that's quite cool. So there we go. Apparently it was a case of him deciding to skip the Park for May on purpose so that he can have a bit of fun and come through the pack. It shouldn't take Clinsella that long to get through this pack, though, considering the fact that he was running 102s as his fastest laps in the qualifying sessions, and I think the fastest lap out of Damien Purificati was kind of a 105 or 106 that he was getting into. So we'll keep an eye on that one, that's for sure. A shot there of Dieter Hazeman. Of course, also running in Steel Monkey clothing and customs. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if James Barson was able to make it back after a crash he had. We'll keep an eye and see if he's lined up on the grid. But it will mean that we're going to have Damien Purificati on pole position alongside Graham Van Baden. The welcome return there of Dave Enticott. Great to see the Cape Town-based rider back into ZX10R. This is an East London rider that we were looking at right there in the Tyre Mart colours. Jason Lamb ahead of Han McMahon and Adrian Adi van Dalen, the second row of the grid. All the trees, Keith Agliotti leads up the third row ahead of Brian Bontekoning and Johan Leroux, Dieter Hazeman and Byron Rothquell, with Renatus van Niekerk on the fourth row. Tyron Piper, Darryl Barrington and Reggie Seal on the fifth row ahead of Lionel Black, Lubabala and Sana and Jacques Cruz, and then Harwood ahead of Zietsman and Sella. So that's how they're going to line up now for the first heat of ZX10R Masters Cup. You can see already just from the start there, Sella getting through, what's that, 10, 12 bucks as he pitches it around the outside in that King Price resplendent colours and portable shade colours, of course, that he runs as part of his sponsorship on that Kawasaki of his. I'm expecting him to sort of be at least at the front 5, possibly even in the lead by the end of lap 1, if everything goes according to plan. So as they go through there, watch out for the pack of riders that also start to get into each other's sort of midst. You'll see certain riders on similar lap times and similar capabilities in terms of their riding skills. They'll start to form up in their own little packs. Remember, there are 3 separate classes in this category as well. We've got Class A, Class B and Class C, all based on age, not on times. So it's 35 and up for A's, 45 and up for B's, and 55 and up for C's. That's basically how it runs. And also, remember, this is the only class that doesn't run on the black and yellow tyres. They run on the black and white tyres that Bridgestone provide. So we're good to see the relationship still sticking around there with Bridgestone tyres, and of course Jim Tarantino and his team that bring in all those Bridgestone tyres. So they are all ZX10R Masters Cups from Kawasaki that line up to go to battle now. They are all different versions of them. Of course, there are a couple of sort of new generation bikes and older generation bikes that are on the grid today. Needless to say, they all put on a phenomenal show, and it's 12 laps of race action about to come your way now as we're under starters orders. Watch for that bike on the right-hand side there. That's the number 1 bike, the championship leader. The left-hand side is 24. That's Ian Harwood, the man from TRP. And lights out and racing. It's Seller off the line. He goes through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bikes before he even crosses the finish line. And it's Van Bredar looking for the whole shot, but round the outside comes Jason Lamb looking for a way through. He sneaks up into third just behind Purificati. So the pole man Damien Purificati losing out ever so slightly as they went into turn 1 there. And it was a fantastic start from Gqeberha, who hangs on to the front end of the field and leads through the S's. Looks like Nico Zitzman, who was at the back of the pack there as they went through turn 1 just behind Ian Harwood. But as they flick it over onto the first time in anger on the left-hand side of the bike, as they come through the sweep, this is down to the right-hand side. You can see a bit of a charge here from Purificati, already putting pressure onto Gqeberha at the front end, and looks like Entercott also into the mix. Around the outside of Dieter Hazeman goes the King Price Kawasaki of Sella into the hairpin. So a nice manoeuvring there from him to get through early on. Oh, that's a big pity. 53 down, and Lubabala and Sana unfortunately out. Looks like he's gone down to turn 1 by the looks of things, so maybe got, oh, it's a red flag. Red flag comes out as Lubabala goes down, so we're going to have to do it all over again. It's kind of a standard option now in South African Superbike racing, particularly after the last weekend and of course what we saw in Alton Park and all around the world. They're not taking any chances anymore when it comes to the two-wheel form of sport. If a rider goes down, they are potentially going to be red flagging quicker than ever before. So as much work that was done there by, first of all, Damien Purificati and Graham Van Bredar, it's going to be resume positions because they've only completed 1 lap. So it'll be a full restart. Lubabala was up. He was walking away as well. So it was a call there from the COC, but it has been a standard call all weekend long. If a bike goes down, they are going to make sure that they get the red flag so they can get to the rider and get in attendance to that rider as quickly as possible. We have had a couple of course, big incidents up in Gauteng recently, and gives us a chance maybe also to give a shout out there to the family that might be watching on YouTube today, to the Janse van Rensburgs, to Taig's mom and dad, and Becca, his sister, and all the family and friends of Taig Janse van Rensburg, who had a big crash a couple of weekends ago, in fact about 6 weeks ago now, at the brunch run category at SupaCup. We send our best wishes to them. So it looks like they're bringing them back into the Park for May area. I'm not quite sure why they've done that. Maybe there may be some fluid down they need to sort out, and that's possibly what caused the issue there for Lubabala, or maybe he's dropped something out of the motorcycle when he went down that needs a cleanup. But I was expecting them to come round and take up their positions back on the grid. That hasn't happened. They've now come back into the Park for May area, and they will get instruction from there. Unfortunately, we don't have comms to the race control, but we'll just keep an eye and see exactly what happens as they come into that area. They're probably going to roll them back down pit lane, and if they go all the way back down to the bottom of pit lane, means they've got to do a whole another lap. Now that brings into a bit of a concern, because then you've got to think about how much fuel these motorcycles are supposed to have, because they have, most of them run to the very limit or the minimum limit of race fuel in their bikes to try and keep them as light as possible. And if they make them do another lap, that means that the allocated 12 laps plus 2 for the warm-ups, and then now another one for another warm-up, might just be cutting it a bit fine for a few riders who would have done their calculations as to exactly how many litres of fuel, down to the milliliter, they're going to need to complete the 12 laps with the most fuel efficiency that they can find. Looks like they are going to roll them down and send them back down pit lane and straight out onto the circuit. So I'm not quite sure why they pulled them in. The normal standard rule is that they would come onto the grid and reform on the grid. And I think there's a couple of riders that are concerned about the fact that exactly what I said earlier on is that they may be thinking, well, did we put enough fuel in the bikes? Hopefully they've done that. If that's the case, then they should be fine. If they haven't, there may be a few riders going, well, going to have to be very wary on how we try and get through this next 12 laps, because it should be a full restart and a full 12 laps of race action coming your way from the SunBet ZXNR Masters Cup. Got a bike over my shoulder just out of our commentary booth here that went down back into pit lane. He may be looking to go and do a little splash and dash, and if that's the case, we'll probably have to start from the back of the pack, whoever that was. I didn't quite see who it was that came in to the pit lane behind me. So Agliotti coming through final corner there. And now looking to take up his position back on the grid. Remember, he started from, I think it was the third row of the grid. So Keith Agliotti from the Raceway racing team looking for a chance now. Possibly we go a little higher up than we qualified. Purificati, Van Bredon, Entercott are the front row. Jason Lamb, McMahon and Adi Van Dalen will be the second row. It is Agliotti on the third row, who leads out Bonte Koning and Johan Leroux, Cheola, Tita Hazeman and Byron Rothquell, just ahead there of Renatus Finikak. We've got Tyron Papa, Daryl Barrington and Reggie Seal, Lionel Black and Lubabalo, who won't be there. Jacques Cruz, Ian Harwood and Nico Zietzman. And Sella will start at the back of the pack on the 7th row of the grid. A little bit of a challenge on here. They're going to go straight into racing. We've got eyes down. Look at Jason Lamb looking through that arrow visor and getting off the line nicely. Similar to what he did in the first one. Not a great start there from Ian Harwood. Harwood getting off the line very slowly. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. He was the last bike down into turn 1. First bike down into turn 1. Round the outside is Van Bredar. Van Bredar. A little bit of a sit up there from... How was the start there from Sella though? I was about to say from Slucky. He's up into 4th place. But Sella is into 5th place by turn 1. So Clint Sella right on Han McMahon's tail as they come through and flick it through the S's. Through the left-hander, now through the very fast right-hand sweep at Hanger. Heading up towards the hairpin for the first time. Sella's probably going to move himself up into top 4. Purificati looking for 2nd. Sella's up to 4th. Chopping and changing there in the mid-pack. You can see there a little battle on between, look like Byron Rothquell jumping in there as well with Adrian Van Dalen. Van Dalen in the mix there nicely. Dieter Hazeman just behind a little bit of a pack of riders as well. So as they come through to complete the first lap in anger now, hopefully everybody stayed upright. It looks like they all have. And now coming out of the final turn, it's lap 1 completed. And Sella's in 3rd. His transponder didn't pick up though. So I'm not quite... Oh, there it is. It's come back now. It was so fast that it couldn't keep up with technology. That's how quick Sella's going. So Sella up to 3rd place on the King Price Kawasaki. He's now make that 2nd as he's gone through on Jason Lamb into the S's. Lamb under a bit of pressure coming from Purificati. But it's GVBD who leads out front. Sella about to come up onto Van Bredar. Shouldn't be too much of an issue there. There we go. Sella into the lead and it's a lap and a half. It's taken him to go from the back of the pack to the front of the pack. Dieter Hazeman with a fantastic start there as well, just outside the top 10. And nice colours on that bike, kind of very Italian motorcycle colours he's running on that bike, even though he's on a Japanese product. So looking, of course, running alongside James Parson is still part of that Steel Monkey, Steel Customs clothing machine as he comes across the line. Sella already into the 103s, and it's only lap 2, and those tyres are not up to race temperature yet. So expected to see a 103.1, almost a 102 from Sella, but expect to see a 102 from him at some point in this race. Head up through the left-hander now. It's a little flick, and then it's a very fast right-hand sweep. As they pitch it over there, you'll see Sella getting away now from Van Bredar. Van Bredar under a bit of pressure from Damien Purificati. Purificati has a big look going into the hairpin. Can't quite get there. Sits the bike up nicely, gets the drive down towards Chevy. The two of them pulling away ever so slightly now from Jason Lamb. Little battle behind that, of course, is McMahon, Van Dalen and Entercott. Dave Entercott looking to try trying to close that gap down there between Slucky and 80. And even Darlin looking for a chance now to try and maybe get a top 5 overall. That'll be a nice run from him as they cross the line. And then we got a third pack. That's the ones that's going across now. That's basically Bontekoning, Agliotti, LaRue, and Dieter Hazeman. Wide sweeping line there from the 4-bike. And McMahon just taking a very, very late apex. Pitches it in and just slices the nose off there of 80 Van Dalen. Still in with a chance here is Van Dalen for a top 5, but he's got to find a way through there on that K9 law enforcement's bike of Hein McMahon. Always easy to do that. You'll get into a bit of a rhythm here. There's a bit of manoeuvre on there coming from also from Enticott as he's closed the gap down slightly. But certainly the most aggressive rider on track at the moment has to be 80 Van Dalen. Looking to try and get ahead now of Hein McMahon. McMahon is watching Jason Lamb get away. Everybody's watching Seller disappear at the front. And on cue, 1024. Make that a 1026 there from Seller. 1026 from Seller. Purificati doing also 102s, but slightly higher up on the hundreds and thousands of seconds. 3.8 out of Brand Bradar. That's also a personal best from him so far. Jason Lamb currently in the 4.3s, 4.6s and 4.9s coming out of McMahon and Van Dalen. Van Dalen has got through, and so has Enticott. He sneaks up ahead there and gets through on Hein McMahon. He drops now down out of the top 5 and into 7th place. He'll have to keep his eyes on the charge of Bontekoning, Agliotti and LaRue. And looking to try and close it. There's the gap we're watching right now. That's the little group of riders I just mentioned. Bontekoning there with the yellow and black leathers. The bike in the middle is Keith Agliotti. Joining the party there in Cape Town. Him and his brother have joined on with the likes of SunBet and Bridgestone to supply some brake pads for these motorcycles. Extension of some long-standing relationships here with the ZX10R Masters Cup. If you are watching out there on internet land via YouTube, we're only on YouTube this weekend due to the signal issues here in Gqeberha, so a big welcome to all of you that are there. Unfortunately, I don't have a screen that can give me the comments that are going to go there, so I'll rely on Paul to drop any that might be pertinent onto the screen so we can have a chat if we need to. But also take into account that if you go onto the ZX10R Masters Cup Facebook page or onto their website, they are running a competition with SunBet this weekend where you can win yourself 5,000 Rand worth of SunBet vouchers. So that might be worthwhile getting onto the internet to go and have a look at. Seriously concerned young lady there on the grid, hey? And on the pit wall. Do we get a smile when her rider comes past? Let's have a look and see. Maybe. No, she's not going to be looking too happy right now. Not happy with the performance of her man out on track at the moment, possibly. Anyways, let's see what happens now as we're watching this battle unfold. It's a great little one. Enticott now putting the pressure onto Van Dalen. They've left Hein McMahon behind them slightly, so Slucky's just unfortunately lost the toe there to those two as they go through the right-hander at Hanger. The two of them looking to try and maybe work together there a little bit to close down on Jason Lamb. I did mention top of the show, remember, particularly this class, that there are 3 different classes in this category. Class A currently it's Seller from Purificati and then Adrian Van Dalen. And then Class B will be Graham Van Bradar. He leads out a long way over Dieter Hazeman, who's down in 11th place. And then the top 3 and C are actually fighting in that top 10 as well, which is good to see. Jason Lamb leads out the C's ahead of Brian Bontekoning and Johan LaRue. So those are the battles we're going to be keeping an eye on in this one. Here we go. Enticott. Oh man, that was close. Enticott around the outside, and 80 Van Dalen didn't see him coming. Sat up. Got a little bit of a fright there, did Adrian Van Dalen, which has thrown him back slightly. So Enticott using the high and wide line around turn 1. Oh, and he gets up on the back wheel as well. There's a little bit of salt in the wound there. Thanks, Dave Endicott. You chop the nose off and make him bleed, and then throw some salt into the wound with a wheelie out of the S's. I don't know if Adrian Van Dalen will be too happy with that, but it was a clean and it was a racing move. Let's just put it that way. I wouldn't say it was clean. It certainly wasn't dirty though. Let's have a look further back on this one. Check this out as well. This battle continues here nicely between Bontekoning, Leroux, and Agliotti. Standing on there, watching two-wheelers. I like to see that. Jason Loosemore standing on the pit wall, having a look to go. Maybe he goes two-wheelers from now on. I mean, he's done oval track and won multiple SA championships. He's your current standing Polo Cup champion, taking the 28th championship victory in that category last year. As Leroux has a go. There we go, into turn one. JLR squeezing out and getting ahead of Brian Bontekoning. Sella on his merry way. Actually just maintaining a sort of 4.5 second lead. Hasn't really gone much higher than that or lower than that. He's kind of been in that 4.5 second lead bracket for almost the entire race to fend off Damien Purificati. Van Breda is a couple of seconds back on that as well, so equidistant between the top three. 2 Class A's and a Class B in that top three overall. Jason Lamb leads Class C, but he's in 4th. And that's in the overall standings as they come across the line and complete another lap. Bontekoning has lost out there to Leroux, and confirmation on the timing monitor as well now, as well as in picture. Coming up on the inside there, that looks like of Ian Harwood. I wonder what happened there with Ian Harwood's bike. First start he was pretty good. Second start it seemed to just bog down slightly and he just didn't get off the line at all. Dropped right to the back of the pack, even behind Zeetzman. So Harwood, unfortunately, not having the run he wanted here in the first heat. Endicott hoping that some of these back markers slow Jason Lamb down slightly. Might give him a chance to close that gap down and have a go in the closing stages. There's only 2 more laps to go, so there might not be enough time there, unfortunately, for Dave Endicott. He was stuck behind the other 2 riders there in Adrian Van Dalen and Hein McMahon for maybe a little bit too longer than what he'd like. Otherwise, he may have had an opportunity to still catch Jason Lamb. Further back, nice little pack of riders that have got together there as well. They're kind of out of that top 15. They're down in like sort of 20th position, fighting for honours as we watch Sella heading down towards Chevy. Second last time there in anger. One motorcycle I'm not seeing on track, which I'd like to, other than James Barson's, of course, the Steel Monkey Clothing Kawasaki, is the one of the Juggernaut. Definitely don't see him on circuit, so that's not good. Something must have happened either this morning or late afternoon, because I did get to see Dave and he was saying he was feeling quite good. Hazeman, his stablemate, is on track. There he is in the 11th place on the grid, or on the track at the moment, on the 70 bike. Endicott has caught Jason Lamb. Incredibly, I didn't think he would, but he has. And Dave Endicott now is looking to try and get up into that top 4 overall, which will make 3 Class A riders in the top 4. Van Breda would be the only Class B rider in amongst those Class A riders if Endicott can find his way ahead of Jason Lamb. And Jason Lamb will then drop down into 5th place overall, but still have the lead of Class C. Standing by here with the flag, because it's going to be Sella. Easily done from the back of the pack even. Doesn't matter where he starts. He's got a unique ability on this machine. And once again, it's the King Price Portable Shade Kawasaki that takes the victory here. Ahead of Damien Purificati for second. That's 1-2 in Class A. Van Breda on the Stefanuti Stockson Motul Kawasaki comes through for 3rd overall, but the win in Class B. And is it going to be Lamb or Enticott to the line? It's Lamb. Only just. Jason Lamb to the tune of 7,000ths of a second ahead of Dave Enticott as they cross the line. That's brilliant. So Enticott will get third in Class A, fifth overall. Jason Lamb will take Class C victory. He will beat out Brian Bontekoning and JLR for the top three in Class C. Nice little salute there to all the motorcycle boys and girls that are on the right-hand side there, Clint. As the rest of the pack come through to wrap up our first heat of the ZX10R Masters Cup, courtesy of SunBet. Bridgestone Tyres, Kawasaki. Great to have them all on board. Up next, we're going to Astron Energy Polo Cup. The first heat of the Polos will be out shortly. And we'll also try and catch up with a couple of riders down in Park Fermé as well.
Thanks, Clint. Clint, talk us through it.
Yeah, to be honest, man, I got a blinding start. I think I was in like maybe fourth or fifth by the time I went into the first corner. And then, yeah, just managed to pick the guys off slowly but surely. Took it easy, try not to rush anything, and yeah, ended up with a sweet gap at the end, so it was pretty cool. Yeah, kind of something different that we tried this weekend, and stoked that it worked because I was getting a bit nervous there for a while.
What's the track like out there?
Yeah, it's super windy, to be honest. Quite dusty. I felt like I was getting like a vibration in some turns, just because yeah, the wind's pushing us around quite a lot. But same for everybody, so we just crack on.
What's your take on the restart?
Yeah, worked really well for me, because the first start I kind of got pinched a little bit in the beginning of the start, and then it felt like Lubis hit the back of me when he fell. But yeah, second start was really good for me, because definitely, yeah, I got a really good jump on that one.
Thanks for your time.
Thanks,
So remember, with the Dunlop Shod Polo Cup and South African Touring Car Championship, there's a award for the pole position, and that one of course would have gone to Mo Karodia, who put it on pole position in both the qualifying and Super Pole. So let's go and check out how he gets his money from Dunlop. Nicely done, well done, and with that extra 1 point he gets, along with Wayne Masters. Wayne Masters retains the championship there, with Hans Bazet alongside him there from ATS and Dunlop. He retains the overall championship in the Masters category, but with the extra point that you get for pole position, Mo Karodia moves 1 point ahead of his teammate Ethan Gqeberha. So they were on even standings coming into this round yesterday, and after qualifying, it's now advantage by 1 point to Mo Karodia in the FOS 5 Lee Thompson racing machine there. And Karodia is certainly fired up. We chatted to him earlier in the day, and he's hoping for the perfect weekend in PE. So Astron Energy Polo Cup, of course, now rolling up to the grid. Apparently, I have to put out some apologies to a few of the fans and friends out there who, unfortunately, I didn't have the information regarding the new procedures that MSA have put into place for motorcycles, stating that if a red flag goes out, they have to go back into park for May. The original rules, of course, which were put in place when I was still involved with Interfile Superbikes and even with the ZX10s, was that on a red flag they would come back to the grid. But that's not the case anymore, so apologies on that. And hopefully we'll get that sorted by the next time. But needless to say, Sparky sent me the new set of rules. Alan Mayer sent me the new set of rules. I think everybody in the world sent me the new set of rules. So thanks for that. Much appreciated. It would have been a little bit helpful to have that before I mentioned the fact that I thought they had to go back to the grid. But needless to say, we now got it right. Looking down and seeing where Charles Smallberger is. He's at the back of the pack. And he should be on the front row. So I'm just going to quickly shoot to our Extreme Festival group and just see if there was any bulletins. Oh, he's coming through now. No, he's coming through. No, he's coming through. I didn't see any bulletins out there regarding him not starting at the front. So he's now making his way through the middle of the track, hopefully to get to the front row before we go race. Yeah, everybody in the world sends Maloney the changed rules once he says the old rules are in place. But anyway, we don't spoil the story with the facts. We just try and keep the story as exciting as possible. That's what we try and do here. Certainly expecting an exciting Polo Cup race here at the home circuit of Volkswagen Motorsport. It usually is the case. And with two races here today, Mo Korodia, as I said, is certainly looking like he might be the favourite. His teammate hasn't quite go according to plan, down in 10th place. Race winner from Kyle Army as well, Tyler Robinson, had it go completely wrong, down in 14th place. In qualifying yesterday. She had a bit of issues with her power steering that seemed to disengage in the second half of the qualifying session, so didn't quite work out according to plan for her. Wayne Masters, as you saw, is on pole, but he's just ahead of John Kruger by the tune of a couple of thousandths of a second. Incredibly though, Mike Barbaglia from Paybar managed to squeak in a little lap at the end and get ahead of Derek Smallberger for the first time in qualifying for the Masters category, which is the cars we're going to see coming across the line now. There's Masters, there's Barbaglia. So nice to see a change up there with the Masters class. Gavin Ross, of course, spent a couple of days down in the Eastern Cape after being with me only last weekend at Knysna for the hill climb, and he's now back into his race car. So not doing prep on cars this weekend. Gavin Ross is actually piloting a race car, and he'll be looking forward to a great battle amongst our Masters class at the back of the back. There is the Habot car of John Kruger, still part of Team Red Racing there. Rory Atkinson, also a top contender who didn't have it all go according to plan there for him. It was a bit of a maneuver there that Atkinson had to try and pull, but didn't quite work out. And he ended up down in 8th place overall in qualifying. Just ahead of Lonica Martins, who had a slightly better qualifying than what we've seen from her, in 9th. Ethan Katsia, as I already mentioned, is down in 10th. Divyan Naidu is right behind him. And then we're also looking further back to see Fissa and Nirav Singh further back than what they'd like to be. That is for sure. Anthony Lessing just missed out also by a couple of thousandths of a second in beating Judd Berthold into that top 6 shootout for the run for Superpole. But Shrin Rajpal and Hannes Skierpers were looking pretty good. And I've got to give a shout out there to their team boss, Dion, the Works Motorsport team. Nearly got Charles Smallberger onto pole position. I think it might have been a slightly dodgy tyre gauge pressure that Dion used, and he gave it to Charles, and Charles, of course, used it, and he said it worked perfectly, which is why he was able to get ahead of Shrin and Hannes. It's an in-house joke there, so I hope you guys enjoyed that one. But certainly there's some arch rivalry, and there's some great battles that take place. But when you need equipment, when you need bits and pieces, they're always waiting by the sidelines, and all the teams will help each other out to try and ensure that no one is left stranded or stricken at any point on the racetrack, in the Park for May, or down in pit lane, particularly amongst the Polos. We're into their 29th season, and remember, we're also celebrating 50 years of Polo in South Africa. So it's been an incredible run here for this brand, and we're into the 29th running now of Polo Cup, with Astron Energy at the helm and Dunlop tyres on the cars to give them the grip that they need. It'll be Ferrota brakes they'll be using down into turn 1 as we get ready to go now. Let's see. 10 lapper coming your way. Stand by. The wind has picked up pretty dramatically. Look at those Dunlop flags in the background. Completely different to what we saw this morning. It's even putting a little bit of a haze over the circuit there, as you can see, as it picks up some of the dust coming out of Dunlop Corner. Those cars are waiting because it's a separate start for the Masters, but it's a fantastic start for Mo Karodia, who leads down into turn 1 with Smallberger on his tail. Smallberger already under pressure from Rajpaul down into turn 1. Rajpaul having a look into turn 1, nearly snuck through. So Shrin Rajpaul might have got up into second place. No, he hasn't. He hung on to third. Somebody ran wide, put a wheel on the dirt there. Possibly, look at that, it's Hannes Schippers who was wide and putting wheels on the dirt, and he forces his teammate completely off track. Shrin Rajpaul in the Dubcore car, just diving through, and has he been able to keep out the hard charge? No, he hasn't. There's definitely a Team Red car that snuck in there. It might be Roshan Goodman. Somebody spinning in the background there, that's Milan Emsley. Milan Emsley there in the NAN Team Red Racing machine. The National Ambulance machine, unfortunately, spinning out, coming out of the S's. But look at that. It is Roshan Goodman who's put his Team Red car there in amongst the two Works Motorsport team drivers. Is that Barbaglia into second? It is. Mike Barbaglia is on fire this weekend. The Paywall car up in second place in the Masters category behind Wayne Masters. Ethan Katsia sneaking through there on Lessing as they come across the line and complete the first lap. Here they come. Masters into Dunlop Corner. Paybar car in second is Mike Barbaglia. It's Derek Smallberger ahead of John Kruger. Back of the pack is Gavin Ross as the Masters complete their first lap. So it's race action proper at the front end of the field and down in the Masters category as well. Check this out. Change in lead. Nirav Singh's off. Singh's gone off down at turn 1. So the Ninja gets it out of shape there in the Kyle Army exhaust car. There's a couple of cars out there. Oh, it's Fisser. Fisser's one of the other cars involved in the incident down in turn 1. So that's 1, 2, possibly 3 cars I saw involved in that one. Fisser looks like he might be getting out. Fisser might be getting out of the car there. He can't get the car started. So Skippers, as I said, made a magic move to get through there on 2 wheels coming out of the S's to get through there on Judd Berthold, but it forced Shrin Rajpaul off the track completely. He had to tuck in behind there once he got back on circuit. Divya Naidu closing down on Tyler Robinson there for the top 10. Is that Nirav back on track just ahead of Masters? Yes, it is. So Nirav Singh there. He, if I'm not mistaken, is helped out by the Performance Masters team on the prep of his car, so he's now got his sort of stablemate just behind him. That is Emsley, by the looks of things, back on track as well as they complete another lap. We haven't got a safety car. They've been able to get the cars out of harm's way. I don't know if Fisser's car's out of harm's way, though. His car was literally on the sideline. No, there it is right there. So it'll be double yellow flags down into turn 1. I'm not sure if that's... Anyway, let's see what happens. Let's not say anything because we might get into trouble again, Greg. Karodia in second. Looking to find a way back at Smallberger. Smallberger now. You know what? Charles Smallberger's used that tyre pressure gauge again from Works Motorsport. He's got these tyres working to perfection, and he's pulling away from Karodia. Karodia under a bit of pressure there. The pressure coming big time, as you can see there from the doctor. Hannes Skippers, our dental surgeon from Danefern in Johannesburg, in third place, and looks like we got safety car. Oh, did Berthold see the safety car boards? I don't think he did. Or was that Loosemore? That might, no, it wouldn't have been Loosemore. Not Berthold, sorry, his teammate sneaking through there. So a couple of cars that didn't quite see the safety car board, they're now out. He'll have to give those positions back, so that's exactly what he's done. They'll come under the Astron Energy safety car. It'll roll out of pit lane now to pick up on Charles Smallberger, Mo Karodia, Hannes Shrin Rajpaul, and Judd Berthold. That's the safety car right there that we're talking about. The Quartec Astron safety car. Look at how our marshals, they're working harder than anybody out there. Look at them hanging on to that safety car board and the flag at the same time in these high winds that have picked up here pretty dramatically over the last half an hour. So Masters coming across the line now. It's a change up in the Masters as well. I think John has got through and got ahead of Gavin Ross, but he hasn't found a way through yet on Derek Smallberger or on Mike Barbaglia. So the safety car is going to pick them up coming out of hangar. Let's have a look at how that top 10 looks. It's Smallberger, Karodia, Skippers and Goodman, Rajpaul and Berthold, Rory Atkinson and Bevan Masters, Lonica Martins and Ethan Gutsia, and then Anthony Lessing, who's just ahead of Tyler Robinson. Divyan Naidu, Nirav Singh, and then from 15 down, it's Masters. So Wayne Masters, Barbaglia, Smallberger, Kruger, Ross. Milan Emsley is back on track, but he'll be at the back of the pack now behind those Masters. He's not quite there yet, but we'll see him sort of at the back of the Masters section that we're going to pick him on now. There we go. There is Wayne Masters, Mike Barbaglia, Derek Smallberger, John Kruger, Gavin Ross and Milan Emsley. So Emsley was able to get back onto the circuit, but he dropped, as I said, right to the back of the pack. The only car that hasn't got back on track is Carl Visser, and he's the reason for the safety car, because he's stuck right there. They'll come across the line. These laps all count, remember, under safety car. So it shortens the time that you might have had in terms of your plan to be in the hunt for the front. Let's see how things go here. Don't know how much longer we're going to need there. That car should be towed out of that position relatively quickly. They haven't moved it yet, but I think they're just waiting for the cars to go before they start to move it. They'll wait for the whole pack of cars to go through there, and then that recovery vehicle will probably tow Carl's car out of harm's way. DDS Dental Studio there. That's the Dane Fern Dental Studio that Dr. Hannes Skippers, of course, is the boss man of. Hannes at this stage is fourth on the road, but he's third on the timing. Of course, it's because of the safety car, Greg. Remember the safety cars there, Greg? Hello. It's got lights on. My bad. Okay, that's the reason why the Shaw Engineering car of Carl Visser can't move. That front left is cream crackered. Yeah, you're not going to move that one, Carl. Now we're watching on the sideline here. It looks like, is that Jagger Robertson who's watching from the sideline? Yes, it is Jagger Robertson and the outgoing champion from last year. Former teammates in Team Red Racing, those two. So Jason Newsmore watching from the sidelines there with Jagger and his girlfriend. So it might be a couple. Oh, it looks like we got red. Red flag is out. Red flag is out, so that's going to bring them back to the line for a restart. And the restart there could potentially give them a 6-lapper. So the red flags come out, safety car will stop, and everybody will take up their positions. They will probably take their positions up as they stand. Oh, I see somebody watching from the sidelines there. Yeah, there you go. I do like to see that, guys. Thank you. Thanks for the support. Is that Jason Loosemore and Jagger Robertson? It's Jagger Robertson watching. What's up, Jags? Thanks, boy. And Loosemore in the background as well, hey? You can't go anywhere, Jagger, without Jason Newsmore on your right-hand side, eh? He's always like that, because he knows how to turn left in a car, is it? Or is it to right in a car? No, it's right in a car he knows how to turn. He's not such a good left turner, coming from oval track. But there you can see, that proves the power of our social media live stream, is that even though they can see what's happening in front of them on the circuit, they're still relying on our live stream feed to watch what happens around the track on other areas. So while we are under red flag situation, courtesy of that incident right there, Carl Visser's broken left front end of the car, looks like it's going to be a little while. We can probably have to get a roll back there to get Carl Visser's car out of harm's way. You can see him looking at the car going, yeah, there's definitely some problem. there were certainly 2 or 3 cars involved there. Paulie, I don't know if we can pull that one back again, just to sort of see I know we only had a little bit of a mayhem shot there, but I just wanted to see who the third car was possibly involved in that, if we can find it. Carl Visser was definitely one. Nirov was the other one. But I do recall seeing a third car involved there as well. I would assume, from what was standing at that point in time, it could possibly have been either Divian. No, it could only have been Divian. But I don't think it was. I don't remember seeing the green, black and white car. Maybe I'm wrong. That was quite cool. Nice shot there on the left-hand side there of Lee Thompson from Lee Thompson Racing. Just telling Mo to come a little bit forward. Remember Lee, I know he's on the second position on the grid, but he will still have a rolling start behind the safety car before we go racing again. There is eyes on the prize from Charles Smallberger. He's had a fantastic run this weekend. He just missed out, as I said yesterday, on that pole position. He has been able to rectify that on track though and get ahead of the pole man. So it's up to Mo Karodia there for the OMP Fast 5 and Lee Thompson Racing team to possibly spoil his days. It's actually 2 OMP cars on the front row there right now. So the boys and girls from ATS must be pretty happy with that. And then behind that, Judd Berthold and Hannes Schippers, Roshan Goodman in fact, and Hannes Schippers. Then Shrin and Judd. Shrin Rajpal in the dub car. He was, I kind of want to put it in a poetic sort of way, unceremoniously removed from the track by his teammate. I don't think it was intended, but the way that Hannes Schippers came out of the S's on 2 wheels, kind of Terry Grant style, and when the car eventually came down onto 4 wheels, he was so far across that Shrin had nowhere to go other than onto the grass. So he took evasive action on his teammate, which is probably the right thing to do. The number one rule when you're running in a team, of course, is not take your own teammate out. So hats off to him for that bit of incredible driving from Shrin Rajpal. But we still wait to get Carl Visser back to pit lane at least, or just out of harm's way, so we can restart this race. There is the rollback. Paulie, maybe just want to pop up the program for the day as well, if we can, while we got some time to chat about it, so the guys can see it if you've got it available. Maybe we can just have a look at that. There it is. We're into the third race of the day, which is Astron Energy Polo Cup. The delay, of course, is due to Carl Visser being parked down at turn 1. But up next, we've got Gazoo Racing Cup driven by Netstar. That's our Toyota Racing Brigade. That includes Corollas, Toyota 86s, and brand new Toyota Yaris's that will be debuted here in Gqeberha. We then go to a lunch break and that big motorcycle parade. I was told yesterday by Brendan Kelly, Motormouth himself, that it's about 700 motorcycles that are here today that may be on that motorcycle parade. I'm hoping to see that. That'll be pretty awesome to see, actually. Then we go into the grid walk, of course, for the South African touring cars. That'll be about half an hour. SA touring cars will be the first race after the lunch break. And then a separate race for the touring car SupaCup class, due to the fact that we don't have our extreme supercars here this weekend, or MSA4. News on MSA4, of course, is that they will be possibly up and running by the time we get to Swartkorps's National, and then they'll be going down to East London Grand Prix Circuit as well. There's a possibility. We're not quite sure yet. We'll keep eyes and ears on social media for that. Right, let's go and catch up with the man who led the race when the red flag came out and see how things have gone so far. Charles Smallberger.
Go, Charles.
Yeah, got a good start. Now with the safety car, lots of work to do at the restart, but yeah, no excuses, time to get the job done.
Yeah.
Let's catch up there quickly with Hunter Skippers as well.
But it bunches up the whole field now, so hopefully we can catch the two guys in front of us.
Nice to catch up with a couple of guys in the middle of the race there. It's still much to play for. And getting a chance now to quickly see what the plans are there for Charles Smallberger to try and stay ahead of everybody. And maybe even get a little bit of a maneuver up there from the DDS car of Hunter Skippers. How awesome is that to see? People down here are absolutely motorsport mad, and they are very hungry for entertainment that comes with the Extreme Festival of Motorsport presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. Let's catch up with our COC after what happened on the track, Mr. Eric Schultz.
Okay, that's what's happening. All right, so obviously we've had to stop the race to remove the car that was stricken down in turn 1. We'll now go into a restart behind the safety car. It'll be a single file restart, and we will start immediately from here. And then there will be 6 laps left of the race.
There you go. That's exactly what I was talking about a few minutes ago. The Max Motorcycle Club and all their friends have come to be part and parcel of a day draw here as part of the celebration of round 3 of the Extreme Festival. A couple of the Volkswagen Polo Cup supporters are up on that container, watching from the S's. Kind of doing the spotter's role there, I would say. Maybe passing on information from that area to the teams that are in pit lane so they can know exactly what's happening at the other side of the track. So not a bad plan there from some of the teams to send their spotters down there. It looks like we're getting ready to go. Yep, there we go. Safety car rolls down towards turn 1. Now what happens with this restart, if I get it right, hopefully I do this time, it's a single file restart for Polo Cup. So they don't come back into their grid positions, they do a rolling restart, single file behind Charles Smallberger. And they can only overtake the car in front of them once they've crossed that checkered line flag painted on the tarmac there where the COC was standing. So Masters will be a little bit further back from that as well. Wayne will hold him up a little bit just to give him some breathing room. Now watch these guys and girls try and get some heat back into those Dunlop rubber that are on the cars. Tyres standing on the grid tend to cool down quite quickly. They've already been through a pretty hectic heat cycle. They now have to go through another one. Nice to see that car as well now for the second time. Bevan Masters debuting at Kyalami in the CPS warehouse car. coming from Volkswagen Challenge, moving up with his brother Wayne. Wayne, of course, in the Masters category. Gqeberha not quite old enough for the Masters category just yet. So he runs amongst these junior drivers in the National Championship class. Polo Cup celebrating 29 years. And of course Polo itself, Volkswagen Polo, the brand, is celebrating 50 years here in South Africa this year. So fantastic to have such a long-standing relationship worldwide, of course, with the Volkswagen brand too. Here's 50 years of Polo. Big move needed by Ethan Gqeberha, having to come from 10th place. He was leading the championship up until yesterday, when the man in second place there, Mo Karodia, got pole position and stole him by 1 point. They were even Stevens coming into this round. It's now 1 point lead that Mo's got, and he sits in second place as we go single file for the restart. Down towards turn one. Smallberger, Karodia, a little bit of pressure coming from Hannes Schippers, similar from Roshan Goodman onto Schippers. Gqeberha trying to dive through there on Bevan Masters. Wayne Masters, I don't know if the Masters got the memo about the single file restart. They weren't in single file, but they did stay in their positions, fortunately. Oh, there we go. Lonica Martin's running off track slightly. That may give a little bit of advantage there to Bevan Masters to squeeze through, try and find a way past on the young lady just ahead of him. Lonica going late on the brakes. And so does Ethan Gqeberha. He goes on the inside of Bevan Masters, forces Masters wide as they head down the hill towards Chevy. Has he got slightly better drive coming? Is he able to make it stick? No, Masters going to keep him honest. He hangs on to that inside line, but the outside line is where Ethan Gqeberha wants to be anyway. So he'll be the inside line now for Dunlop, and if he's good enough on the brakes, he may be able to cement that maneuver. There you go. Done deal. Coming along for the ride. Looks like Lessing wants some of that action. And is that Judd Berthold behind them? Yes, it is. Berthold wants to come through as well as they come across the line and complete the first lap now of the restart. So it's about 5 laps to go there according to the board on the side, but the timing monitor's telling me 4. Karodia had the fastest lap on that restart. He did a 1:10, everybody else in the 11s. So he's certainly the fastest car on track at the moment, trying to close and find a way back ahead of Charles Smallberger. Gqeberha now comes right behind and tucks in just behind, is that, yeah, that I think is Lonica Martins that Ethan Gqeberha's tucked in behind. As they go up the hill, somebody's also put another wheel on the dirt there, coming up onto the brakes into the hairpin. That was that Bevan Martin? No, it was Divya Naidu. Divya Naidu, I think, who got out of shape then. Now we go flying through into Chevy. Milan Emsley in amongst the Masters now as well, as we see Roshan Goodman defending for all his life into Dunlop corner. He's got 5 cars lined up behind him, and any one of those 5 can steal that position away. He's on the podium at the moment because he's managed to get ahead of Schippers, and Schippers has dropped down to 4th. Rajpal is his closest rival and his stablemate, and he's right into the clutches there of Shren Rajpal. Smallberger in second. It's John Kruger at this point in 3rd place for the Masters as they cross the line. And it looks like the paybar cars dropped back slightly, so Mark Barbaglia lost out on that restart. Here comes Berthold putting the pressure onto the Dubcore car. Ooh, look at that. Little cheeky wheel on the dirt there from Judd Berthold as he tried to find a way through. And squeeze through on Rajpal. Rajpal knows where to go. Puts the car right into the middle of the track and doesn't give the youngster behind him a chance to find a way past. Oh, drive already there as well between Ethan Gqeberha and Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson, remember, has taken a victory this year. So has Ethan Gqeberha. So shared honours amongst the winning drivers, but those 2 winning drivers are fighting at the moment for 10th and 11th place on track, incredibly. That's how quickly your luck can change in Polo Cup. You can be racing and winning one weekend, and the following weekend or the next championship round, you're fighting for the latter part of the top 10. Smallberger hangs on for now. I think it's a case of waiting and biding his time there from Mo Karodia. He doesn't want to go too soon. If he goes too soon, he might not quite get what's needed in terms of that race win. He's looking for the perfect weekend in PE, as I said. There are a lot of drivers who've done that in the past, and Gqeberha has already got 2 of those boxes ticked. He took qualifying, he took Super Pole, he wants race 1 win. But on the restart, Smallberger just seems to have found something special in this car. So is it going to be the Lee Thompson Racing Fast 5 car to win out? Or will that Sabertech Polo hang on? Fastest car on that lap. Looks like a personal best out of Roshan Goodman. An 11.2 from the third place car from Team Red. Looking for his first overall podium as well. And come through. It should be final lap. Final lap now. 1 to go for Charles Smallberger. Gqeberha, now's the time. Pull the pin. Oh, you're going to have to settle for second place. And it looks like right now, the way that Smallberger's controlling things here. He forces Gqeberha to go on the inside. Gqeberha opens up the door and sneaks through. Gqeberha is into the lead. Lee Thompson Racing and Fast 5 hit the front with half a lap to go. And that's just perfect timing from Gqeberha. I kind of thought he was waiting for it. It did look like he had a little bit extra speed. We saw a couple of fast laps from him in second place. And he's just able to squeeze through there on Smallberger and take the lead. Smallberger into second place, watching his rearview mirrors. Can't give up and just throw in the towel because Goodman will make him pay. Roshan Goodman looking for his first podium, and Gqeberha looking to go 3 out of 4 in terms of the perfect weekend here in PE. So as he comes up to Dunlop, Gqeberha's done this. He's got it perfect. Barring any mistakes on the exit, which he makes none, it's to the checkered flag, and Gqeberha is for Astron Energy Polo Cup. He beats out Charles Smallberger, Roshan Goodman, Hannes Skippers, Srin Rajbal, and Judd Berthold, your top 6. It was Atkinson ahead of Lonica Martins, and then Anthony Lessing, Ethan Gutsia, and Tyler Robinson just outside of the top 10. Here come the Masters, pretty easily done here from Wayne Masters' point of view. He's got away from the pack behind him, and it's Smallberger who hangs on and just beats John Kruger to the line. Paybar's Mike Barbaglia comes through for 4th place ahead of Gavin Ross for the top 5 in the Masters. So, as I said, 3 out of 4 there for Gqeberha. Pole position, Super Pole, race 1 win. Only 1 more to go. That's later on this afternoon in race 2 of the Astron Energy Polo Cup. The unofficial results there, of course, sees unbelievable race action coming out of that category. We're now moving on from Polos to Toyotas, and of course the Toyota Gazoo Racing stable will be waiting pretty eagerly to get on track. They've been waiting there for a while after the mid-race incident that caused the red flag to eventually have to come out. No drivers injured. If you've just joined us on our live stream, it was just Carl Fisser's car that broke the left front section of that car. Left him stricken at turn 1 after an incident with a couple of cars that he was involved in. I'm not quite sure who banged who into turn 1, but there were definitely a few cars that went a bit haywire there. One of them also most notably was Nirav Singh, the Ninja, in the Kyalami exhaust car that fell quite a way back as well. But managed to come back onto track and complete race number 1. So as we stand by for Toyota Gazoo Racing, driven by Netstar, we'll be back shortly with all the action from the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. We're going to try and catch up now with our winner. Let's see how happy he is as he gets out the car. And he looks pretty happy trying to get those belts off. Yeah, he's definitely a happy man. Let's catch up with Gqeberha. He's going to give him a chance just to get his helmet off. Or we're going to go straight into the interview with the helmet on.
Yeah, it was a unexpected win there, but I seen I was catching him throughout the laps, gaining the positions, and yeah, towards the end I caught him in the last lap and I passed him on the inside of turn 2, so I'm happy with the result.
That's quite an awesome shot to show you how much the wind has picked up. There are people hanging on to their umbrellas for their dear lives. You don't want to be blown away there like Mary Poppins though, ma'am. So I'll suggest you hang on to that umbrella pretty tightly. As we see Toyota Gazoo Racing making their way out to the circuit for the first time today. This is the GR Cup driven by Netstar. Remember, there are 3 categories of racing involved in this one. 3 different classes in this category, I should say. It's the Toyota 86 Brigade, which are mainly Toyota Gazoo Racing development drivers who've come from the karting fraternities or sim racing world and climbed into rear-wheel drive 180 kilowatt Toyota 86s. That's the first pack that you see going through there. Behind them, we see the debut of a brand new Toyota Yaris this weekend. It's the facelift model of the Toyota Yaris that we're going to be seeing on track. And for the first time, it's the one that has the 8-speed automatic box in it as well. So the upgrade there is the 8-speed automatic box. Slightly better brakes on that car. And also from 200 to 212 kilowatts in the engine department. So a slightly more powerful Yaris with a very, very different gearbox available to the drivers in that one. And most of them, of course, come out of the dealer team. Drivers from various dealers around the country that have GR branded sections to their dealerships. Joining them will be the Toyota Corolla all-wheel drive GRs, and they are piloted by our media contingent. So you have the development drivers versus the dealer drivers versus the media drivers. There is a gap between the development 86s and then the pack of Corollas and Yaris's combined. So you'll see there'll be a little bit of a gap held there as they come to the line, and it would be, by the looks of things, Nabil Abdul and Mario D'Souza, the gentleman that shared honours at Kyalami a couple of, about a month ago now, at the second round of the championship, which was the bumper weekend at Kyalami, where we saw both national and regional extreme festivals combined. Nabil took one, and Mario D'Souza took the second one for the Motors Toyota. So Supersport versus Motors Toyota. Paul DeFoss from the Driving Academy will be on the second row of that particular part of the grid, and he's alongside the Car Magazine's Kyle Koch. So we're in for a bit of a fight there. I think we're going to see some great action amongst them, that's as well. And some looks like on the sidelines the actions in the Briars are going flat out here, which is exactly what we like to see, and certainly enjoying every aspect of it. A couple of guys sending me messages because we haven't got a Facebook feed this weekend, unfortunately, due to the signal issues out here this part of the world. It's just better to run one feed, so we're only on YouTube this weekend. So to all the Facebook fans, unfortunately, you're going to have to watch us on YouTube, or hopefully your friends have told us to find the YouTube feed. And you've joined us here on YouTube to watch action from round 3 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. Great to have them back into South African motorsport. There is Nabil Abdul. Also, you'll recognize they've had a couple of changes in terms of their livery. Nabil in Kyalami was in the yellow sort of marked vehicle. Looks like the Motors car has stayed in green there from Mario D'Souza's point of view. He hasn't changed, but of course he's in the Corolla, that's why he wouldn't have changed. Only the Yaris's would have changed their colours and their colour schemes. Jason Gatia will certainly be fired up and looking for a chance to maybe spoil the day here for everybody and take 2 wins out of 2 starts. We've seen in that shot as well the hazard lights coming up on the car. And remember, these are stock standard road-going cars here that have just got a roll cage put into them. A little upgrade on the brakes and maybe a little bit of upgrade in terms of the engine management. As we heard from the Yaris point of view, a new gearbox. But if you do see them braking hard and the hazard lights come on, that's the ABS system that kicks in from the car's point of view. So exactly what would happen in a road-going vehicle if you bought one of these from Toyota. happens in the racing version as well. So 86 is down towards turn 1. Here come the Yaris's and Corollas combined. A couple of them straggling at the back. They didn't quite get onto the back of the pack. But into turn 1, it looks like Kutsia has been able to hang on. Yes, he has. He has been able to just stay ahead of the charge that comes through there from this big pack of cars there. Nice start from Andrus. Well, I don't think it was Andrus de Villiers that was there. No, I was going to say it's Gqeberha who's made his way up into potentially second place there, with Jason Kutsia leading things out. Ken Swartz in third. So the battle that basically raged all of Kyalami zooms here down on the Eastern Cape. Back in the back is Vatsi Mokonyanya. Fantastic run there from her in Kyalami as well. But look at those hazard lights coming on hard as they go down into the hairpin for the first time. Cock under a bit of pressure. You can see how that machine is working to try and stay out front. Remember the Yaris's, the new ones, have all got white roofs, so it's pretty easy to spot them. You have to keep an eye on the battles there. One of them that didn't go with the black roof, of course, would be the Corollas that are out there, so that'll be the differences between those cars. And you see D'Souza and De Vos in the mix already. But Kutsia pulling away slightly with Gqeberha. Ken Swartz hanging on with Justin Rogers with the purple livery on his tail. Jordan Mudley and Vatsi just behind that. So those are your 7 cars fighting, or 8 cars I should say, fighting for the 86 Brigade. Almost, as we like to say sometimes in commentary, Noah's Ark style, 2x2. They head around the track. It'll be just Vatsi who will be on her own, not playing in the 2x2 Cup for the 86 side. Nice little dive up the inside there, so a change up there between Mudley and Brandon van der Walt. Van der Walt losing out slightly. And we see the media team and dealer teams coming through there. Watching the little battles that have started to unfold there as well. You've got Puti Mpanya putting pressure onto Kyle Koch. Lawrence Mini just behind that for Auto Trader. Willem van der Putter out there as well. I think van der Putter likes to refer to the colour on his car as BPP as they go through there. This is a great little manoeuvre there. It's up into Dunlop corner. They do run Dunlops in these on these cars as well. Just showing you once again the effort that's being put in there from ATS and Sumitomo on the sidelines to ensure that basically the majority of South African motorsport is running on Dunlop rubber. You can say that as a known entity. De Vos there in third place at the moment. That's the Toyota Driving Academy machine that he's piloting this weekend. They, of course, are based at SupaCup, where they do most of their driver training, and a lot of these drivers in these cars have been through that driver training course just to teach them how to find the lines around a circuit, what to do in a race car, what to do on the road as well. There's some really great courses that they do for the general public. You don't necessarily have to own a Toyota to go and do that course. You can do it via their website, or just go and chat to them at SupaCup themselves and find out how they do the defensive driving. They do anti-hijacking course training as well. And of course, more importantly for today, is teaching the 7 youngsters out front what to do in terms of how to find the race lines and get the best out of those 86s. It's a big jump up from a go-kart to a rear-wheel drive 180 kilowatt 86 Toyota GR. And it's also some guys still getting used to the new gearboxes and the automatic gearboxes that are now part and parcel of those Toyota Yaris's in the media and dealer team championship fight. As you can see, starting to open up a bit of a margin now over the second place car there of Gqeberha. Not really an answer there from him. Ken Swartz maintains third, but there is still some pressure from Van der Walt. You can see also a nice crowd on the right-hand side. There are a couple of guys on the right-hand side coming all the way from East London, just down the road. It's about 290 k's to East London from here. So awesome to see Jody Ihlenfeld and his family all the way from East London coming here to be part and parcel of the event and enjoy their race action they do. The one cool bit of news that I was able to give him this morning was that we're coming again to East London this year. We've got nationals and regionals coming to East London in 2025. So East London Grand Prix circuit, stand by for lots of extremes action coming your way pretty shortly. Ken Swartz hanging on for now. He keeps out that purple machine. And it's a bit of a fight on there between the two of them, I've got to tell you. Justin Rogers is not making it very easy there for Ken Swartz. The little fight they are having, though, is slowing them down and allowing Brandon van der Walt to come a little closer to the front end and to the two of them that are fighting there. Swartz has got the orange livery. The purple livery is Justin Rogers, and in the background is Jordan Moodley and Brandon van der Walt in the red and sort of darker orange colours. To the brakes, this is the Citizen car there, I think of Charles, yeah. Charles Bosch having a look and possibly looking to get through there on the battle he's having at the moment with Willem van der Putte. We've got the Roller Toyota out there as well, doing a super job. It's really nice to see that, as I said, the dealer teams and media teams that are out there are sort of fighting hard in amongst themselves. They've also caught and passed our young lady at the back there. So we're now into the back end of what is the 86 Brigade, and it's almost right the way through to about halfway of the pack of media and dealer team cars that she's found herself in amongst. The lead car of Nabil Abdul is slowly but surely closing though, and possibly only a couple of 100 meters away from the back of the second part of that 86 Brigade. Little dive on De Souza coming out of De Vos. De Vos decides no, he'll hang in behind De Souza for now. Remember, you've got 221 kilowatts to play with in the Corolla, 212 kilowatts now in the new version of the Yaris. Slightly better brakes on that car. Not that they didn't have bad brakes before, they had some really awesome ones, but they've upgraded the braking system slightly on that car for the race conditions. And with 2 laps to go, it's Nabil Abdul in the Yaris that leads out the media and dealer team championship challenge in GR Cup, driven by Netstar. This is quite good. Let's see, about to be caught, possibly past. Yes, Putti finding our way past there, and it's not quite yet. He had a look but didn't get through. Rian de Roon there as well, there with Putti. And Mpanya looking for a chance maybe to get through. Didn't quite get there. Here leading by about 2.5 seconds over Mabuse Ngwenya. Justin Rogers looks like he's got ahead, and I think Ken Swartz has fallen back slightly, so he must have made a mistake somewhere on track. So Ken Swartz could be kicking himself for this, because he's going to lose a huge amount of ground to these two in the championship. The three of them had an epic battle at Kyalami in both races on the bumper weekend. This time out, he's lost out a lot of ground here in the closing stage. As I said, he must have made a mistake because Rogers and Van der Walt got through on him. Good see ya. Final time we see those hazards come on. And out of Dunlop corner, Jason Katsia is going to take the victory for the 86 Brigade in the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup, powered and driven by Netstar. It's Ngwenya for second and Justin Rogers for third. And it's going to be Nabil Abdul who's going to win out the media and dealership championship. It's the Yaris that wins out over the Corolla. It's 2 Corollas that come through just ahead of the rest of the back. Or, no, it should have been 2 Corollas. It's not anymore. Maybe it is. No, yeah, just getting through there. Van Afenta getting through. Rian de Roon behind him. Then Putti Mpanya. Andries de Villiers, Carl Koch. He dropped back a bit as well. Not quite sure what happened there with the man from Car Magazine. Vatsiwa finishes up in 14th overall. And she'll be pretty happy with that, I'm sure. Being caught by a couple of cars there in the closing stages as the rest of the cars come through. Let's have a look at it. Jason Katsia, Mabuse Ngwenya and Justin Rogers are your top 3 in the 86s. Then we'll look at Nabil Abdul over Puti Mpanya. And will be Andrew Stavilliers there for third place. And then in the Corollas, D'Souza beats out Van Afenta and Rian Daru. So remember, we're now going into a little bit of a lunch break, if I'm not mistaken, Paulie, or have we got one more before the lunch break? I think it's the lunch break now. Yeah, lunch break now, and then the grid walk. But also, we're going to get Brendan Kelly down here at some point as well during that lunch break to chat to us about the initiative he's put together here with the Max Motorcycle Club and their friends. And we're expecting to see close to 700 motorcycles riding around Aldo Scribante in a few moments' time. We're also going to catch up, of course, down in pit lane with a couple of our drivers. And remember, as I see the timing monitor change, it also reminds me to tell you all that South African touring cars are separate to the SupaCup category today. They run two separate races, not combined as they usually would, due to the fact that we've got a little bit extra time. So there you can see it there, just after the lunch break and motorcycle parade and grid walk for SA touring cars. Touring cars will be on track first, and then the SupaCup class will be out after that for their first race. Separate, standalone this time, as opposed to racing with the touring cars. SunBet ZXNR Masters Cup will start the second races of the day at approximately, I'd probably say about 20 past 2 as opposed to quarter past as per the program there. And then we run through everybody else once again for a second heat of each of the classes we've seen so far. So that's how the rest of the day looks here for the program at Gqeberha, Aldo Scribante Circuit, and round 3 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. We'll be back shortly and hopefully catch up with a couple of the drivers down in the Park for May. All right, we're going to go down to the Park for May and catch up with Dennis. He's managed to catch up with our race one winner in the Gazoo Racing GR Cup, Jason Kutsia.
Yeah, I mean, it was huge fun. Yeah, a bit disappointed with myself. The first 2 laps, I made a few mistakes. But yeah, at the end, we came together and started pulling a gap. So yeah, the car's feeling really nice. So thanks to Toyota for everything. Thank you.
The wind starting to play a role over here today?
Yeah, look, I mean, obviously we're getting a bit higher speed going into turn 1. So obviously I had to just dial back the braking a bit compared to qualifying this morning. But yeah, I can also feel it across when you go over a hanger. The car gets a bit sketchy. But yeah, I mean, obviously just things to adjust to.
Just take us through a bit of the competition here today.
Yeah, look, obviously, I mean, Kanye and them are fast and Kent. So they're obviously the title contenders. So, I mean, as long as I can just win both today, I'll be really happy.
Your opinion of Scribante as a racetrack?
Look, I've said to many people this weekend, it's definitely one of my favorite tracks. I mean, obviously Kailami takes it, but PE is really awesome. So I really love it here. The people, I mean, the amount of spectators, it's awesome.
Thanks for your time.
Cool.
So we're going to try and catch up with our media and dealer team winner as well from Supersport. Nabil Abdul standing by with Dennis down in Park Fermé.
Go, Nabil. What was your race like?
Superb. A little too short. I would have liked a little longer race, but quite hot out here. Loving the Eastern Cape, loving the track. But I knew from the whole shot, as soon as the lights went out, I needed to get a gap between myself and the Corollas, and I just kept the lead and just kept pushing.
Scribante as a track to race?
It's a fantastic track to race. I'm loving it here.
Okay, here we go. So Volkswagen Motorsport have provided us a Polo, celebrating 50 years of Polo. But this is something pretty awesome. This is the Max Motorcycle Club, one of our motorcycle clubs that's based nationwide, and a whole bunch of clubs have come from all around the country to what is termed it's a patch party, I think it's called. But I'm not going to say much about it because I've got Motormouth about to come and join me here. I don't know how much space we got in here for you, Brent, but what I have got is a microphone. And what you can do is just come over my right shoulder or left shoulder. The Max Motorcycle Club are joined, of course, by a whole bunch of other competitors. Well, not competitors. They're not competitors. You can't say competitors amongst motorcycle clubs, hey? That's like rivalries that go back and turn into war.
I don't think they... I think it's only Max guys that have gone out on the ride.
Okay.
There were indemnities and a whole lot of... a bit of red tape that had to be sorted out. But this is a wonderful initiative. They're raising funds for the Leave the Children Alone Foundation, as well as our local charity. Their charity of choice is the Aurora Special Care Centre. So it is a very, very special place in Port Elizabeth. It doesn't receive any government funding. It is an NPO, so all funds raised will no doubt assist with running.
According to me, Paulie, it is. I think it is on. Yeah, it's definitely on. I think it might just be a bit low there. But Brendan, we can go into it again because we've got a bit of time. They're going to do a couple of laps. So the charitable aspect, of course, from motorcycle racing and from motorcycle clubs like this is always a big thing. They love to get behind these type of initiatives. But this is also your sort of baby. You put the whole thing together here, bud, and hats off to you because if I'm not mistaken, we were talking in the tune of about 700 motorcycles that were supposed to come through the gates today.
That is the number that they were given, and myself and Peter Mayring, who is involved in the Jeffreys Bay chapter of Max Motorcycle Club, he approached me, I would say probably about October last year, and said, what is it a feasible? He's got this idea. Is it feasible? And we took it from there and ran with it, and we can see from the numbers that are out on track at the moment. We booked out all the accommodation that was available in the Blue Water Bay area.
Yeah,
that was snapped up very quickly. And then the guys have been camping, and originally the plan was to camp from camp Friday night and Saturday night, and the guys started arriving from Thursday already. So it's a great initiative, and I'm so glad that it certainly looks like it is a success. They've got a DJ that's going to be playing there at the end of racing. The ZX10s are going to have their prize giving in the tent as well. So. And we've got local businesses that have got on board and donated prizes and raffles and things to be auctioned. So just one trip around the circuit for the guys. They see them starting to peel off track now. But I'm keen to see to see how many arrived, because I know just from Mac's side there was over 400 of them, just from Mac's Motorcycle Club themselves.
And they come from all around the country
from
as well,
all around the country.
Yeah.
This event we've advertised it extensively. We've had a radio campaign with interviews with Aurora Special Needs Centre, and so it's great to see the proof of the pudding. We've walked the walk, we've talked the talk now, and it's
now
certainly
you've ridden the ride.
I wish I could have been out there. But one thing I didn't realise just when I came down is how strong the wind is. The wind has certainly picked up. Up in the tower, you feel it every now and again, the gust coming through, but you don't realise the full extent of it. So.
Brent, as they're making their way off, I've got to give you a big question for everybody that's watching on YouTube. We're not on Facebook today. We're only on YouTube. If you want to get behind this, what's the best way? Maybe get you on your Facebook page on Motormouth?
Follow us on Motormouth, and the auction, as far as I know, is going to take place later on this afternoon. Up for grabs, the main prizes, and a big thank you to the Scribante team. They've donated hot laps in the Lamborghini Hurricanes, so that's going to take place on the 28th of June, I think it is, and we're going to have hot laps, and then they've given hampers with their team clothing as well. So it's fantastic to have Scuderia Scribante.
Is that a case of that you have to be here for that auction, or are you going to take call-ins as well?
I'm going to go across there now to go and just see how things are going. I'm going to take a walk across to the Max VIP tent and just have a look. Just a big thank you to everybody that got involved with it. I mean, from SA Breweries, they've been fantastic. And Jonathan Folk from the Thornhill Hotel, who has stepped in to look after the bar facility. So lots of food vendors across there, and the guys from just all the comments that I've seen coming through on Motormouth and on WhatsApp, the guys having an absolute ball, and I'm sure it's just going to get better as the day progresses.
Listen, we did provide them with a great bike race, so they couldn't have gone wrong there. They must be happy with that.
The bike racing was next level. I mean, to see Clinton Seller go and just prove a point and stamp his authority from the moment the lights went out. Brilliant to see. And then and obviously Jason Lamb got a big support. Jason Lamb, lots and lots of support in the area with Daryl Barrington as well. So great to see the guys out on track and lots of support for them.
So if you want to get hold of that and see if you want to be part and parcel of maybe doing a donation through to the Aurora Home and to the two charities that are involved here this weekend, get onto Facebook, go and find Motormouth. My good friend Brendan Kelly, he does an amazing job. Did a fantastic job last weekend with him and Daryl Kukard as well at the hill climb. Get onto that, and if you want to be part and parcel of it, maybe send him a WhatsApp via that page and say, listen, when the auction happens, I might want to put a bid in, and if I win the bid, then maybe there's a little bit of a chance to go and have some fun with the two Scribante boys. I can tell you right now, shotgun seat with Aldo or Silvio in a Lamborghini Hurricane is definitely something I might have a bid on a bit later on as well, Mr. Kelly. That might be worthwhile, bro.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm gonna go across and discuss it now and see if we can set up maybe, as long as the person that if you want to bid on it, you're available on the 28th of June. I think it could work.
Oh, there we go. I might have to just come down. That's 27th of June is my birthday, hey, so I think I might have to have a little bit of a bid on that. This is while you're here though. The first part of the day's racing almost done. We've got touring cars and SupaCup still to do, but so far action has been pretty rough out there.
Absolutely, yeah. No, the guys are certainly going for it. But a particular highlight was a first win for our local man in the VW Rookie Cup, Joshua Moore taking his first win. So that will obviously be celebrated in style. So yeah, it's been a good day, and just a massive thank you to the people that are watching on the live stream that haven't been able to get to the circuit. Just thanks for tuning in, and thanks for making round 3 of the Engine Extreme Festival such a success.
Indeed. Extreme Festival here, of course, courtesy of and presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. Now it's fantastic to have them back on board. There's going to be a lot of Cokes flowing down at the Max enclosure, I'm sure. There may be some failed Cokes as well, but don't worry about that. As long as they're using Coca-Cola, we're happy.
Absolutely. I'll give you some feedback a little bit later once I've visited the VIP tent.
Thanks, Brendan Kelly there, the Motormouth of Eastern Cape, taking us through everything that's happening with that parade. Fantastic initiative being put together there by him and his team behind the scenes. And, of course, a massive thanks here to Aldo Scribante Circuit and Sparky and his team for allowing us to do this too. And to the Extreme Festival for allowing a bit of a day job there for our motorcycle clubs from all around the country to come and be part and parcel of this. So we got a bit of a break in proceedings, as I said. We have got the motorcycle parade sorted. We'll have a couple of, I'm sure, some interviews on track with a few of the competitors from the South African Touring Car Championship. They'll be making their way around now for the grid walk, giving people a chance to get up close and personal through the cars. Very similar to what they do on all international events now, getting a chance to be on the grid and see what it's like to sort of have that hype and the whole look and feel of what motorsport is all about, up close and personal. Until then, we will leave you with the sights and sounds here of Aldo Scribante circuit in Gqeberha and round 3 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa.
Catch me howling at the moon.
So when?
We go. Let's take it.
You could have given them a little bit more space to play, first of all. But this is not where you want to be, is it?
No, not ideal. Third is not the worst place, but yeah, pole would have been a lot better. But congrats to Keegan. He put in a good lap in the beginning when it mattered. Took me a while to wake up this morning. Only managed much later to put in a good lap. But yeah, it's not the worst place in the world. It's inside for turn one. We've got two right-handers coming up, so it's the inside for the both of the first two corners. So that's not too bad. But yes, so let's see what happens.
Rocket, it's been a kind of a up and down for you so far. We chatted at Kyalami as well, and you were looking forward to the championship rivalry picking up there. But of course, with the introduction of Keegan, it also put a bit of a thorn amongst the roses, or a rose amongst the thorns, depends on how you look at it. But from a championship point of view, how are you feeling?
No, I think, look, to be first in the championship, it's early days, but it's always the best place to be. So, yeah, we'll take it from there. We need some consistency, I think, throughout the year, which we didn't have at Kyalami. We had the incident in race 2, and I still thought we would have been strong there. But, yes, it happens. There's nothing you can do about it. So we'll look ahead to this weekend and get a couple of good results, hopefully.
Good luck, brother. Catch you later.
Thanks a lot.
Clear? Cool. Thanks, Boogie. Listen, Punk, you've been doing a lot of work overnight, mate, because this thing had no engine in it yesterday. And did you go and find one at Utenhage?
Yeah, thanks to the team for all their effort to get it onto the grid today. We had one or two minor issues in quali, but you know, smiles all around for the team. So, gonna give them back and hopefully finish further up front.
That's what it's all about. But starting from here is actually not a bad plan either, because you know how it works with this category. There is the reverse grid. So does that come into your thoughts at all during the race at some point?
No, definitely not. It's win it or it's win everything. Okay. So I definitely don't think about that. But what's better than one win is two. So either way, we can do it both.
Are we looking for that? Is that like a little challenge that you set to these drivers in front of you here?
No, of course. It's a challenge to everyone. So.
The team's been working well. You're starting to gel with this car. How are things looking for the look and feel of Gqeberha Racing and your whole team?
No, I definitely think this was the best decision we could have made this year. So I'm happy with the progress we've made coming from where we were in Cape Town in the beginning of the year to Kyalami. We were fighting for the win. So, you know, there's no reason why we can't win it. So just we're going to win it from even further back this time.
A lot of drivers have done that in the past, eh?
Exactly. Doesn't mean we can't add to the list.
Good luck, boy.
Sorted. Thank you so much. Have a luck one.
But you've had an incredible run so far. I chatted to you this morning. You were feeling pretty confident. Looks like everything worked out according to plan.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, obviously I was hoping for that pole this morning, and you know, that's what we got. Car was actually just absolutely hooked up. You know, it was really hooked up lap from me as well. So yeah, no, big thanks to the team for that. But yeah, now the main focus is race 1 and just hopefully get around that first corner in first position. So yeah, we're just gonna have to see what happens. Feeling confident that we have the pace to stay out in front, but obviously, you know, I can't predict what's gonna happen in the race. So we're definitely gonna have to see what happens.
You mentioned out front. The one cool thing about this weekend is there's none of those oaks out front.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, now having a split race just means that, you know, you don't have to watch your mirrors, you know, in the fear of having a faster car have to come past and, you know, maybe ruin your race. So, you know, it's just main focus on the invisible Lewis Hamilton down there. So, yeah, no, we'll just have to see what happens. I'm excited.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, buddy. Arguably, the man has travelled the furthest than anybody else in this particular class. How are you feeling about the split class and having to run on your own this time?
No, I think it's a lot better for us as SupaCup because if the SOTC have a bit of carnage in the front, it can mess us up sometimes. So I think it's a nice chance to be alone and just go and fight for ourselves and not worry about anyone in front.
So it is the loudest car in the world, but because I know your dad. Let's have a quick... Okay, so we're fighting over height here, but we're going to be fighting on the track a little bit later on as well. Jules, just missing out there by the looks of it, eh?
Yeah, very close. I think we're like 0.04 of a second off pole, which we're quite surprised because yesterday the pace wasn't really there. Team worked really hard yesterday, changing a lot of stuff on the car, so hugely grateful to them, to WCT, but yeah, lacking a little bit of top end. Kind of seems to be the story this season. So we're just trying to sort of work through that, fight with that, with these new reg changes, but we'll get there eventually. But in terms of handling this weekend, quite happy with the car, good race pace. Just PE turn 1 on the outside is always a tricky one. Always tricky to stick it around the outside there. So if we get through that clean, hopefully just have a good fight for the win.
Yeah. Wind, I'm going to go from wind to wind. A man who knows about wind and has to deal with it on a certain another level up top there. Andy, this wind picking up in this sort of, what's it, early afternoon, lunchtime-ish, is that a factor in these cars?
Definitely a factor. Problem is everyone comes and asks me and then I get my forecast wrong, so maybe I do it on purpose to get an advantage.
It's going to rain.
Yeah.
You said it was the wrong way.
So yeah, it just seemed to be a bit of a tailwind with us standing here talking now, so it'll affect our braking into turn 1 a bit. It's a slight tail crosswind, so through hanger also gets a little bit exciting as well. So yeah, maybe it's a chance to pick up some places if people make a mistake through there. So yeah, it's definitely a big factor around here. You've got to be aware of what it's doing, and maybe just give yourself a couple % margin to work with it.
You looking forward to the challenge?
Yeah, excited. We had a good quali. 3/10 off as close as I've ever been, so it's a big step forward. The team's really worked hard for me to make this progress. So yeah, I'm really chuffed to be in the fight. It's just I've got the same worry as Julian turn 1.
Jules, I'm going to come back to you, and it'll be a question to both of you. I'll get your comment first, though. The split race. I know a lot of times people have sort of said, having the two classes together has been sometimes an issue for them, sometimes an issue for you, depending on how it all mixes up. What do you think of the split race?
I always prefer the split race, to be honest. More often than not, we run into some of the slowest Super Cups and then they sort of get involved in our fights. And I think in terms of coverage, it's also nice. You don't have to constantly choose and pick and choose between the two series. So for me, split race is the way to go. Obviously, it's difficult with the organisers. I think with a couple of classes not being here this weekend, it was possible. So we'll see how it pans out. But I'm quite excited for it.
You've got a sort of a twofold to that question. One is, of course, the split race and what you feel about it. But then, of course, as Jules mentioned, there's big work from your family side going into MSA4, and the progress is certainly getting there. We saw how incredible the two cars were last weekend on the hill. I think we're in for exciting times.
Yeah, it really is exciting. We're nearly there by the looks of it. So SupaCup is going to be the first race of the year after the demonstrations that we've done, and the workload's been massive. The guys have really put in a lot of effort. The cars look stunning. They looked amazing at Carl Longley. So I can't wait wait to see them at SupaCups. And yeah, one or two teething things here and there, but I think all that will be ironed out, and we'll be ready to rock and roll there. So that's exciting. And yeah, in the split race, I had the opposite effect. I spun at Kyle Army, so I had to catch the SupaCup field. So from that point of view as well, I don't interfere with their race if something goes wrong with us. So that does provide that positive there. But I think longer tracks you get away with it. It's fine. This one is quite short, so I think it was a good move to maybe split it up, which also I think will be entertaining for everybody.
Awesome, boys. Thank you. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Gqeberha. Okay, are we ready? Try that again. Let's go one more time. Gqeberha.
Kaylee, yeah.
Haley.
Kaylee.
Oh, Kaylee. Sure,
Yeah.
that's a nice name.
Thank
Ma'am,
you.
on the grid, up close and personal with some of your favourite cars. Who's your favourite out there?
Probably Tate. Used to be friends with him from Cape Town.
Okay, so we got an angry racing fan here, have we? So, well, the friendship is there. He's got a split race. He's going to be on his own. He's on pole position, so that's not a bad start today for him, eh?
No, it's a very good start.
Have you enjoyed coming to the Windy City? And you can see by the hair blowing in your face how difficult it is.
I'm from Gqeberha originally, but it's my first time coming to race.
Oh, that's fantastic. So you're from Surf City?
I am.
Okay, surfer as well?
Used to surf.
Okay, you can't not surf if you live in Gqeberha. Everybody has to learn how to surf at some point in time. But what's the big attraction to come to Extreme Festival?
I watch MotoGP and F1.
So you're a big motorsport fan. I like to see that. That's the way to go. So other than Tate in the bikes, who's your favourite there?
Everyone.
Everybody.
Everyone.
So it's just a clean slate over
Have
the
to
whole.
share the love.
Oh, I like it. Thanks for chatting to us, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, too.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'll get out the way, yeah.
Go, take it quick.
Oh, the biggest Jordan Pepper fan in the world. Yeah, I can see you rocking that cap, hey?
At least if it just rubs off some of the talent, it's all right.
Oh, listen, I got to tell you, it's a talented man to put it on pole position, especially in a field that you only joined, what was it, 2 races ago?
Oh, a round ago, yeah, 100%. Obviously, to be honest, P's always been a favourite of mine. I've done well in SupaCup in the past. I'll be honest, I expected to be on pole after our performance yesterday, but I didn't expect it to be that close to Julian and the rest of the field. I mean, I think it's 0.1 that splits 4 cars. But yeah, chuffed, at least I'm in the front end of that pack. Yeah, but a lot of work still to be done. I mean, pole position is very easy to lose. And yeah, I just want to put my head down, Greg.
You got to get going. And one cool thing, I mentioned it to Tate. He said to me, it's going to be great not to run into the back end of the slower touring cars. You're not going to run into the back end of the slower SupaCup cars. So a clean slate out there and clean air for you to play in.
Yeah, so I mean, not a fearful comment like that. It's already crossed my mind. Obviously, racing SupaCup in the past, I know the guys do come through the back end of the field. I've raced a lot of endurance racing, so I'm used to sifting through, but you know, there is a little bit of fear in the back of your head when it comes to coming on the back of a car. If I'm defending a position and you catch a back marker, it has entered my mind, so it is a bit of a relief, but I don't think it'll be like that for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I think it's only for today. So, but it gives you a slightly different opportunity as well, and it splits it up for the crowd. And have you seen the crowd out there, man?
Yeah,
it's like 900 motorbikes at turn 2.
So it was nice to see. I will be honest, they allowed us out to do our parade without our helmets on, so it was rather loud inside the car. But yes, it's a fantastic turnout here at Aldo. Turn 2 and 3 with all those barkers there, it is quite intimidating, if you want my honesty. I'll never forget PE's London and Cape Town. Whenever, I mean, if you go back, Greg, it's going back 13 years. My first time ever out on track in a single seater, and I came round. It was daunting. I was like, oh my word!
Can you believe?
Put a little bit of nerves on you.
Yeah, it does.
At this stage in my life, and
no,
how long I've been racing,
now.
it's just lucky to have so many guys out there watching us. It's a great turn of support, so it's always good.
Yeah, they're hungry, I think, down here for motorsport, and they enjoy the spectacle that we bring as part of the Extreme Festival. So, buddy, good luck.
Thank you.
Give it a stick out there, and hopefully we'll catch you at the end.
Thank you. Yeah, hopefully you'll see me still on this number 1 spot. And then just a quick shout out, guys. Just want to thank Fast Development for an amazing car and all their support. Amtech Racing Fuels, cars going like a rocket. So thank you to everyone.
Thanks, Winnie. Thanks, boy. Thank you. Oh, we're going to do an interview with Inga now, don't worry. Are we in? Yeah, we're in already. Look at this, eh? The man with the silver medal is going to be our spokesperson. So tell us, you're on the grid, and media guy trying to get a microphone. Do you know how a microphone works, eh? You got to just clip it onto your shirt like that. See, that's how it works. There he is. Oh, yeah. There we go. So stand here. Yeah, get in here. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Listen, with the silver medal, you are looking like the silver medalist of what sport?
Sport?
Yeah.
I don't like sports, sir.
You don't like sport?
No, sir.
You like motorsport?
Motorsport,
Ah,
yes.
you see, that's the one, eh? That's the one that takes 2 balls as opposed to the normal one, eh?
And,
So now listen, who's your favourite out there?
out here, it's my first time actually here.
Okay.
So we're going to see later on. I'll be able to
Oh, you want to see who wins first, eh? You're one of those, actually. Are you a Liverpool supporter?
No, sir. Not at all.
Your side, who you come to support?
Yours is my first time here today.
Also?
Yeah.
So we got some rookies out here?
Yes.
Fantastic. And have you enjoyed the day so far?
So far, yes.
Okay, brilliant stuff. One more question to our man on the right-hand side here, your left. This is touring cars. This is pretty hectic action. You looking forward to it?
Yes, yes.
And they've split them up into 2 races today. So you've got SupaCup on their own and touring cars on their own.
Yeah,
so you guys better get back to your positions and enjoy the rest of the race day.
Will do so, yes.
Thanks for chatting to us, boys.
Sir, but I want to drive in one of these cars.
So we'll have to make a plan, hey?
Nah, we
You know who
gotta
you need to
do
speak
that.
to? The guy that couldn't put the microphone on you. Chat to him, okay?
So we got to have that talk. Thanks.
So just coming back from the grid there, seeing Keegan Campos get that Dunlop Award for pole position. Great to see him on pole position ahead of Julian van der Walt. Michael van Rooyen and Saad Variawa will be there for the second row. Ratium Simonga and Andrew Schofield make up the third row, with Jagger Robertson and Siabonga Monkonkwana at the back of the pack. And looking forward to coming through there in that fast developments in South African touring car, Toyota Corolla. It's race 1 of the South African touring cars, separate to the SupaCup class for today. That's due to the fact, as you heard when we chatted to Andrew Schofield on the grid, MSA4 not quite ready yet, and they'll be back by SupaCup, I beg your pardon. And then, of course, we also didn't have the Extreme Supercars here this weekend, so we had a little bit of time to play, which allowed us to split this grid, which is quite nice for a change. As you heard from some of the drivers, a lot of them are sort of for this and are kind of looking forward to not having to worry about catching the back end of cars or cars that might be a bit slow that could spoil their days in terms of their race plans for the touring car race first and then the SupaCup race in second, which will be in about 20 minutes time. Also nice to great and I should say awesome to catch up with some of the fans on the grid. A couple of them there coming from a long ways, a couple of them just from down the road in J-Bay. But some rookies out there for the first time as well, enjoying all the action here at Extreme Festival's third round. Presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. And of course with all our associate sponsors involved with each of the categories. Fantastic to be back in Gqeberha, the friendly city. If you've just joined us for the first time, this is the last 2 heats of the first half of the day's racing. It is touring cars first, SupaCup second, and then we'll go racing and give them a chance to get some more heat into those Supermax Dunlops that these cars run. And there they stand, Campos and Van der Walt. So it's BMW and Volkswagen on the front row. It is 2 Gazoo Racing Toyota Corollas that are on the second row. Michael van Rooyen ahead of his teammate Saad Variawa. Ratium Simonga, their teammate, lines up alongside Andrew Schofield in the second of the BMWs. That's the Fly Sapphire car. And that one looking forward to seeing his progress, because as you heard, he's only a couple of tenths off the main pack, which he hasn't been for a long time. So they've definitely done some work on that Fly Sapphire BMW. Jagger Robertson, as you heard, with a full engine replacement on the second of the Golfs at the back of the pack. But Jagger Robertson has come from far further back positions in his racing career in other classes that he's raced in to still come through to take victories. But I tried to catch him out with a question that I asked him on the grid, but he didn't fall for it. Is he also going to possibly look at the strategy that comes into play with this class, and that if you stay sort of, and you can't get to the front, then maybe staying at the back is not a bad plan, because of course they do invert the grid for the second race in South African touring cars. So that could possibly be a strategy he looks at. But as you heard from him, he said no, he's going all out to try and take the win. He wants both wins if he can get them. If you can get it from what is 7th place on the grid in a field that's multi-talented, there'll be some serious driving skills that Jagger shows today. And also to see whether or not the new engine works in the inside of that Golf 8 GTI. As you heard from our poleman as well, he was talking about the fact that we have a massive crowd out here. It's a big partisan crowd that's come out to enjoy all the action that's about to unfold here for South African Touring Cars Race 1. And a majority of them have come from, of course, the Max Motorcycle Club. Great to have them here as part of that initiative put together by the club, Motormouth, and a whole bunch of people behind the scenes to raise some funds for some very worthy causes. The worthy causes are now going to be who can get down to turn 1 fastest. And as the lights go out, it looks like Campos has got the drop slightly there over Julian van der Walt. But Van der Walt around the outside may have got a slightly better start. Let's have a look and see as they head down towards turn 1. As they come onto the brakes into turn 1, we wait and see as they come through there. It's Keegan Campos possibly going to be leading things out as they head down towards turn 1. Yes, it is. He's managed to hang on there, and it's a good start coming out of Michael van Rooyen. Van Rooyen has squeezed through and got ahead and snuck ahead of Julian van der Walt. Variawa has dropped back 1 place as well. Looks like Ratium Simonga moved up 1 place as well. A nice start there from Nati. But those positions chopping and changing. Van Rooyen hangs on to second. It's Van der Walt in third. Natim Samanga and then Variawa into the clutches of Jagger Robertson, who goes around the high side of the hairpin and then tucks in behind the Gazoo Racing Corolla. So it's Golf 8 GTI, BMW 120i, and they are fighting hard there for what is 5th place on track. Andrew Schofield in the mix with them. Siyabonga Monkonkwana is at the back end of the pack. He's had a busy couple of weekends in terms of racing. Last weekend in an Opel. The weekend before that he was in the BM. Then he's in the touring car Corolla. He's literally been chopping and changing with a couple of different manufacturers and different machinery he's been playing in. But needless to say, a young man who knows exactly what to do when he climbs behind the wheel of a race car. We stand by now as they head into the S's and watching that mid-pack unfold slightly. Variawa has dropped back into the clutches, as I said, of the hard-charging Jagger Robertson, but Robertson has not found a way through on them at this point in time. As they come through now, watch out for this as they flick it over the very fast right-hander at hanger sweep, and then it's hard on the brakes down into the hairpin. These cars probably go down into second gear, and then it's on the boot to the middle and down the hill towards Chevy. They come through the sweep there, big left-hander, slightly off-camber, then it becomes a cambered exit, which allows you to try and hang on to the outside line, which is the ideal line to be on, but sometimes you have to go defensive to fend off any chances coming from behind. Natim Samanga with a fantastic start, getting ahead of 2 cars ahead of him initially, and then dropping behind one of them. So Campos puts in the fastest of the race so far, a 1:03.309 for Keegan Campos to lead at the front end. You heard from his interview, this is certainly one of his favourite circuits. He's won here in the past in the SupaCup. He's won here in single-seaters. He's won here in Polo Cup as well. So he's looking for a victory in his debut season for the South African Touring Car Championship. And, of course, it's only his 3rd race that he's participated in. So certainly knows his way around a race car cockpit, having driven on a few occasions a number of different types of cars. But as you heard from him, he had to take a little time out there to thank the boys that have put this car together for him. And they certainly put something that is looking pretty competitive. Staying ahead of the Rustenburg Rocket, Michael van Rooyen, and Julian van der Walt hangs on to 3rd place for now, with Msimanga trying to close him down. And have done up they come. This will be finishing up the 2nd of 10. Make that the 3rd because it's now 7 laps to go, Greg, as they cross the line. And it's a nice run here so far from Keegan Campos. Now, I did mention the fact that Jagger Robertson was going to try and get to the front. If he doesn't get there, of course, I'm sure they'll be on the radio to him telling him, listen, hey, you've got a possibility of a pole position there. I don't see Monkonkwana, though, just watching in the background as well. He looks like he might have had a bit of an issue somewhere on circuit. We'll keep an eye on him because for 2 laps he's gone missing. But it could possibly be Schofield and Robertson who would be on pole if they stay as they are right now and the flag had to come out. So it's certainly a strategy that Jagger would be thinking about. Whether or not he puts it into practice, we'll wait and see. But there's definitely must be having a thought at this stage. If he can't find a way through on Variawa or on Msimanga to maybe hang on to what is now 6th place on track and would possibly put him into at least the front row for race number 2 later on this afternoon. Schofield, we did hear, was pretty happy with the results of his car's qualifying. Doesn't look like he's got the race pace though, unfortunately, as Andy. But he did mention that the wind could be a factor, and maybe it's been a factor on his car particularly. He may have given himself the own commentator's curse there, Andy, but needless to say, still in with a chance because usually the race starts to heat up from this point on. We get to the halfway stage and it's things thrown out the windows and bring the battle cry to the front end, because that's what these cars start to do. They start to well and put in the laps that count. It's exactly what Variawa is doing. Side Variawa with a 103.2 as opposed to the 103.5 from Nati, so he's closing the gap down now on Nati Msimanga to the tune of about 2/10 on that last lap. Late braking from Nati, he's feeling the pressure. Side Variawa is putting the pressure onto Nati Msimanga, and Msimanga will have to be very wary because there's a chance here slipstream could come into play. So as they come through there, definitely confirmation that For the last 4 laps, Siabonga went missing. I didn't see where he parked the car. He didn't park it coming on the track, or did he just come into pit lane? Possibly just having to come into pit lane, but I didn't hear him coming because we're only just alongside the Park for May area, so he must have been stricken out on track somewhere and has just put the car into a safe place so that we didn't require a safety car or red flags. We're going to require something here between these two Gazoo Racing Corollas soon, because here comes Variawa having a big look on the inside up into what used to be known as Toyota Hairpin. Now just a hairpin, but oh, that is great timing. Perfectly done from Saad Variawa. Found a way to open up that door. Natium Samanga was caught with the door wide open, and that's how you lose a position from 4 to 5, and it's from 5 to 4 for Variawa. So a change up there between the two Gazoo Racing stablemates and the teammates now. Well, they work together because they might have to. That young fan, he's absolutely loving it right there. Brilliant stuff to see up close and personal, these touring cars in full flight. Late braking from Jagger as well. Oh, well, I wonder if there's a problem there on Nati's car. He's lost 2 positions in the space of about 4 corners there. And it was late braking from Jagger Robertson that moved him up into what is now 5th place on track. Great drive there from the Golf driver coming out of nowhere. 76 Legacy team doing a super job on that car. And he had a lot of guys jumping in to try and help him do the engine change. It looks like the engine change has worked. Seems to be purring along for now. Maybe just a little bit of tweaking between the 2 heats to get a little bit more pace out of it, and then he'll be in the running. He did say he could come from 7th place and possibly win. It's a hard thing to do, but we have, as I said in the past, seen Jagger come from a lot further back in other categories of racing and do some damage at the front end by the time the flag came out. WCT looking over, watching their cars come down the main straightaway there, putting the notes into place. Just ticking off all the markers that they need to be watching out for into the closing stages. Campos once again goes fastest, 103 dead. One of the fastest laps we've seen out of that BMW at this circuit. And the Campos transport machine going like a Boeing right now. He mentioned, of course, running that Amtech fuel and staying ahead of his closest rival on track at this point, which is Michael van Rooyen, who's about 1.8 seconds back. Behind Van Rooyen, there's a bit more pressure coming from Julian van der Walt in the closing stages. We've got 2.5 to go. Let's see what van der Walt's plans are to find a way through there on the Rustenburg rocket. Michael has the ability in the past and pretty much in this class every single time. There we see the stricken Siabonga Monkankwana. Maybe we can get a quick word with him there if we can, Dennis. I don't know if Dennis can get a quick word and find out exactly what went wrong. We'll come back to him if we can. But have a look at this. I was about to say Julian van der Walt looked like he was closing things down, but Michael van Rooyen said, no, let me just turn the wick up slightly there and get away from that Golf behind me. So we got BMW, Golf, Toyota. Golf, Toyota, that's how that runs. Let's go to Dennis quickly and find out what happened with Siabonga.
What happened here?
Perfect. Yeah, no, as we're going down, I think we encountered a puncture on our warm-up lap, and every time I would turn right, I felt that it was oversteering a lot more than usual. And once we went into corner 1, that's when I think the tyre just gave up and the tyre came off the rim, and yeah, that ended our race, unfortunately.
How's things going out there for you in general?
In general, I mean, it's our second.
Cars are back, so here we go. I'm not quite sure what Sia said there, Paul, because I didn't have him in my ear. So if you can just relay that message to me. Puncture. Kind of thought it might be. Unfortunately, maybe just clipping one of those curbs early on and caused the puncture on the car. So Siabonga Monkankwana out of this one, but we'll be back fighting for race 2 later on this afternoon. We got half a lap to go here for Keegan Campos. It's been flag to flag for him so far and has not put a wheel wrong on his side. That's for sure. Not like Siabonga did, unfortunately. Michael van Rooyen with a little bit of pressure in the closing stages here from Julian van der Walt, but I think he's got enough in hand there to keep van der Walt at bay. Let's see what happens now as they head up towards Dunlop. Will Jules have a go? They're not going to catch Campos. He is absolutely pin perfect in Port Elizabeth. comes across the line for the first victory. Great job there from Keegan Campos. Takes the win. Second place, great job as well coming from Michael Florin, keeping Van der Walt out there. It only was 5/10 between them across the line. And then Saud Variawa for fourth place hangs on to keep out Jagger Robertson. Natium Samanga and Andrew Schofield. If Schofield finished, I'm not quite sure if he did. I think he may have come in as well because he's a lap down there. So Scof might have come in as well in the closing stages. So that could possibly see Natium Samanga and Jagger Robertson. Oh, there's Scof on the left-hand side. Just of the shot there on the left-hand side, we saw Andrew Schofield's car stricken. I don't know if you can get this cameraman to just pan left there quickly and just have a look at Andrew Schofield parked just on the exit of the S's. Paulie, I don't know if you can ask Dave to see if you can get that shot. There he is. That's where he ended up, unfortunately, there. The man from Fly Safair. He's actually a captain for Fly Safair and does all the piloting of some of their Boeings and Airbuses on occasion. But this time, the Fly Safair BMW not flying the way he wanted it to. Campos was certainly flying. No one could catch him, and he ended up a good 3 seconds up the road there from Michael van Rooyen and Julian van der Walt as we wrap up the first part of the South African touring car heats. The second part comes in. It's part one of the SupaCup class, which will be out on track shortly. And, of course, the split race between them for this weekend with an opportunity for them to have some of their own thunder and not have to worry about catching the back end of the touring cars or vice versa. It's quite nice to see. And we're looking forward to seeing Tate Bishop and Jonathan Machotsi on the front row.
Yeah, you can keep it off. Yeah, it's there. Just put the mark under.
As you can see, Dennis is down and let's go and catch up with our race one winner, Keegan Campos.
Like it.
Hi guys, camera guys got me straight out the car. Yeah, great race, made no mistakes. And yeah, don't really have much to say guys, just ecstatic. Thank you guys, thank you.
Just a bit about the course.
Guys, yeah, I mean the track, it's amazing with the amount of support around there. There's so many guys out supporting. Yeah, the track's always been the same. It's all great. I love the track, the layout. And yeah, a big turnout today with the spectators. It's been amazing start to the day. Thank you.
Where did it come together for you?
I have to take my hats off to fast development. The car's just been on rails. I mean, you know, since we got here, we've been setting the pace. We've continuously been working at it. So, I mean, the car was on rails for this race, guys. Really, thank you, Minia.
Scribante is a venue for you.
Always been a good one for me. I've got a lot of wins here in all my national series. So yeah, I mean, to come here and continue in a brand new car for me, I couldn't have asked for more for fast development and all the support the team's done.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you, brother.
Cool. So we've got cars rolling onto the grid and out for their first heat of SupaCup. Let's go and have a quick chat as they get to the grid. Of course, we're going to be catching up with the man we spoke to. That's the only car out there that's piloted by one of our Masters category drivers, the Batter Wines and Team Perfect Circle car of Andre Besaidnout. He's the lone crusader in the Masters class here today. So he'll be all on his own, looking to try and have a bit of fun there, I'm sure, with Dylan Praji, Dean Fenter and Nicky Vastanis at the back. That's kind of he's looking to put that Team Perfect Circle car. Unfortunately, didn't go according to plan last weekend. He got second in the Classic Car Friday and didn't participate in King of the Hill there. But the reason why he's in this car, of course, was to get some seat time for the two cars he normally pilots up the hill. But hopefully we'll have him at the end of the year at top of the hill, and he can bring that magnificent Gould there to come and participate at the one at SupaCup that takes place in November. Our hill climb that happens at SupaCup. So as they roll round and come to the grid, let's shoot down to the pit lane and catch up earlier on in the day, as we did, with our pole man, Tate Bishop, who gets the Dunlop Award for pole position. Thanks, Hans and the team. That certainly helps out the race budget a little bit. A little bit of extra ammo in the can before you even get going. And we already heard from Tate that he's pretty fired up and is going to look to go one better than last year. He was on pole last year, he won one, and he got second or third. Even he couldn't remember which one he got because he wasn't worried about that. He only worries about the wins. But I know that there are a couple of people that are down in Cape Town, and even here with Kaylee that we spoke to on the grid, who are big Angry Racing and Tate Bishop fans. And I know there's a big one down in Cape Town in Tiny's Pit Box, who are also one of his supporters, and we're looking forward to seeing what he does here this weekend in the Angry Machine. Alongside him, though, is the champion, the number one car of Jonathan Machotsi. He had a fantastic weekend last weekend, doing a superb job up on the hill. But how's this for a big surprise? Mohammed Wali, only his third race in the car, and he's in third place on the grid, outgunning a potential champion in his own right in Charles Visser and a former Polo Cup champion in Charles Visser only 2 seasons ago. So the two Volkswagen Motorsport entries are sitting on the left-hand side of the grid, and it's a man who's already 1 year before in the past who's on pole, and a man who's never been here before in his life who's right behind him in Mohammed Wali. Delby van der Merwe has battled a bit this weekend, but with the help of Anthony Pretorius, I'm sure they've got that car sorted out now. It's the lone crusader in terms of the Toyota Gazoo Racing entries. Nicky Vastanis, they're getting a little bit of a high five from Keegan Campos, who's just come out of his car and taken a victory. Dylan Praji, Fast Developments, and the Starling Auto Zim car, a little further back than what he'd like to be, I'm sure. But we heard there from Dylan that he's also looking forward to having a bit of fun with a clean slate ahead of him, not to worry about anything other than SupaCup cars. With the separate races today, it definitely helps out. Back of the grid is on the Beside note, and of course remember you've also got to have a bit of a fight there, I'm sure, with Dean Fenter as they get into the mix here. One car we just got a glimpse of was, of course, our only lady driver in this class. That's Cara Hill, and she'll be looking to come through there maybe from the mid-pack. Currently down in 7th place on that 4th row. It's just on the left-hand side, they can see the dark blue colours just behind Jason Nussmore, who, of course, is last year's Polo Cup champion, and with that Polo Cup championship victory, got the Volkswagen drive in the Super Cup category to join Charles Visser and Jonathan Mahotsi. Charles, of course, is the sort of outstanding stable. It's not quite the full factory deal there, although he is pitted with both of those Volkswagen factory drivers. There are 3 of them this year, and Visser running some of his own livery on his car as well there with the Charles Engineering stickers that he also runs on his brother's car in Polo Cup. So here we go, a little bit of heat into the rubber, and the Angry Racing Lee Thompson Racing prep machine looking to try and go to the front and stay at the front with Tate Bishop at the wheel. Jonathan Mahotsi will definitely look to spoil his day, particularly at the home track of Volkswagen Motorsport. Mahotsi would love to have a home track victory here for the Volkswagen brand. Mohammed Wali would love to take his first victory, considering the fact he only climbed into this car about 6 weeks ago and has done 2 races at Kyalami and is now looking for a chance to be at least in that 3rd place by the time the flag comes out. But he's going to have to fend off Charles Visser, Jason Nussmore and Davy van der Merwe. And if van der Merwe, as I said, got that Toyota Gazoo Racing Starlet sorted, then he's got a chance of maybe mixing it up amongst the Polos. There were 2 of them. I'm not quite sure what's happened to the second one yet, but Gazoo Racing, I think, have got a plan for that at some point. I did see and also heard a couple of guys chatting about maybe some other OEMs coming to join this particular class and putting different bodies onto these cars to get them to run in their respective manufacturer colours. It's certainly what the plan was originally when this class was brought to inception. So Bishop and Mahotsi are the front row. Wali alongside Visser. Nussmore and Van der Merwe, I beg your pardon. Hill and Vastanis, Praji and Fenter, and on the beside note, the final row of the grid there for Team Perfect Circle and Batter Ones. They're under starters orders. Lights are on. Drop the hammer. Lights are out. Let's go. Down towards turn 1. It looks like it is a good start there from Tate Bishop, and everybody else going to try and slot in behind him, including Mohammed Wali. Wali going to go with Tate Bishop and use the advantage as they go down towards turn 1. The door opens up. Mahotsi has to go wide, and Mohammed Wali just slots inside. He's going to try and hang on to that inside line. Not going to give any room there. Oh, no respect whatsoever. That's what we like to see. The rookie showing the champion the way around. Loose more sideways, getting it loose out of the second S there. But Jay's got problems of his own with Visser on his inside. It's his 2 former teammates there fighting, and of course now fighting in the Volkswagen colours. They were Team Red Racing teammates for a while and now fighting in Volkswagen colours, and Jason Nussmore sneaks up to 4th. He'll try and just squeeze across here and put Charles behind him. He does exactly that, just positioning the car correctly so that Charles has no other alternative other than to slot in behind him. Good move there from Vastanis. He finds a way through the hill. He'll get dropped down 1 place. And then now tries to come back at Nicky Vastanis as they go up into Dunlop. She's got the inside line, which is the ideal line to come out on and get the drive. And that'll start the second lap of 10 as they cross the line. Brilliant stuff there. Awesome to see how close they were on the line as well. That entire train came through in the space of about 2 seconds. So there's no gaps that have opened up just yet, but there are starting to be slight advantages gained amongst the competitors that are fighting hard amongst themselves there. Tate Bishop most notably with a couple of hundredths of a second. In fact, it's half a second on the dot ahead of Mahotsi. Wali and Nussmore still going at it for 3rd place. Jason Nussmore's pulled a small advantage over Charles Visser, but it's not a huge one. And it has to be a lot bigger than that if he wants to keep Visser. There's Visser even having a look into the hairpin, with Davy van der Merwe right behind him. Van der Merwe now having to fend off as well Nicky Vastanis, who's bringing along the second pack of cars, which are Hill, Praji, Fenter and Beside Note. Onto the brakes into Dunlop. A little bit closer this time from the Astron and Charles Engineering Polo of Charles Visser. A bit of wheels on the dirt. That's not what those Dunlops like, but they can take a little bit of dust or some off-track excursions, but not too many times during the race. You want to try and keep that rubber as clean as possible to give it the best opportunity to do the work it needs to do. Jason Nussmore under massive pressure now. Look at that Visser coming out of turn 1, just using the inside line. Oh! Big look up the inside there. Big look up the inside there. Little touch between the two teammates. Nussmore wasn't having any of that. He was like, no, you're not coming through. I'm closing the door. He closed the door. He caught the car, and he managed to keep it ahead of Charles Visser. Brilliant bit of driving there from both of them. They may have a little chat about that afterwards. They are teammates after all. Number one rule, I'm sure, down at Volkswagen Motorsport would be not to take your teammate out. But that nearly happened. Visser maybe feeling a little bit of frustration there, trying to find a way through, but couldn't get there. He definitely had a big look, though. Put Jason Nussmore sideways. That was proper cool. Let's have a look at that one more time. Thanks, Paulie. I was about to say, that'll be really cool to have a look at again. Here you go. Look at that. Nussmore is like literally 90 degrees to the left-hand side of the track there. He catches it, comes back onto the circuit and maintains position. Doesn't lose anything to Charles Visser, the protagonist in that one. Visser's coming back to the same place again. Is he going to try it again? This time try and make it stick. Or at least force a gap open there to get through on Jason Nussmore. Mohammed Wali continues to hang on to third place. What a drive there from that young man. He's really had an incredible baptism into this class. He really is enjoying every aspect of being in this Super Cup category. But it's Tate Bishop who controls things from the front, and Machotsi doesn't seem to have an answer. Although on that last pass, Jonathan Machotsi was quickest. He got down into the 5.9s, and it's Tate Bishop on the 6.1s. So it's 2/10 there from Jonathan Machotsi's point of view to try and close the gap down now on Tate Bishop. Look at Mohammed Wali as well. Wali getting the 6.3s in there. So also starting to just reel in the back end and try and get onto the rear wing there, possibly, of Jonathan Machotsi, the champion. He's going to learn a lot. There's no doubt about it, sitting in that position. And watching two very seasoned campaigners go at it ahead of him. He'll learn the lines, he'll learn the braking points. He'll also get to see where the turn-in points are as well, which is pretty crucial on these cars. Make sure that you get the right line, clean line, the smoothest line, the fastest line is what you want on every single occasion. And that's where the tenths count, and you can make up ground. Tate Bishop has done just that on that last pass and gone quicker again. He's the first man to get down into 105s. So 5s out of Tate Bishop right now. 5.9 is a very fast lap around here in a Super Cup car. Here we go. Those lights coming on. The hazard lights means that Jonathan has engaged his push-to-pass mechanism. That's inside that car. It gives him about 25 kilowatts or 20 or 25 kilowatts extra power to play with to try and close the gap down on the car ahead of him. They've only got a couple of them to use throughout the race, so it's all about timing and strategy as to when you use them. And let's see if Machotsi's timing was good. Does it help him? Does it make him go quicker? No, it doesn't. He maintains a similar lap time to what he did last time. So even with that additional bit of power and the push to pass used, Machotsi's engagement of that didn't quite work out to get him closer to Tate Bishop, who maintains now that almost second gap between him and second place Jonathan Machotsi. Dean Fenter at the back, haven't really mentioned him, but also having a super run here this weekend. Fighting there with the man from Zimbabwe, Dylan Praji. They're trying to close down on the Calyx car there of Cara Hill. And they come up towards the hairpin. The Toyota Gazoo Racing starlet still ahead of Astanis, Hill, Praji, Fenter and Besaidnote. And Praji, as I mentioned in my interview with him, one of the brightest cars out there. Vastanis' car is pretty much right up there as well, I've got to say. Nice livery that Nicky Vastanis has gone with there. But certainly you will not miss the auto styling, or the styling auto Zimbabwe machine of Dylan Praji. Prepped, of course, by Fast Developments here. And arguably one of Zimbabwe's finest in terms of exports for drivers in the national championships down here in South Africa. He's enjoyed every aspect of his racing career down here, starting things out in the development category, and then moving himself up now, of course, into fully fledged Super Cup racing. He pilots this one here, but he's also got 2 up in Zimbabwe that his dad Darren bought, and they've used them to very good effect in some of the races that happen up in the north of the country north of us in Zimbabwe, both in Bulawayo and Harare. He's a top contender in the saloon car classes. Arguably one of the finest built motor cars in terms of race cars that South Africa's seen in a long time. These cars are so popular that Mike Rowe actually had to do a full grid of them to send over to Germany for a customer that wanted to run a Super Cup class of his own. So it just shows you how well built these cars are. Speaking of well built, a well trimmed and perfectly timed move there from Charles Visser. Just getting up the inside and this time making it stick on Jason Loosemore. Loosemore going to lose that position. And now I have to try and get back at him. Not an easy contender. These two, of course, have fought together. They've also worked together to give each other championships in the past. So sometimes former teammates know exactly what their chinks in their armor are, and they can use them to their advantage when they are now fighting in different championships and other circumstances. That is exactly what Charles Visser was able to do there. Up towards Dunlop they go one more time. It's going to be 2 to go here for our leader. He goes push to pass. He's going to use those push to pass mechanisms just to ensure he can maintain what is now almost 2-second gap over Jonathan Mkhotsi. Mohammed Wali maintains 3rd place, comfortable. Long way up the road from Visser and Loosemore, who are fighting for 4 and 5. 6 and 7 is still Davy van der Merwe in that Gazoo Racing Starlet. He stays ahead of Vostanis. And then it's Hill. Just looking at that gap there, it looks like the Hill and Praji gap has come down a little bit. Dylan Praji has definitely closed the gap down there onto the young lady just ahead of him in the Calex sponsored machine. Onto the brakes, Vostanis closes again onto the rear end of that Toyota Starlet. It's the only Starlet out there today. Rest of the Gazoo Racing stable, of course, are 86s, Yaris's or Corollas. Little push to pass from Vostanis to go up towards Dunlop to start the final lap. He wants to try and use the run onto the main straight with that extra push to pass. He goes again, but so does Davy. Davy's got one in hand as well, so he realizes that Nicky's used these other 2. He may as well use his one on the last lap to try and stay ahead of Nicky Vostanis, and that's exactly what he's done. Tate Bishop, what a run. This is a super effort here from this team. And it looks like the Angry Racing and Lee Thompson prep machine with a bit of assistance there from the guys at OMP and Tiny's Pit Box are going to go for the victory here. So looking to take the money and also to take the perfect weekend. There are a lot of guys that are in contention for that right now. And this man is certainly one of them. So Bishop out of Dunlop for the last time. Heads to the line, waiting for that checkered flag. There it is. Tate Bishop with the first victory. Wins out over Mkhotsi for 2nd. Mohammed Wali, phenomenal drive there for 3rd place from him. Beating Charles Visser and Jason Loosemore to the line. Davy van der Merwe hangs on to keep out Vostanis. That's Hill from Praji. Praji from Fenta. And on episode note, it'll be the last car over the line. Interesting to see that. That's really nice. About a 20-second gap between first and last place on the road. And that also just goes to show you how nicely it works when they do split this class. And the quicker cars don't have to catch the back end of the touring cars. And as I said, vice versa, the faster touring cars don't catch the back end of the Super Cup category. So that's our first heats all done and dusted. We've eventually got through the first heats of the day. We're going to start the second heats of the day with the ZX10R Masters Cup, proudly brought to you by SunBet, Kawasaki, Bridgestone, and we're looking forward to that in a few moments' time. They were approximately 2:15. We are almost on time, so it looks like we've made up a little bit of time over the lunch break. And then it's Volkswagen Rookie Cup, Gazoo Racing Cup driven by Netstar, Astron Energy Polo Cup, South African Touring Cars, and of course the last race of the day will be what we've just seen now, the second heat of the SATC SupaCup category. If you're out there in Aldo Scribante land, we hope you're enjoying all the action. If you're watching us on your smart devices and up on the cherry picker there as well, big welcome to all of our motorcycle fans that have come to join us here from the Max Club and all their friends, and also to everybody that might be out there on YouTube watching us. Thanks so much for the support. We do appreciate it. And please pass this on to all your friends, fans, and family so we can grow the sport. And also give our sponsors, Coca-Cola, who have joined us this year as our headline sponsors, a big platform and some nice leverage of that sponsorship. We're going to go down the pit lane, and you can see Dennis is waiting to get Tate out the car. And he's a happy man. Let's get a microphone underneath that helmet and see how happy he actually is.
Thanks, Tate.
How cool is that? He was so confident he was going to get the victory. He left the Dunlop cap strapped onto the roll cage. So you can see him just getting ready there for the interview. And as he comes around on this side of the car, we're going to get the microphone to him and catch up with race 1 winner from the Touring Cars, the SupaCup category, Tate Bishop.
Talk us through it, Tate.
Yeah, I mean, what an amazing race. Really didn't expect this heat to be this drastic for race 1, but slowly takes a toll on you. I'm quite out of breath here, but just did my absolute most there. Kept the car in one piece and try to maintain tyres for the second race. So overall I'm really, really happy. I think we saw a pole as well, so it literally could not have gone better. Yeah, amazing effort from the team, and very grateful for this result.
Coming to grips with the car?
Yeah, of course. I've done quite a few laps in this car, but it is quite difficult jumping from a prototype. I was in Mugello a few weeks ago racing a prototype, and it's quite difficult to jump back into this thing. Hardly any grip, hardly any aero. So but thankfully, with a little bit of testing, we've managed to keep our nose in the front. So really, really happy.
Scribante is a venue for you?
One of my favorite tracks ever. I've done so well here, throughout the past years, and really grateful that we can keep that going.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much.
Talk us through it.
The race went really badly. I started the weekend off with strong pace and I just couldn't find it in the race. We're going to go through the setup and check what's gone wrong, but I'm hoping we can do that and hopefully get a podium for race 2.
How are you finding Scribante in this win?
It's kind of tricky, going through some corners and it knocking you off, but I have a really good race coach helping me out, so it's not that bad.
Thanks for your time. Take it through. Just take us through this race.
Well, we started P2 for race 1. Didn't quite have enough pace, I think, to comfortably get ahead, but there's always 2 races to go. Had a little bit of an argy-bargy at the start of the race, but that's quite normal for PE. But just tried to preserve, hopefully, enough rubber for the next race, and I think we start P2 for it, so let's see what we can do.
How's things going in the car?
Hot, sweaty, a little bit windy, but all in all in good spirits.
But about the competition yet today?
I don't have much to say about the competition yet, but you can ask me at the end of the day.
Thanks for your time.
Cheers.
Almost.
Mark, good to see you back at Scribante.
Yeah, always good to be here. Even if you're not in the car, it's good to be helping out and good to be at the track.
Just a bit about the competition yet today, just the standard?
Yeah, I mean, the standard is really high in South Africa in general, so to be out here and helping Carrie Hill in SupaCup, and it's really competitive, and she's going well. Unfortunately, we had a little bit of an issue with the car in the first race, but we'll come back strong in the second one.
Just bring us up to speed, what you've been doing the last few months.
So obviously I've been helping Cara this year in SupaCup, as well as been racing abroad. So racing in the European Nova Proto Endurance Series. We had a good outing at Magellan last time around, finished 4th, so hoping to go a couple of steps higher at the next round in Portimao.
Just a bit about Scribante as one of your tracks. Share with us your thoughts.
Yeah, well, obviously I've done probably a million laps around here, and it's still the favorite, my favorite track. It's got a little bit of everything. It's a real driver's track. It's got a nice long straight, and it's got some slow corners, high-speed corners. So it separates, the top guys from a little bit further back down the grid. And generally, if you go quick, you can go quick anywhere in the country.
Thanks for your time.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Great to catch up there with one of South Africa's most highly crowned South African champions in motorsport. He's been in karting, he's been in single-seaters, he's been in saloon cars, he's been in production cars, he's been in touring cars, and now, as you heard, also in endurance racing cars, and one of the coaches there to a top lady driver in the country in Carey Hill. So fantastic effort there, and always good to catch up with him at his hometown as well. Michael Stephen, of course, born and bred here, and was part of a very famous team that did some big damage at the front end of what was then the Engine Polo Cup. And of course he was part of Terry Moss's racing team, where he took a couple of championships, and his teammate Chop Sapuka took a couple of championships in the Polo Cup while they were teammates, and they were a dominant force at that stage, so always great to catch up with him. But now, as we get into the two-wheelers again, this is the second heat of the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup, proudly sponsored of course by Bridgestone, VAG and EBC Brakes. And we're looking forward to seeing another great battle here amongst the front end. You can see umbrellas were brought to the grid by Mr. Labuskakny, but I don't think they're going to be put out, because you pop an umbrella right now, Mrs. Enticott, you're going to take off and disappear into the middle of nowhere. I think the same thing applies there to McMahon's Brody Babe. Brodies are there, but they're not going to be used today, but they're certainly well worth having a kiss on the grid. That's for sure. 80, did you not get the memo, bud? You've got to bring a lady to the grid, buddy, if you want done. Yeah, that's how it works. Brian Bontekoning, there we go, a little half five on the way past. JLR, our oldest competitor on the grid there. We'll be looking forward to another battle. There you can see, as I said, that's very, very much an Italian-style motorcycle colouring and livery Dieter Hazeman has gone with there. And watch out for him fighting in that little pack, I think, with Byron Rothwell. Just behind that, they'll be lining up as we get the warm-up flag. They'll get one more warm-up lap. Renatus Vanica, Tyron Piper, and Darryl Barrington, another man locally based. Reggie Seal and Lionel Black. Ubabalo is back on track, so he got his number 53 bike sorted out, which is great to see. And Joao Cruz just behind him, Ian Harwood and Nico Zietsman. But arguably the biggest story of the day in terms of ZX10R Masters Cup is the fact that Kinsella apparently decided to miss Park Vermeer on purpose so that he would incur the fine of starting at the back of the pack on the King Price Kawasaki, and giving him a chance to sort of have a bit of fun with the mid-pack riders, backpack riders, and make his way to the front end, as he did in race 1, and eventually get away to about 11 seconds up the road from anybody else on track. So the number 1 bike, the champion from last year, will be looking to come from the back of the pack again here in race 2. Fights to look out for, though, are going to be between Purificati and Van Breda. I think if Enticott can just stay with them, he might be able to join that party. He was good here in the past. Man who is certainly very good here is Jason Lamb, and he'll be looking to be in that pack as well. So bringing the Tire Mart East London Kawasaki to the front end. He's only from 290 k's down the road. He'll certainly be looking to be in the fight if he can there. And of course it'll be fight for honours in classes A, B and C we'll be watching for as well, as they roll to the line now to take up their positions and into the final start order for race 2 of SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. Remember, with the ZX10R Masters Cup as well, they have got a competition running on their Facebook page. You can win yourself 5,000 rands worth of SunBet vouchers. So get onto their Facebook page and go and have a look and see, and I'm sure there's a way that you can enter that competition. The flag man moves off. We are standing by for lights, and it's Purificati looking to try and use that pole position to at least get whole shot down towards turn 1. He got a terrible start. He actually rolled off the side of the grid and onto the grass there, did Damien Purificati. So he got an absolute nightmare. It kind of went into limp mode, and then looks like he stalled the bike as well. But it's Van Breda from Jason Lamb. Ladies and gents, 4th place is Kinsella into turn 1. Make that 3rd into turn 2 as he dives on the inside, trying to find a way through there on Enticott. Enticott gives him some room. Good idea there, Davey boy. Don't play with that man when he's in that kind of a mode. If Kinsella's in this mood, there's a possibility by halfway through the race he's going to be in the lead. He's looking for a way through on Jason Lamb up towards the hairpin. He'll only have one more motorcycle to get through, to get to the front by the time he comes out of the hairpin, and that will be Graham Van Breda, multiple champion in this class in the past. And he's about to be caught by the newest champion on that King Price and PS branded machine of Kinsella. Stefanuti Stocks and Motul Kawasaki out front. It's the Tire Mart bike in 3rd place there. All of them Kawasaki ZX-10s, different versions and different models, of course. As we cross the line, do we have Van Breda? He hung on for one lap. Well done, Gqeberha. Just kept Sella out for one lap. Sella hits the front. Well, that's probably going to get the... I think they might as well just get the Boeing fired up, because I think he's going to go straight from here to the airport. That's the gap he's going to be able to pull if he keeps it upright. Amazing run there. Can you believe that? A lap and one corner. And Sella has gone from the back of a very, very talented field of riders to the front end, and now trying to get away from the former multiple champion, as I said, in Graham Van Breda. Gqeberha doing the same thing to get ahead of an arch rival of his for a couple of seasons now on the 42 bike. Jason Lamb. Joining them is Enticott from Cape Town. It's the K9 enforcement bike of Hein McMahon, with a bit of pressure there coming from Adi van Dalen. Bontekoning looks like he's second in the Class C's. He's got a second pack of riders just behind these guys. Well, he had one. It's opened up a little bit now. He's got away from Johan Leroux, the third Class C rider. And JLR's got Agliotti and Renatus Van for company. Sella already down into the 102.6s. That's the pace he can get on Bridgestones after just 2 laps. And able to get away from this pack relatively easily, having come from the back of... Oh! That looked like a little bit of a moment there for Hein McMahon, but it might have just been a little bit of wind that caught him out there. Remember, the wind is pumping here, so motorcycles, be aware. We know how dangerous it is to ride a motorcycle in normal conditions, but when you've got a gusting wind that's kind of gusting up to about 30-40 k's an hour here at some point, if you stand outside, just watch and see the flags in the background on a couple of shots, and you'll see just how the wind is pumping here. And it makes a massive difference to any form of motorsport, but particularly when you're on a motorcycle and there's not a lot of place to hide. And of course the weight of the motorcycle is nowhere near what it would be when you think about when you're in a car. And there, just in the background, you can see the trees blowing as well, so making it a bit more difficult. It is down the main straightaway too. So there you can see the flags. It's actually coming kind of from right to left on the main straight, which means by the time you get on the brakes for turn 1, that additional wind from the back is certainly going to make your lives more difficult. And there's a couple of guys getting some super really cool shots to put onto social media later on. Make sure that you tag us in on the Extreme Festival presented by Coca-Cola. And of course tag in the ZX-10R Masters Cup, SunBet, Bridgestone, VAG and EBC brakes. Come under the braking point there. Van Dalen and McMahon. McMahon hanging on for now. His bike kind of lost pace in the first race, and he dropped right out of it in the closing stages, but he seems to have found a little bit of better pace this time out. Enticott certainly has found a lot better pace. He's able to run there with the back end of Jason Lamb and Graham Van Breda, so could potentially be in the running for a top 3 there. He'll be looking for second place in Class A. Right now we've got Class A, Class B and Class C's top runners running first, second and third respectively on the road overall. Sella leads Class A and overall. Graham Van Breda leads Class B and second overall. And Jason Lamb leads Class C and is third overall. So that's kind of ideal for those riders. That's where they'd like to be, with no one else to contend with, staying away from their closest rivals in each of their respective classes. Those classes are age-based, remember. They're not based on times or the engine derivatives. These are all ZX-10Rs from Kawasaki. As I said, just different versions of that particular motorcycle. But they all have to run Kawasaki ZX-10Rs. And it's the age differential that puts you into the different classes. Out of the final turn they come. Onto the loud pedal, or onto the locker there, as they'd say on a motorcycle term. And pushing it. Look at the wind is just pushing them right across. They come to the wall to try and hide from the wind, but it is blowing so hard, it's actually pushing the motorcycles right across the track. Van Dalen late braking to get through back again on Bontekoning. So Bontekoning having a bit of a fight of his own. In fact, no, that's Damien Purificardi. That's Purificardi coming through the field. My apologies. It looked like Adrian Van Dalen, but it's actually Damien Purificardi making up for lost ground now. Remember, he had an absolutely horrible start. The bike just seemed to die on the line, and he actually pushed it off the track onto the grass to get it fired up again so that he didn't hinder anybody coming from behind. So we'll keep an eye on whether he can catch these two. He's caught Bontekoning. He's now looking to try and get through on Brian Bontekoning, and then he'll be looking to try and set his sights on McMahon and Vendalen. That's the man we're talking about right there. Damien Purificati. He's taken a couple of victories in the last season or so in this class as well. Can he find some more here today? Maybe not a victory, but at least he'll be able to get onto the podium for his class. And that's, I think, what his main aim is right now, is to catch at least Han McMahon and be on the podium for Class A. It's a very difficult corner as well in windy conditions there. Hang a sweep with the wind blowing. It's kind of blowing straight into the sweep, so it'll kind of pick the bike up if you tilt it at the wrong angle. Here's where the wind will help you out a little bit, because you can go that much later on the brakes into the final corner. That's exactly what Tyne McMahon did there to keep Vendalen out. Fastest man on track that time, personal best coming out of Dave Entercott and McMahon and Vendalen, but still Seller on the 103s, keeping it at the front end. He's opened up almost 8 seconds now on the rest of the field. Van Bredar and Jason Lamb stay in 2 and 3. Got to say, Dave Entercott has definitely closed the gap down on Jason Lamb, though. That gap's come down to, what is it now? It's about 3/10 between the two of them. So Entercott may be looking to pounce here in the closing stages. We're into the second half of the race. Remember, this is a 12-lapper. So with going to be coming to 4 to go now, as I said, it's crossed the line. It's 4 to go for potentially Purificati to get onto the podium as well. And are we coming into back markers? It looks like we are. Are we coming up onto the back end? I think that might be Zitzman. At the back of the pack it is Nico Zitzman they've just caught and passed. And with that, hello Dave Entercott. That's the back end of Jason Lamb you're looking at right now. And if you can move yourself up ahead of him, you'll be on the overall podium. Never mind just the Class A podium. It looks like Hardwood has been caught as well. So Ian Harwood being caught there by Clint Seller in the closing stages. Harwood maybe battling a little bit there with the windy conditions. The man from TRP, and of course the company that supply all the rubber that these guys race on from Bridgestone. So up and up onto the final corner comes Graham Van Bredar, 41, 42 and 78. It's 4 and 469 being caught now by the 821 of Damien Purificati. Then you've got Keith Agliotti fighting with Bontekoning. Agliotti's found a way through there on the double B man. Jag Power Products Kawasaki dropping decker position. Rider down. Ooh, that's a big one. Oh, it's Vendalen. Vendalen has gone down to turn 1. Now, do we see the standard option? It's the rule that was put in place earlier on, and if a bike goes down, the rule is that there's supposed to be a red flag, and if there's a red flag now, they might have done enough to, they've done 75%, they've done enough to call it if they need to. So the rider's okay, but the bike is in a position and he's battling to pick it up, and it's not an easy thing to pick up a motorcycle from that position. Yo, look at all the dirt coming out of that as well. 80, you got some work to do on that bike, buddy. Unfortunately, looks like the handlebar's broken as well, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to maneuver it out of harm's way, but it looks like they've kept them under green for now and just double yellows down into turn 1. So they come through the flick down through Chevy. This is Hazeman. Is that Dieter Hazeman catching Hein McMahon? It is. Hein McMahon. Have a look over your shoulder, bud. Oh, there goes Purificati off the track as well. Damo, what's happening out there, boy? That's not where you want to be. Stay on the grey stuff. Kinsella has a look over his shoulder. He doesn't have to worry about anybody. You can see the blue flags waving for the riders in front of him, just warning him that the King Price and PS branded Kawasaki is on its way. Coming up onto the back end there of Jacques Cruz. Bon dia, Jacques, coming through. One to go, and here we go. He'll follow Kinsella home for the final lap. That's not a bad position to be in for a last lap, eh? Watch the King make his way around on that King Price PS branded Kawasaki. There you see they've eventually got Van Dalen out of the way. Okay. So Paul, answer me this question. Race 1, when we said the red flag came out, it was a standard option, standard acting procedure that we were supposed to stick to. What happened there? Alrighty. So King Price, PS branded Kawasaki. Steve Cannon preps his motorcycle. Evil Knievel Kinsella rides it. And there is literally no one with an answer to the pace here. The man who has got an answer to his pace, unfortunately, is on international duties at the moment. He would be normally running in this class on his Lacquer Racing Kawasaki. And that's Alan John Fenter. But this weekend, of course, he's over on the northern side of the Irish island, piloting the TH Racing Kawasaki and Honda for the Northwest 200. So Alan John Fenter, we wish him all the very best in that Northwest. But he's the only man who could really run with Kinsella. To the line, though, comes Van Breda for second. He takes Class B honours ahead of Jason Lamb, who hangs on to beat Anticott to the line and take Class C. So 1, 2, and 3 are first in each of the classes, A, B, and C, respectively. Anticott will get second in Class A, and it will be Damien Purificati. If he's managed to stay on track, which I think he did, he'll come through for the 3 spot in Class A. The Max guys will be happy with this. They've watched Evil Knievel come through for another victory. Sella, are we going to get a burnout from Sella? That'll be quite nice if we get a burnout from him. Are we going to get one? No, he's decided against it. It's just a wave there from Sella. And away from Jacques Cruz, who followed him home too. And a big shout out to all of our ZX10R Masters Cup riders for a great day's racing from them, providing the two-wheeled side of our Extreme Festival action. It was great to have them back again. We missed them at Kyalami. They were definitely sorely missed at the big festival that was the combination of both regional and national championship categories. But it's Sella from Van Breda and Jason Lamb, your top 3 overall. Sella wins Class A ahead of Anticott and Purificati. Class B is Graham Van Breda ahead of Hazeman. And third place in Class B would be Reggie Seal. And then Class C went to Jason Lamb. He beats out Johan Leroux and Brian Bontekoning for the top 3 there. We move straight into our four-wheelers once again. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it's Gazoo Racing. No, it's the Rookie Cup first, I beg your pardon. Rookie Cup are up first. And we're looking to see what will happen with the Volkswagen Rookie Cup. They are our next race, followed by Gazoo Racing Cup, driven by Netstar, Astron Energy Polo Cup, South African Touring Cars, and the Touring Car Super Cup. That will be the last heats of our race day here today at round 3 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola. Looks like we're going to try and catch up with Graham Van Breda, who's taken the win in Class B.
Need to have it on. On that, G-Man. Thank you. There we are. Yeah, just put the mark next to you. Yeah. Just talk us through this one.
Yeah, look, very happy with it. I got a great start, and I knew there's no beating Clinton around the circuit at all. So we knew we were always racing for second. That was a goal today, and really happy. A good start. Put my head down and just watch the board every lap and try to stay with Clinton as long as possible to drag me away from the pack. And it seemed to work. The bike was absolutely fantastic. Secondly, thanks to Peter, my mechanic, did a brilliant job. A few little tweaks and stuff like that. And massive thanks to Stefanudi Stocks and to Motul Oils, my sponsors. Thanks, guys. Without you, we couldn't do this. Not possible. And thanks to PE Track. It was a great organisation, and nice to see so many people out here today.
So wind challenging out there?
That was terrible. Ripping that bars out in the infield, basically, in the high speed sweeps, pulling the bars out of my hands and that all the time. So you had to basically hold on and just hope that it's not going to get too crossed up with a change of direction. But yeah, it wasn't easy.
Tell us a bit about your tyre choice for today.
Look, we're all on the same tyres. We're all on the Bridgestone R11s, soft compounds. So everybody's on the same rubber. Seem to be working phenomenal today. The wear pattern looks good. The grip was good. So yeah, really happy.
But about the competition?
Yeah, like I said, there's no catching Clint this year. He's super young, super fast. His bike's good. So we're always racing for second, which is really great. You know, the guys behind me, they're a lot younger than me. So if I can finish second, I'm really happy. Even top three is great. Today ended up with a second. I don't know where we finished overall. Depends on where Damien ends up. But yeah, I'm very happy.
Lastly, Scribante is a track for you?
Yeah, I love it. We always enjoy coming to race here. So the people are nice, the organisation's nice. It's only a 1 minute track basically, but it's so fast. There's no room for rest. So it's a short track, but it's a very high speed track. And yeah, I always love coming here.
Thanks, Boo.
Thank you.
Always great to catch up there with Graham Bambadar. I don't know if Dave can hear me in the studio, but Dave, how cool was it when he took his helmet off? We gave him a chance to do his hair before he did the interview. It was quite lekker. So well done to GVBD, taking Class B honours there for the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. I'm not quite sure if we're going to catch up with Jason Lamb down there as well. It'd be quite cool if we did, because he took Class C honours. We already spoken to Sella earlier in the day, and of course with the cleaning up and the perfect weekend in... Well, it wasn't really a perfect weekend for him, because remember he decided that he would give himself a penalty to start from the back. So he gets the victories. We're going to catch up with Evil Knievel. Let's have a chat.
Yeah, it was cool. You know, I think I learned from the first restart of the first race to just stick down the outside of everyone. I think I passed. Man, I was probably like in third or fourth place by the second turn. And then I didn't see Damien when I turned in, so I kind of just passed the guys, and the wind was super bad. Like, it was picking up my bike, bobbling me everywhere. So I just watched the gap and realized, I didn't have to push too hard, and maintain that I could keep the gap at least and take the win. So yeah, awesome day.
Nice to have supporters as if it was a rugby game here today.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, like the supporters are. Yeah, awesome to have, the King Price Extreme people here and the team and super scientists. Yeah, it's awesome to have everyone here, and glad I was able to show them a win.
Come to terms with the bike nicely?
Honestly, the ZX10 is a very rideable bike. Obviously, from years on quite a lot high-end super bikes, these bikes are quite placid now, so very nice and pleasant to ride. I think we do have some stuff to work on, but that's on our internal team side to make the bike even better.
How difficult did you find Scribante with this wind here today?
Yeah, I've probably about 10 years ago, I remember it being similar to this. Coming through Hanger, you have to really be careful because it's gusty, so it picks your front end up, also into the first S. So knowing that from previous experience, it was okay. I think obviously if I needed to go a little bit harder, the wind would have been even more of a factor, but at that pace I was able to manage all right.
But about the tyres?
Yeah, tyres are good. I mean, honestly, the Bridgestones here, even when I raced in the Bridgestone International Championship, the Bridgestones here are a really good tyre. They last super well, which is such a tick point for these tyres, because, for all of us, we get to race this race and probably do another 2 days on these tyres, and they're still quick times. So, yeah, good tyre, happy to be involved with them and them in the series.
But about the spectators that just come out in the thousands?
Yeah, Aldo Scribante is always so cool. To be honest, I remember years ago, knowing if someone was going to outbreak me, basing off looking at the crowd coming out of Hanger, and there's so many people there today, and it's just awesome. And then seeing like a big tent with like thousands of motorbike riders. Guys, go get King Price Insurance so I can keep racing. Thanks. Cheers.
Always great to catch up with the evil king of himself there, Mr. Klinsella. And now we stand by for our rookies from Volkswagen. They'll be led out by Luke Hill and Uzziah Khan there on the front row. Second row is race 1 winner Josh Moore. He'll be looking for a second one. Once you get the first one, the second and third ones usually come quite quickly. Christopher Tate will be alongside him looking for a victory if he can get one too. Mauro Deleuze and Giovanni Fiorotto will be the third row of the grid ahead of Berlin Robinson and Luke Corbett as we wait for that safety car to make its way around and bring into the line for race 2 of Volkswagen Rookie Cup. Most notable, of course, on that shot is the left-hand side and those flags blowing frantically down the main straightaway. Means that these rookies are going to have to be well aware that they can brake a little bit earlier because of the wind that assists the car into turn 1. Means you're going to, if you do late braking, you might outbrake yourself down into turn 1. So that's definitely something that they will be thinking about. Possibly have been spoken to about by the coaches. Remember, you've got Jonathan Bachotzi, Daniel Rowe, Matthew Merton and Brad Liebenberg, all former Volkswagen champions in their own right in all 4 of those drivers, helping these youngsters learn the ropes on how to drive these cars, how to drive saloon cars, more importantly how to drive front wheel drive saloon cars. And then part of the development process that goes into this category is teaching them about physical training, the mental aspect to this game, how to read and to decipher the data that goes into a race car these days. It's an important factor. How to handle yourself amongst the media. And it'll give you a chance to sort of learn what to say and do when you've got to be interviewed by either presenters or cameramen when you're around the circuits around the country. And what to do on your social media in terms of getting your posts right and making sure that you get the right hits and the right taglines put into the right places. And then on top of that, of course, they also are given an opportunity that the winner of this moves up into Polo Cup. So you definitely want to be fighting hard for a championship. Now, the way things stand coming into this, Uzziah Khan has taken the lead of the championship with his second place in race 2. And it means that Josh Moore and Giovanni Fiorotto are now on equal points for second place, if my maths is right. So it's going to be all to play for here. Both Rotax and Rock Championships. He's been in both and has been a seasoned campaigner there, along with his sister, of course, who spends the majority of her time in a wheelchair, but has the ability still to race a go-kart. And I think Taylor's actually in the house and supporting from the sidelines, which is great to see. I know that Jack Moore is here. He'll be shouting the odds there for his brother Josh. Jack had a very good outing, in fact, a couple of weekends ago at the Rotax championship that took place at Vernican Kart Circuit. Josh, he didn't quite have the same one, but he certainly had a good day today, and he'll be looking for a second good race now for race 2 of Volkswagen Rookie Cup. Is that Carl Robinson on the line? It is. Coming on top there. Berlin take up her position correctly on the grid. Wheels must be behind the white line, and that's exactly what he's done to ensure that Berlin can get the best she can out of her car. A couple of second boards are up there. The lights are on. We're racing. Lights go out. Good start from Moore. He got a good drop off the line, trying to come through there and find a way through early on Luke Hill, who's the pole man. So inside line is where you want to be, which is the left-hand side of the screen if you look in these cars right now. And Moore already looking to put the pressure onto Luke Hill as they go into turn 1. He's got up into second place and he's forced Uzziah Khan down to third. Khan has got problems of his own because coming along for the ride on the inside there looks like Chris Tate. Chris Tate possibly going to squeeze out Ozir Khan down to fourth as they get into the S as he does so. Khan down to fourth, into the clutches now of the 33 of Mara Deleuze. And just behind that, you can see Giovanni Fiorotto with a better start this time into the mix. So it is the pole man who hangs on for now, but only just. A change up for second and third. Yeah, second and third changing up there. It looks like Tate might have gone through and found a way past on Josh Moore. Let's just double check on that one. Yes, Christopher Tate in second. Josh Moore into third place. Fourth place, biggest loser from that start, of course, was the man on the front row. And he'll be looking to try and turn his luck around now if he can. But so far, Luke Hill hangs on, and he looks like he's going to try and hang on at least to the line for this first lap. So from start to finish on the first lap, Luke Hill hangs on to the lead of the race for Volkswagen Rookie Cup. Now 3 cars almost side by side. 2 of them were kind of wing mirror to wing mirror as they crossed the line. Josh Moore trying to get a little bit of drive there, maybe a little bit of slipstream to find a way around. The outside of turn 1 is not an easy thing to do. He tucks in behind Tate and goes defensive, but doesn't go defensive enough because the 7-8 just snuck through there. Ozir Khan is back into third place. So Khan forces Josh back to fourth into the clutches there of the hard charging. Is that Fiorotto who's moved up? I think it is. Yes, it is. Fiorotto has moved up 1 place there, and he's got ahead of Mara Deleuze. So the championship battle for second is now currently on track for about 4th and 5th place between these competitors. Ozir Khan diving on the inside of Tate. He needs another victory. He wants to secure a nice bit of cushioning as opposed to what we had coming into this round. There was literally 3 points between the first 3 drivers. And if we can get a second or third here for Ozir Khan, he will open up about a 4 or 5 point lead over Josh Moore and Giovanni Fiorotto. Come out of Dunlop. These Rookie Cup cars are driven by Dunlop, as we can see from the windscreen decal. Another lap completed. That's 2 of the 8. And Luke Hill just sets the fastest lap. Understandably, he's got clean air and he's not having to fight anybody at the moment. So a 1:17.2 from him, as opposed to 17.3s, 4s, 6s for the first 3. So an incredible bit of driving coming out of these top-end Rookie Cup drivers. The lead has opened up with a little bit of a margin. As you can see, the margin is basically, about 1.1 seconds there. So Luke Hill just controlling that margin for now, but it's not going to be an easy thing to control, that's for sure. Not if these guys start to turn the wick up in the closing stages, and that's usually the case. Particularly if you've got Tate or Khan, who have got a little bit of more experience maybe behind the wheel of some saloon cars in their day, to try and catch a man who hasn't had that much experience behind the wheel of a front-wheel drive saloon car. All these cars are very evenly matched, literally on a balance of performance that puts them on equal steading throughout the entire time. So it's really great to see that. And of course, it's just up to the drivers then to set themselves up, get the data from the cars and run through it with their coaches to find out where they can improve, find some time if they need to. Certainly there's been a little bit of improvement from Luke Corbett. He's found a way through there on Berlin Robinson, this time without having to wait for her to go off. So Berlin battling a little bit at the back of the pack there. Not quite on the pace that she'd like to be. And maybe suffering a little bit as much as her sister did earlier on in the first race of Polo Cup. She did battle yesterday, did Tyler, with some power steering problems. Doesn't look like it's power steering problems on these cars. These cars are all sailing through pretty much on similar lap times. The gap is literally a second between the cars in terms of lap times. We're getting 17 deads out of Luke Hill and we're getting 18 ones out of Berlin Robinson. So that's top and bottom of the field there. Defensive driving starting to come from Luke Hill. That might just slow him up a little bit. Slipstream will definitely come into play now if he's close enough. Let's see what Tate can do. Don't think he's close. Oh, someone's running wide. That's not what you want. Was that Fiorotto? I think it was. Fiorotto, I think, just ran wide there. Let's have a look and see if they come across. It was, yeah, Giovanni Giovanni Fiorotto looks like he's dropped right to the back of the pack as well. So a small mistake into Dunlop can be costly, and that, from a championship point of view, is a huge mistake because he's dropped right to the back. And Berlin Robinson out of shape. She hits the brakes and gets it sideways into turn 1, similar to what she did earlier on today. And with that, sends Fiorotto onto the sideline as well. So Berlin continues to roll backwards, trying to get the car started again. But Fiorotto just missed her. So Berlin must have climbed on the brakes very hard and locked the back up. It stepped out. She was able to catch it only just. And then while she was literally at 90 degrees to the corner, Fiorotto had to take evasive action and went on the left-hand side of her and around her outside and just avoided contact. So as they come down through Chevy Sweep, we'll get Paul to possibly give us another look at that one. But Uzir Khan is the quickest man on track. He's in 3rd place, and he's closed the gap down now between the top 2, Tate and Hill. Hill leads out, Tate in 2nd, Khan in 3rd. Another lap completed. So they'll have 3 more to go for this one. And we've got yellow flags down into turn 1 just to warn the drivers of the stricken car on the left-hand side, right-hand side of your shot here. But it'll be Berlin Robinson's car that probably will be just out of our camera shot, but coming onto the track again. Was that Berlin's car? Or was that Fiorotto that's come back on track? No, it's Berlin. Berlin is back on track, so she's managed to get the AF fans' car started up again. But she's now found herself right in front of the train of leaders. She'll just give them a little bit of room to play as they go through there. She has got a little bit of racing experience. She spent a couple of seasons in the Liqui sponsored motorcycle powered machines that she played in, of course, with the NX Legends. Now in a Polo Cup or Polo Rookie Cup car, having to stay out of the way of these guys. Now she can run the same pace as them, as you can see, which is why they're not going to get away from her now. But here we go. Here's a dive on the inside for the lead. Uzir Khan takes the lead and forcing his way through as well. Comes the 7-8 of Uzir Khan and Tate. Tate now takes the lead. Coming across the line. Who's going to be to the line first? Is it going to be Christopher Tate? Yes, it is. Christopher Tate, Uzir Khan and Luke Hill. Your top 3. And they have only got 2 to go. And with that, look in the background. Late braking. Sideways from the 5-7. Luke Hill goes on to the dirty stuff. Tries to catch it and slides into the barrier. He gets the car going again, but that's a huge mistake there in this stage of the race from Luke Hill. He'll drop to the back of the pack as well. That is going to give a massive opportunity here for some salvaging of points to Mauro Deleuze. Not so much to Giovanni Fiorotto, because his mistake earlier on made him drop right to the back. So he's going to lose points here. If we look at how the points are going to go, Uzir Khan will maintain the lead of the championship if he stays in 2nd. Josh Moore will probably move into 2nd. And it's going to be pretty close for 3rd between Christopher Tate and Fiorotto, depending on how they wrap up at the end of this one in about a lap and a corner's time. It looks like there might be something a little bit slippery down into turn 1. They're now trying to avoid, I should say. So Tate leads. He's got 0.8 of a second. That should be enough to keep Uzir Khan out. And then Josh Moore, well, he's in 3rd place, even though Berlin's ahead of him. She, of course, will be further back, having gone off track and being lapped by the top 2. What you're going to see here is hopefully Josh can find a way through. But as I said, these cars are so evenly matched. And now that Berlin is in the mix amongst the leaders and still able to run similar lap times to what they do, she is not really getting in the way if she's able to run the same kind of pace as they are. But she might give a bit of room here to Josh. No, she doesn't. She keeps the door firmly shut. Josh might be feeling a little bit frustrated with that, knowing that he could be up and maybe closing that gap down. But on the last lap, that far back, I don't think he's going to be able to do anything about it. So he'll probably just sit behind the young lady. And then, of course, wait for that flag to give him 3rd. 3rd place will move him possibly into 2nd place overall in the championship If my maths is right, that's going to be the case. Uzir Khan is going to lead the championship heading to the next round. So it's Tate who takes the victory. Uzir Khan for second place and Josh Moore for third. Myra Deleuze is going to come through there for fourth place. He's done some salvaging there with that fourth place. So a good effort there from him. And then at the back of the pack, incredibly, two cars that we thought would be in the running for the championship after coming into this round at the front end. Particularly Giovanni Fiorotto. He's had an absolute nightmare of a day. From leading the championship coming into this round, he's dropped down to probably third or fourth overall in the championship. Christopher Tate will move himself up possibly into third place in the championship, but it'll be Khan from Moore and then possibly Tate, who will be in a bit of a tight fight there with the 7 car. So that's Rookie Cup done and dusted. Up next, we're moving into the Toyota side of the development of our motorsport careers in the stage with Gazoo Racing's GR Cup, driven by Netstar. We'll also try and catch up with some of the drivers down in the Park Fermé area. If I'm not mistaken, that possibly is also going to be a first victory there for Luke Hill. So we might want to catch up with him. And I'm sorry, for Christopher Tate, I beg your pardon. Christopher Tate will be a first victory in Rookie Cup for the season. So I'm sure we're going to catch up with a couple of the drivers down in the Park Fermé area.
Take us through it, Chris.
Yeah, lot better than my first race. Kept it in first for the start. Kept the pressure on everyone into turn one. Got through Josh. Then eventually Luke couldn't take the pressure anymore and got past him on the outside of Chevy.
How did you find the track out there?
Green flag at the back means we're going racing again. And this time it's in the Toyota version of our development series, the GR Cup. Remember, it's 3 different classes that participate in this category. The first ones are those 86s out front, and they are all the development drivers that have come out either out of the karting world or out of the sim racing world, or drivers that are looking to try and get into saloon car racing for the very first time. Given a platform there by Toyota Gazoo Racing to get into an 86 Toyota. And that, of course, has got 180 kilowatts of power. The cars behind, slightly higher powered cars, but pretty evenly matched in terms of Yaris versus Corolla. The Yaris is all in the hands of our media contingent, and the Corollas all in the hands of our dealers from GR and the Toyota brand. A little change up at the front end for this one. We'll see Mario De Souza just ahead of Nabil Abdul. So similar to what we had at Kyalami, as we come round to watch the 86s get underway, there's a bit of a gap between them and the Corollas and Yaris's, just to give these development drivers a chance to get away and have their own little fight, and hopefully in the 8 laps not be affected by the pace possibly of the second pack of cars behind them, which De Souza will control as they come across the line now. Nabil Abdul alongside him. Upgrades on those Yaris's, you can see with the white roofs, that's the new Yaris facelift that they've gone with for Gazoo Racing's GR Cup. New gearbox in that, 8-speed automatic box that's involved in that car. 212 kilowatts now as opposed to what was originally a 200 kilowatt machine. And of course a little bit of an upgrade on the brakes, which gives them a little bit better ability when it comes to the race format. But other than that, almost exactly the same vehicle that's being piloted there by that super sport car of Nabil Abdul that you can buy off the showroom floor if you've got a dealer near you that's got a GR brand section to it. The 86 is making their way down to the bottom, and looks like it's a good start there coming out of Justin Rogers. He's pulled slightly away there from Ken Swartz and from Jordan Woodley and Ngwenya for 3rd, 4th and 5th place, but it's Jason Kutsia who leads out as we watch Mario De Souza leading out the media and dealer team challenge. Yaris versus Corolla. Corolla leads out. We've got Corolla, 2 Yaris's, and then a second Corolla. The second Corolla there looks like it might be pulled fast, so you've got Nabil Abdul and Carl Koch, who think have put themselves in between the 2 leading Corollas. That's how it stands at this point in time. Just a pack across the line there. And some battles starting to rage, as they did in the first heat already, amongst competitors that are evenly matched on their skills and their lap times. It's kind of what happens when you've got cars that are almost identical. And when I say almost, they're within a couple of hundredths of a second of each other. That's how they do it. But Nabil Abdul putting pressure onto the Motors Toyota there of Mario De Souza. So it's Supersport looking for a way through there in the Yaris to try and take a double victory here today and not do the same as what happened at Kyalami a couple of weeks ago, where Nabil took the first race and Mario took the second one. It looks like Nabil Abdul wants that second race victory, but he's going to have to work hard to find a way through. De Vos has found a way through the third. We did see a mistake from him in the first race where he got a little bit out of shape. Speaking of mistakes, that's Vatiswa, I beg your pardon. That is having a little bit of issues there and hadn't pulled to the left-hand side of the road just to watch the big steam train of Corollas and Yaris's come through. She stays on the left-hand side, realizing that the cars coming from the rear end of her are going to be a little bit more powerful. So looking to come through there in the yellow car. That's potentially going to see a change up there from the media and dealer team mid-pack battle. Putiampanya fighting there with Van Afenta and Carl Koch. That's kind of the battle we're watching at the moment. De Vos trying to close things down there, using his Toyota Driving Academy skills to try and close the gap down onto the back end of Nabil Abdul and Mario De Souza. Behind them, it is Putiampanya. Let's see, we're getting out the way now, giving a little bit of room there, possibly for the next car in the road to sneak through. And by the looks of that, it's the 222 of Van Afenta. Carl Cox behind him, Rian Daru behind that. They're going to find a way through. Yeah, there's a door that opened up coming out of Dunlop there. These cars also all Dunlop shod. Jordan Mudley losing a little bit of ground there to Ken Swartz, but also trying to gain some ground over Brandon van der Walt. Needing to do that because if he watches his rearview mirrors, he's going to see that the Foster Corollas and Yaris's are starting to close onto the backpack of the 86s. You also see those hazard lights coming on. As I mentioned earlier on, these are stock road cars. They've got a roll cage put in them. They've had an upgrade on the brakes on the 86s, and they run the stock standard boxer engine that this Toyota 86 comes out with. But also all the mechanisms that go into the cars for safety are still in play. So the ABS system comes on, and you're going to need it if you're going to run off like that. That looks like it might be either... Is that Ken Swartz? I think that might have been Ken Swartz who ran off there. There's a very good possibility it's Ken Swartz that ran off there with the orange livery. I'll wait and see. Might have been Brandon van der Walt as well. No, Mudley. Beg your pardon. Just trying to pick up on the livery there. I didn't get to see the number, so it was Brandon van der Walt. And Jordan Mudley had some problems. Mudley dropping by the wayside there after running wide. Kutsia continues to lead out. He's got a nice advantage over the second place car there. And that's now the green liveried machine of Mabuso Ngwenya. He's found a way through there on Justin Rogers, and Ken Swartz is now trying to do the same thing to find a way through there on that purple car of Justin Rogers. Mario De Souza closing in on the back end of Van der Walt and Mudley. And De Souza running in the 13s as opposed to what we're seeing from Jordan Mudley on that last part, but that was with the off-track excursion. He was doing 17s. This is a great little battle, look at that. Yaris's and Corollas all in the mix. NMI versus car versus the CHO machine. This is a really little good battle. Rian Daru about to join them as well. Fenta, Carl Koch, Rian Daru and Putti. Someone's run off coming out of the final corner, putting a wheel onto the dirt by the looks of it, and just throwing some dust up onto the fans that might be up on that banking on the right-hand side. If they are, it's not a great place to be when the wind's blowing that way. So the man from Times Live having a fantastic run here in the second one. Daru is closing on him though, so you'll have to be aware of that. Have we got a change up at the front end of the media and dealer battle? No. It looks like it's going to be a similar situation to what we had at Kyalami. They may catch Jordan Woodley still. There's still enough time, I think, for them to do that. But Mario D'Souza from Motors Toyota definitely looking to outgun the Supersport man, Nabil Abdul, who took the first victory. And there's maybe still a chance there for a Corolla 1-2 if Paul de Vos can find a way through. Behind that, it's Van Aventa, Kyle Koch, Puti Mpanya, and Rian Daru. I was watching the progress there of Mabuso Ngwenya. He's into the 12.7s, but we're getting 12.5s from the leader, so I don't think there's going to be a change up here between 1 and 2 on track for the 86s. And the way that Justin Rogers is going, I don't think Ken Swartz is going to catch him, so the equidistant gap here between the first 4 cars looks like it might stay that way for the next 1.5 laps. Unless there's potentially a mistake from somebody, but that would be of their own doing. Maybe a little bit of a bigger gap there between Ken Swartz and Brandon van der Walt, but certainly the first 4 equidistant apart. Further back, let's go back into that pack. This is a great little fight, and unfortunately right now Batsiwa is in the pack there. She's got Rudy Bunzaya, Lawrence Minnie from Auto Trader, Dylan Jones closing down, and we haven't really mentioned him all day, but Charles Bosch is out there from the Citizen, and then Willem van der Putte just behind him. So looking for a chance to learn this circuit if you haven't come here before as part of it. CFA car, he's in the mix there. Here's your leading car, closing onto the back end of Van der Walt and Moodley. Moodley will be the first one that he catches. There it is. The 9.4 car of Jordan Moodley. He'll be watching those rearview mirrors, and in fact, by doing that, I think he made a slight mistake. He ran off the track there, which will give a serious advantage there to the all-wheel drive car that Mario D'Souza's in. Jason Katsia heads up to Dunlop for the last time. This is the perfect weekend in PE for him. Katsia will take the pole positions. Race 1 win, race 2 win, and he will take the championship lead as well. So a nice run there from Jason Katsia to beat out Mabuso Ngwenya and Justin Rogers. Ken Swartz down in the 4th spot, beats out Brandon van der Walt. Looks like Jordan Moodley is going to hang on only just to keep out Mario D'Souza, who will win out the media challenge, and the dealer challenge, and media challenge wins out by Nabil Abdul. De Vos comes through for 2nd place in the dealer challenge in the Toyota Driving Academy machine. The halfway Toyota coming through as well. I get to see that in the closing stages. It's been a great battle between them all in the media and dealer championship challenge there with the Yaris Cup and the Corollas. So that wraps up our GR Cup driven by Netstar coverage for round 3. Moodley takes the victory, and Jason Katsia takes the victory. So a good effort there from him. He'll be pretty happy with a perfect weekend. He beats out Ngwenya and Rogers and Swartz. That's the first 4 cars making their way back to the Park for May. The win in the dealer championship goes to the Motors Toyota of Mario D'Souza, and the win in the media challenge goes to Nabil Abdul from Supersport. And from them, they roll into Park for May. We stand by now for race number 2 from the Astron Energy Polo Cup. I think Dennis is probably going to be down in Park Fermé to try and catch up with a couple of those drivers. And possibly a couple of the guys a bit further back in the pack as well. It'll be interesting to get a couple of comments there from Paul de Vos after his off-track excursion in race 1. And coming back nicely to finish up second in the dealer championship side of it from the Toyota Driving Academy. Maybe Dennis can get that interview lined up. And then, of course, maybe have a chat to the second and third drivers with Jason wrapping up the perfect weekend. We chatted to him. He knew he was going to be in contention for it. But it would be nice to catch up with maybe Mr. Mabuse Ngwenya, who finished up in second place.
Talk us through that one.
Oh, it was a little bit easier than the heat one, that's for sure, because with Pole and heat one, I cooked the tires a little bit early with this abrasive surface that we've got. But I had Nabil with the Yaris next to me, and that kind of protected me a little bit from Pole. And by taking it easy in the beginning, I had tires all the way through to the end. And I actually saw that I was opening a bit of a gap. So it was a fantastic race, 2 wins. I am so chuffed. Thank you very much to the Gazoo Racing and Motors Toyota. Thank you.
Tell us a bit about this track.
The track is very abrasive, so tires tend to take a little bit of pain. And if you push too hard right in the beginning, they tend to overheat, especially the front tires. And then towards the end, you've got understeer, so it won't turn. And what happened with me the first heat was through the right-handers. I had absolutely no grip on the side, so with the tires going through the roof. So it was really a battle. Heat 2, I looked after them a little bit early in the race. So even with the abrasiveness of the circuit, I managed to maintain that same pace all the way through to the end.
Thanks for your time.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you.
He's always a happy man once he's taken a victory, as Mr. Mario D'Souza from Motors Toyota. But congratulations on that win, giving Nabil a run for his money and eating that cupcake up a bit, eh? That's what I like to see. I do like the fact that the media contingent and the dealers have started to sort of play around with their little nicknames that they've given their cars and their own driving abilities. And if you look at some of those cars, there are a couple that have got sort of cartoon style characters eating cupcakes on the back of them. So yeah, the gauntlet was thrown down by Nabil by calling his car Cupcake, and now he's feeling the effects of that particular outing. Anyway, let's move on from Toyota back to Volkswagen and back into the Astron Energy Polo Cup. A nice turnaround here for the grid in terms of positions as well, but most importantly is Mo Karodia. Is there a chance for him to get that perfect weekend from third on the grid? He's got to find a way through on Judd Berthold, who starts from pole position, I think for it's his second time. Berthold started at Kyalami as well in pole. So the Volkswagen Driving Academy man, and Volkswagen Motorsport man, who won the Rookie Cup last year, getting the opportunity to take over this car and run it in Polo Cup for 2025. The 29th version of this championship. And also celebrating, of course, 50 years of polo in the world. So fantastic effort there from the Volkswagen brand to see the stepping stones working. However, I think the biggest factor in this race is going to be the man alongside him in Charles Smallberger. Smallberger missed out in the first one in the last lap as Kurodia found a way through. But I think this time Charles Smallberger has sorted out those tyre pressures. And this time he means he's going to go at it for a very good, potentially race-winning feel. Shin Rajpal is always a factor. Never ever take out of the equation Mr. Rajpal. He definitely knows what he's doing, and it looks like our cameraman knows what they're doing too, getting that GoPro onto Shrin's car. That might not be a bad plan. That's quite a good spot to be on as well, so hopefully we can use that in the post-production later on. Roshan Goodman with the podium in the first race. We'll be looking for a second one, maybe one step higher on that podium. CPS Warehouse's Bevan Masters is just ahead of this row, which is headed up by that man right there, the doctor, Hannes Schippers. He was hoping for a victory this weekend. Hasn't quite worked out according to plan, neither for him or Rory Atkinson, or for Anthony Lessing. The insurer's car there of Lessing a long way back, and when I chatted to him yesterday, he was just saying they were really battling to find pace. They couldn't just seem to get the car to work together with all the systems that need to work to make it go in a straight line fast and make it turn quick and get the good lines that they needed to get those vital laps in for qualifying. And that's why he's starting so far back in 9th place, just ahead of Lonica Martins. Now Lonica Martins had a fantastic first race. She was able to get up into the top 7, so she'll be looking to do the same and maybe off the line try and get into the mix, at least into the top 6. That's where you need to be. Yo, was that a little bit of a mind game there from Charles Smallberger? The flag came out, he dropped the hammer and disappeared, leaving Judd Berthold on the line. That might have just been a bit of mind games being played there by a man who's been around in this championship for a few seasons in the past. So the mind game started. You see, he rolled out almost instantaneously and gave that position back to Judd, but he was just saying, hey, if you don't get it right, I'm going to have you into turn 1. And there's a good possibility that that's going to be the case. Further back there, Shrin Rajpal and Divyan Naidu will be looking to fight it out. And remember, it always catches me out, that car. But Divyan on the right-hand side is green, on the left-hand side is red. The Ninja, quite easy to spot. A little bit of door damage by the looks of things there in the first one. I think that's what broke Kyle Fiss's front left, is the back right door there of the Ninja from Kyle Exhaust, Nirav Singh. Performance Masters man out front in the Masters category will be Wayne Masters, looking for a double win and to maintain his lead in the Masters side, but he'll be hard pressed by John Kruger, Derek Smallberger, Mike Barbaglia and Gavin Ross. Those are the 5 Masters that'll be starting separately to the Cup class out front. Ten laps of action, just over, what's that, probably about 26 Ks of racing to go here. Here we go. A couple of cars just going to do a little practice start. I'm not quite sure if they were given permission to do that, but anyway, the pole man sets the pace, so he'll come to the line. Trying to get a little bit more heat into the rubber so he can get the drive that he's looking for from pole position. If he goes, Kurodia's going to go with it. There's no doubt about it. And Kurodia will look to try and get on the inside of turn 1 on the start if he gets it all sorted out. Smallberger getting the shift up onto the grid there for his second place. Just putting slightly back there. He was a little bit over the line and helped out by COC. He's had a busy day. He does an incredible job every time he's in that position. Have we got our drone up? Or is it just a high-angled camera there? It's just a high-angled camera that we're looking at there from our production point of view. Here we go. So it's Smallberger at the back moving up to take up his position. It would, yeah. I was just thinking about that as well, Paul. If we got a drone up right now, it'll probably be over the Gqeberha Harbour right now. That's the only place it'll be able to film. Down towards turn 1 we go. Cup class out of the gates and down towards turn 1. Exactly what I expected. If Judd got a good start, he would lead into turn 1. He got a good start, and Kurodia went with him into second. Look at Nirav Singh. Oh, already touched the ninja sideways. He's going backwards into the wall. Nirav Singh with a little tap at the back, trying to come through the field. I think he got helped out there by Lessing. The Insure Risk car putting the Kyle Omni exhaust machine on track and then off it. He comes back onto the circuit, but this time a long way back. So he's going to have to do some work to stay ahead of the Masters. And now some more touching up into the hairpin. Up on the inside of the hairpin there, a little bit of a touch in that mid-pack as well. And it's starting to get racy out there. Bevan Masters diving on the inside of Roshan Goodman, trying to find a way through on him. CPS versus the Mzansi Motorsport man out of Team Red Racing. Berthold hangs on, Kurodia second. Roshan Goodman with, look at this, Rory Atkinson tucked in right behind him. Atkinson going to try and use the advantage and get past on Bevan Masters with the tow that's created coming from Roshan Goodman. Cup class completes their first lap in anger. It's Judd Berthold, Kurodia and Smallberger. Your top three. Shin Rajpal is in 4. Then we've got Roshan Goodman. It looks like the CPS warehouse car under a bit of problems. Yeah, Bevan Masters dropping by the wayside, losing out to Lonica Martins and Divya Naidu. He drops into just behind them and it's straight into the clutches of Hannes Skeppers. Milan Emsley just behind that. Here comes Skeppers around the outside. There's definitely a problem there on Bevan Masters' car. He's slowed up dramatically. There goes Skeppers. There goes Milan Emsley. Better run this time from Milan. He's stayed on track and he's now in the hunt. He's going along with Ethan Kutsia. Ethan Kutsia so far back. Yo, that's huge for this championship. He's had an absolute nightmare here this weekend as Ethan Kutsia. He's got Milan Emsley behind him, and it looks like coming to join the party is the number 33 car. And yeah, coming into the mix there, or 35 car, that's Milan, I beg your pardon. It's the 22 car of Lessing coming to join the party there too. So across the line, Kurodia's got the inside line for turn 1. Positioning is crucial. Has he got enough on the brakes? Roshan Goodman quickest on that lap. Kurodia's got it on the brakes. He'll take the lead into turn 1. Judd Berthold slots in the second. Smallberger in the 3 spot at the moment for Sabertech. He hangs on for the 3 spot ahead of the Dubco car. And it's Shrin Rajpal at the wheel of that car. He's our onboard cameraman. It would have been awesome to go on board with him on this one because the fight that's happening right there. But of course you'll get to see that in the post-production show in about 2 weeks' time. It'll be great to see that footage from Shrin Rajpal's point of view as we see these guys fighting so hard for the lead of this race. But Kurodia now leads out, looking for the perfect weekend. Goodman and Atkinson are your top 6. As they come through there behind them, they're lining up with Divya Naidu, Lonica Martins, Skeppers. And behind Skeppers comes Bevan Masters and Ethan Kutsia. Kutsia having to come from so far back is not going to be an easy run. Behind him it's Tyler Robinson, Milan Emsley, Lessing and Nirav. Somebody putting a wheel off the dirt there. I think that might have been Tyler Robinson. Just putting a wheel onto the dirty stuff. No, it wasn't. It was further up. It was probably going to be Atkinson then. Rory Atkinson or possibly it was Roshan. It was Roshan Goodman. It was definitely one of the Team Red cars that put a wheel onto the dirt there. So Roshan Goodman wants another podium. He's trying hard from 5th to try and get to 3rd, but he's got to find a way through there on Shrin Rajpal first of all, and then still try and catch Charles Smallberger. Skipper's putting the pressure onto the back end of the young lady there. Lady driver, of course, has done numerous other formats of motorsport in her career, but Lonica Martins holding her own here in amongst some seasoned campaigners in the Astron Energy Polo Cup, 29th running of this championship this year. Great job, great job. Defensive driving, perfect placement there from Lonica to keep out the hard charge from both Bevan Masters and Dr. Hannes Skeppers. But what it has done, it's slowed them up slightly, allowing Ethan Kutsia to join the party. Ethan runs high and wide into Dunlop. Watch for the cutback. He'll try and get on the inside line and use the drive with a little bit of slipstream there from Bevan. Forces Bevan wide. Does he go on to a push to pass? No, you can't see if he can because these cars don't show you when they go to the push to pass mechanism. Unlike the SupaCup cars, where the hazard lights come on. You've got to think that he used one though, because Ethan's got through on him and puts the CPS warehouse car back down another position and drops him into what is 11th and brings himself up into the top 10. Skippers at this point in time is the 9 car. 23 on the side of it, but running in 9th place just behind Lonica Martins, who's 8th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's how they come into the hairpin. And defensive driving from Ethan. Realizing that there was a late dive there coming from Bevan Masters, he went defensive and shut the door. Tyler Robinson looks like she's got ahead of Milan, so she's found her way through there on her teammate. Milan Emsley going defensive to keep out the insurance car of Anthony Lessing. Chatting to Anthony yesterday, actually, he was saying to me that he's never ever been to the circuit on a motorcycle. He's only ever driven in cars. And that's quite interesting because he was a very good superbike rider in his day, so super sport rider, 600cc rider. Never got a chance to pilot one around here. Industry Petroleum car there, Rory Atkinson has closed the gap down and looking now for a chance to get through there on Shin Rajpal in the Dubco car. Roshan Goodman pulled away from the two of them. Kurodia just set the fastest lap on that last pass, 1:10.8. So Mo Kurodia now trying to control things from the front and move the gap up to just under a second. So that's enough to play with in Polo Cup. I can tell you, when there are so evenly matched cars, to try and make up a second somewhere when you're all on your own sim is not easy to do. And as Judd Berthold will tell you, having done it on a few occasions in equally evenly matched cars in Rookie Cup, you need someone to help you. He's got to maybe drop back and ask for some help there from Charles Smallberger. Let the two of them try and work together to carry. There's no working together there. Hunter Skippers just sent Lonica Martin into Dunlop corner and off the track completely. Lonica getting big dust kicked up as she comes back onto the track. Looks like Skippers has got some kind of a problem there. I'm not quite sure if that was due to the crash or what caused the crash. Maybe he had some kind of mechanical failure there, and that's the reason why he had nowhere to go other than to almost T-boning the young lady off the circuit. So Roshan Goodman, has he got enough now to close in? There's still enough laps there, definitely enough laps to catch Charles Smallberger and make it a double podium. Let's have a look at this into Dunlop again as they are heading that way soon. Back to the incident there between Lonica Martins and Hannes Skippers on the replay. There you go. Oh, I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't know if there was... I think there was intention from Hannes. He was probably feeling a bit frustrated and not able to find a way through there on the Mining Solutions car. But the tag possibly has cost him there big time. I'm not sure if he got back on track or came into pit lane. By the looks of things, he is back on track, but he's right in the mix now of the Masters side of the category. He's the fourth car on track in that Masters battle. So he's got a bit of work to do. Wayne Masters leads that battle, by the way, ahead of John Kruger. So similar to what they saw in race number 1. This little battle. Oh, hello. Is that a change-up? Yes. Atkinson ahead of Rajpal. Nirav Singh and the payback of Mike Barbaglia having a bit of a fight of their own. And there comes Derek Smallberger for the ride as well. So if we look at how that stands, the battle there is basically for third place between Barbaglia and Derek Smallberger. And with Nirav in the way, well, he's not really in the way, but he came back on track into the mix with the Masters. So he can run similar lap times to them and probably faster lap times than them. But now he's having to fend off both Mike Barbaglia and Derek Smallberger, who are fighting for third place in the Masters. That's the leader. It's Wayne Masters. He literally hasn't been bettered this season. He's had an almost perfect run. I think John Kruger beat him in the first round, but other than that, no one's beat him in the Masters category so far. Just the line they're going. And it's Wayne. In fact, it's John Kruger who's ahead of him. So it's not the leader. John Kruger found a way through. I was looking and I thought, I'm sure I saw that Haybert car out front. It was. So Masters has dropped to second. Barbaglia looking for a way to get up the inside of Nirav Singh, and with that possibly secure himself a chance of third place in the Masters. That'll be the highest finish for Mike Barbaglia in the Masters side of Astron Polo Cup if he stays where he is. There is the leader. Confirmation now of what I've just been talking about. That's the Habot and Team Red racing car of John Kruger, leading over Wayne Masters in the Performance Masters Polo. And then ahead of the Paybar Polo of Mike Barbaglia. They're closing down on Lonica Martins, who's back on track after that off-track excursion with the incident between her and Hannah Skippers. We're on to the final lap. So out front, Kurodia with a nice margin of almost 2 seconds. It's about 1.2 now. It's come down slightly, but I think Mo's just rolled out slightly. He wants to ensure he gets the perfect weekend here for OMP, Lee Thompson Racing and Fast 5 Motorsport. And if he goes 2 for 2 here, he takes a very commanding lead in the championship heading to the next round. Chad Berthold will move himself up in the championship, but he's not going to be into second. That's possibly going to be in the hands of either Roshan or Smallberger, and maybe Atkinson. Actually, it's probably going to be Atkinson. Atkinson and Smallberger will be fighting for honours there for second overall in the championship, but Mo Karodi is not. He's taken the win, and he's taken the perfect weekend in PE. Yeah, PE starts with, perfect starts with PE, and that's exactly what he's done. Kurodia, pole position, super pole. Race 1 win, race 2 win. Masters, it's going to be Kruger taking the win over Wayne Masters. So eventually a chink in the armour there on the Performance Masters Polo. And is it Barbaglia behind Nirav? It is. Mike Barbaglia, third place in the Paybar Polo. That's the best finish he's had in the Masters category. And if we're going to set up an interview for the post-race in Park for May there, that's definitely one we want to catch, hey, Paulie? Let's get hold of Mike Barbaglia and see how happy he is about that little performance. That's his best finish in the Polo Cup Masters category. So wrapping things up there, Kurodia, Berthold, Smallberger, Roshan Goodman, possibly going to get second overall for the day there with that fourth place. Rory Atkinson and Shrin Rajpal are your top 6. Naidu came through for 7th ahead of Ethan Kutsia and Bevan Masters. Tyler Robinson in 10th ahead of Milan Emsley, her teammate, Lessing behind them. And then Lonica Martins in the Masters, John Kruger, Wayne Masters, Mike Barbaglia, Derek Smallberger, Gavin Ross. Hannah Skippers looks like he might have come into pit lane. I think there might have been some damage there on the DDS car. Pity to lose the doctor. He's certainly going to be looking to come back fighting at the next round. So awesome effort there from all of our drivers. And another fantastic home race for Polo Cup here at the home of Volkswagen Motorsport. And of course, when I mention the next round of this championship, we head to East London, 290 k's up the road. It's National Extreme Festival heading down to the East London Grand Prix circuit on the 21st of June. We've got regional championships next weekend, of course, at SupaCups. It's the big SupaCups 200. That's definitely something you don't want to miss out on. We are going to be there as well, bringing you live footage and hopefully on both YouTube and Facebook when we head back up into Gauteng. But from action in the Polo Cup, we head into our final bit of action from the South African touring cars, and they'll be out shortly as we try and catch up with a couple of the drivers down in the Park for May area. And it looks like our first man we're going to catch up with, if we get the camera, it looks like a bit of signal issues there because of the wind that's pumping with our receiver there. Let's see if we can catch up with Mo Korodia after the perfect weekend here in PE.
Mo, talk us through this.
Yeah, it was more of a less stressful race than race 1. Second lap I passed Judd on the straight, and then I just maintained my space from there. And it was a good weekend. Judd did keep me honest. Well driven by him.
Talk through the conditions.
Towards the end, the car started feeling a bit loose at the back. The back wanted to step out, so we had to bring back the braking and not so fast into the corners. But it was manageable.
Wind challenging you today?
Any challenges? Yeah. Going into the S's was a bit iffy for me the whole weekend from practice 1. So last race I sorted it out and got the first win.
How do you find Scribante as a racetrack?
It's a very nice track. I love it. It's fast, very technical. You have to be patient, and yeah.
Thanks for your time.
No problem.
Apologies on that. So as we were chatting to Mo Korodia there, I was just getting the boss lady telling me that I got that one all wrong. The next round is not in East London. That's in July, of course, you go to East London. So it is the 21st of June at SupaCup that we're heading to the next round of the Astron Energy Polo Cup and, of course, the Extreme Festival's National Championships. It's in July that we go to East London. So apologies on that one. We'll get it right eventually. But yeah, there are a couple of dates in my head that I've got to try and remember, not just the National Extreme Festivals. But yeah, if I look at the calendar, I will tell you that I am booked for the 21st of June to be at SupaCup's International World of Motoring for the next round of National Championship Extreme Festivals. Apologies, Tanya, my bad. We go to East London in July. And then we go a little bit later on in the year as well. I think we go in July and August because the Maputo round that we were hoping to do on an international exchange basis with our friends up in Mozambique is not going to happen this year. And the regional championships will also be heading down to the East London Grand Prix circuit. So that's probably what threw me out there in terms of the dates and trying to remember them all. Anyway, let's not worry about dates right now. We got 2 more dates on our calendar right now for today. And one is with the South African Touring Car Championship with Natyam Samanga and Jagger Robertson on pole. That front row is exactly what I thought might happen with Jagger Robertson's strategy. If he couldn't get through during the race to go for the race win, they probably would have radioed him to say, hey, hang tight. Let's think about the bigger picture here and a potential win in race 2 with the new engine inside that Golf GTI 8.
Mike.
Okay, so first race was okay because I was in coming second, and then we had a red flag, and then I missed a gear in the restart, so that put me all the way back to 4th. But this one I got a good start, came up to 3rd, and I managed to keep 3rd all the way, so it was a decent race. Tough one, but it was great. Thank you.
How did you find Scribante this weekend?
Scribante is a little bit abrasive, it's hard on the tyres. I think it needs a bit of a resurfacing. But otherwise, very good track has always been, and it was a great weekend. Thank you.
But about the competition?
Competition, not all the masters were here, but the ones that counted were. So it's good that we had a good race and a good weekend.
Did you find these weather conditions challenging?
Not really. The wind at the moment was blowing with us down the straight, so it's fine. And on on the big sweep. It's also not too bad. The car felt quite stable, so all good.
In general, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling quite good, and I'm quite chuffed with being on podium. Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
So here we go with the second race of South African touring cars. As I mentioned, it's Nathi and Samanga in the Gazoo Racing Corolla who will be on pole. Alongside him will be Jagger Robertson in the first of the 2 Golf GTI 8s. And that car, of course, with a brand new engine in it. Behind them, we saw Variawa looking to maybe just make up for some lost ground. It didn't go according to plan in the first race. He went pretty much backwards in race number 1, so he'll be looking to go forwards in this one. Julian van der Walt will try and help him out to try and catch the 2 stable mates that each of those drivers have got that are just up the road from them. And then behind them, we'll keep an eye out on the Rustenburg Rocket. He's synonymous with coming through a field, as is race 1 winner Keegan Campos, who will have to start from 6th place now. And it's the first time that Keegan's going to see the effects of the reverse grid. Not that he hasn't had it in the past. There are a couple of categories that he has raced in where the reverse grid can work in your favour or not. But Campos certainly had some phenomenal pace in race number 1 in that Campos Transport and Amtech Fuels machine. And he'll be looking for that BMW to maybe come through and maybe even bring his teammate along for the ride in the second of the BMs there for Fly Safair. That's Andrew Schofield. Back of the pack, Siyabonga Monkonkwana as we wait for those lights to go out. There we go. Let's get down towards turn 1 and see what's going to happen. 12 laps of race action coming away now for the South African Touring Car Championship. And it is Nathi who's going to hold on to the lead. He's going to try and bring the steam train of Gazoo Racing through on the inside line. It's not a bad plan. Nathi Msimanga, Saud Variawa, and now Michael van Rooyen having a go on Jagger Robertson. Jagger Robertson out of shape. Jagger Robertson completely out of shape. They're coming out into the first S. And he got the back end stepped out there. I think there may have been a little bit of contact there between himself and Van Rooyen. But it's Gazoo Racing 1, 2, 3. Van der Walt comes through in the first of the GTIs in 4th place. He's, someone running wide there. Was that Variawa? No, that was Michael van Rooyen. Van Rooyen running exceptionally wide, coming out of hangar. Trying to fend off the attack coming from Julian van der Walt. And right behind him, he's got Campos. Campos already on the attack, looking for a way through, realizing he's lost 1 GTI. That's 1 position he doesn't have to try and fight for. That one was lost all on his own. So Jagger Robertson, I think, as I said, there may have been a little bit of contact there between him and Michael van Rooyen. But let's see if Jagger Robertson gets back on track as they come across the line to complete the first of 12. Looking in the background, looks like it is. Let's have a look and see going into the S's now. They're into the S's as we see an overtake there. Van der Walt losing out to Campos. Campos forces himself in, but runs a bit too hot on the brakes. And Julian van der Walt able to return the favour and come back at him. We're in the S's where that incident took place. Let's have a look at it. You can see Jaggers on the outside. Michael van Rooyen trying to dive on the inside, but it's defensive driving there from Saud Variawa that made Michael have to climb on the brakes. And with that, Jagger was on his outside, and I think when the car stepped out, there was a little tag between Michael van Rooyen and Jagger. And I just want to see if, there's definitely, well, I want to say there's definitely, I say there's definitely, there looked like there was a bit of battle scars on the left-hand side of Michael van Rooyen's car. Maybe we'll get a bit of shot of it here. Let's have a look. No, we're not going to watch those first. We're watching the first 2. Yeah, there's a little bit of scrape on the side of that car. So Michael van Rooyen certainly did give Jagger Robertson a little love tap there into the S's. Not quite sure if that was what his plan was, but it certainly has worked out well here for Gazoo Racing, because they are sitting 1, 2, and 3 on the road at the moment. Nathi Msimanga, Saud Variawa, and Michael van Rooyen. Van der Vat had an opportunity from Keegan Campos, but Campos just went a little bit too hot, couldn't quite make it stick. Keegs will set something up, I'm sure, again to have another attack at Julian Van der Vat's GTI 8. We'll move on the inside there from Saud to try and find a way past on his teammate, Natim Samanga. Samanga's not going to make it easy for him. Head towards the top and into Dunlop again. Formation flying here from our Gazoo Racing stable. A little bit of a slipstream here possibly for Michael van Rooyen on Saud. He may be able to use that. Quickest car on track at this stage is Keegan Campos. Down in the 5 spot, looking for a chance to go and do a slightly different line into turn 1. It'll give him the cutback, but I think Julian saw that and came across to cover it. So he covers that cutback maneuver that Keegan Campos was attempting. I think Van der Vat realised what he was doing and just placed his car in the way so he couldn't make that move stick. Keegan are going to try and carry speed through the corner, through the kink and up towards Hanger. Here comes Saud on the brakes for the lead. He's on the inside, but there's still not enough ground there. Massive flame out of that GTI on the downshift. Great to see that. As Campos is putting pressure onto Van der Vat. Saud Variawa is putting pressure onto Natim Samanga. Late braking from Saud. Oh, there we go. That might make it stick. Watch the cutback here from Campos. He goes high and wide into Dunlop. Carries a late apex and gets the drive. And through the sunset. Oh, what a great shot. That's sunsetting nicely in the background and just cars flying through there. Have we got a new leader? We do indeed. Saud Variawa is at the front. Msamanga down into second place, trying to come back at him. Van Rooyen putting the pressure now onto Msamanga. It is literally a 3-way caboose going through there of Gazoo Racing Corollas. And joining the party is Van der Vat and Campos. 5-way fight for the lead. This is very evenly matched racing. This is the kind of touring car racing we like to see. And there's just 3 manufacturers, 5 drivers, 3 different teams, all fighting for honours. Brilliant stuff. Here they come, up towards Dunlop again. Opportunity there for Michael van Rooyen to have a go, but as he was going to have a go, he realised that there was late braking coming from Van der Vat. Decided against it and went more defensive to keep Van der Vat out. As they cross the line there, Schofield still hanging on to 6th place. Monkonkwana still in 7th. Jagger Robertson, he has remained on track? Yes, he has. Jagger Robertson still on track. Oh, here we go. It's going to get a little bit more real here between Van der Vat and Campos. Keegan Campos looking for a way through there on Jules. Jules shutting the door. Julian Van der Vat now under a bit more pressure from the BMW. Watch the corner speed here that Campos is able to carry. Is he good enough to now have a go on the inside? He has a go. Van der Vat covers that door. Not going to allow Keegan Campos through. Whoa! It's getting real. Okay, that's how you do it. Michael van Rooyen forces his way through on his teammate now. So the Rustenburg Rocket feeling a little bit of frustration, I think. And makes his way past Nati. Nati now opens up the door. Maybe a little bit of damage on that car because Van der Vat's got through and so has Campos. So Saud now with a comfortable margin leads across the line. Van Rooyen 2nd, Van der Vat 3rd, Msamanga's 4th, Campos 5. Campos going to make that 4th place by the time they get to turn 1 though. Yeah, there we go. Gets through there on Nati Msamanga. Now looking for a way through. Ooh, wings flying, bits of cars coming off the cars involved in this little battle. We just saw pieces of carbon fiber flying off those cars. Now we got Campos looking for a way through. Once again carries great corner speed going out of Hanger. A little look there, but he knows that Julian's going to cover that pass. So he'll try and carry the corner speed through here. Hold it through Chevy. Try and get onto that outside line, which will be the inside line for Dunlop. There we go. Is he going to try and set it up? No. Van der Vat sees him coming. Just puts the car in the middle of the track and then to the inside to not allow Campos a chance to get past. But now that Campos is up close and personal, slipstream might come into play. Teams looking concerned on the sidelines. They're watching their drivers go at it here. It is an epic touring car battle. Some battle-scarred Toyotas in second place there in the hands of Michael van Rooyen after 2 incidents there. Got an exhaust pipe coming off the back, or some pieces of that car of Julian van der Walt starting to come loose. Van der Walt sideways. Oh! 180 degrees. Front bumper's gone. Van der Walt in the S's loses it big time. That's the lead of Saud Variawa. Michael van Rooyen, as I said, with battle scars on the left-hand side. Campos is third. Natyam Samanga now feeling a bit of pressure from the Fly Sapphire car there of Andrew Schofield. And Siabongo Munkankwana is now coming into the mix. Watching in the background, is that the return of Jagger Robertson? I think it may be. But Michael van Rooyen's battle scars were from earlier on. Keegan Campos has got some battle scars on the back end of that car as well. So a touch there. Let's have a look and see at this replay. There we go. Yeah, Keegan just touching the back end there of Julian van der Walt, trying to force his way through. He goes inside. Van der Walt gets out of shape. Look, there was a touch initially there between Campos and van der Walt, but the spin through the second part of the S was van der Walt on his own, but I think it was set up because the car was unsettled. I don't want to make a call on that one. I'll just go with what I saw there. But someone's going to have to sort that out afterwards. So clearly I don't think we're going to get an official podium after this race. We may get an unofficial one, and then they'll sort it out afterwards. But that's how touring cars go. And this is the kind of racing we want to see in touring cars. There must be some rubbing. There must be some racing. There's got to be a little bit of argy-bargy here and there, because that's what keeps it exciting. Samanga hanging on, keeping out Schofield. They're about to start their third last lap. They got 3 to go. It's Saud Variawa who stayed out of the trouble. Michael van Rooyen, who was involved in an incident earlier, that was with Jagger Robertson. He may have a chat to him about that, and that might also have to be sorted out after race 2. But for now, it's Gazoo Racing 1-2, Campos in third. Campos Racing, Amtech, and Fast Developments who've done the work on that BMW of Keegan Campos. Natyam Samanga in the 4th spot, in the third, I beg your pardon, of the Corollas. I was going to say second, but the third of those Corollas from Gazoo Racing. He's got Schofield behind him and Munkankwana not too far behind that. And about to join them, Jagger Robertson. Nice recovery there from Jags. He's come through nicely and going to try and get up at least ahead of these 2 cars. And maybe Munkankwana as well. Munkankwana actually will be the first man he'll try and catch. It's the other way around. I should have said Samanga here was the man he's going to try and get ahead of. So Sia's his first car on the hit list if he can get close enough. Campos just set the fastest lap of the race on a 102.9. Everybody else in the 103, 103s and 104s. So the only man into the 102s there is third place on the road, Keegan Campos. 4th place is Natyam Samanga. That's the car we just saw. Here we go. Ooh. Campos versus Van Rooyen. This is going to be good. And both with cars on the car already. A little bit of battle scars on the left-hand side from the touch with Jagger Robertson is Michael van Rooyen's damage. The BMW's damage is courtesy of a little touch between himself and Julian van der Walt. So these two are already in trouble with the Volkswagen brand. Now trying to hold their own. See if they can beat each other from a BMW versus Toyota point of view. 1 lap to go. Campos in the slipstream. Having a look down into turn 1. Watch for the cutback. This is where you'll try and get on the inside for the S. Van Rooyen will know that. He'll just hang on to that slightly tighter line, make it a bit more difficult for Keegan to go into the S's. He's now all over the back of Michael van Rooyen. Going to try and carry the speed through the left-hander and then maintain a fast pace through hanger. We watch Sarwood come through the foreground. That's our leader. And here we go. Defensive driving from Michael van Rooyen. Holds the inside line. Watch Campos around the outside. Campos going to try and carry this corner speed through the outside. No, he runs a bit wide. Down towards Chevy they come. This is for second place. The leader's up the road. He's already into Dunlop. He's going to be heading into Dunlop, looking for the victory. And Campos going to try around the outside. Is he close enough? No, I don't think he's going to get it. Checkered flag comes out. It is going to go to Sawad Variawa. And here comes Campos, possibly for second. Is he going to get there? Just misses out. Van Rooyen takes second place. Campos in third. And Samanga for 4. Schofield 5. Jagger Robertson got ahead of Siyabonga Monkongwana, or did he? No, he didn't. Now Monkongwana hang on just to keep Jagger Robertson behind him, and Van der Walt will come through for 8th. So what a way to wrap things up there for the South African touring cars. Sawad Variawa got out of harm's way and then checked out to get out of harm's way, particularly with the incidents that were happening behind him. He didn't even realize how much damage was being done behind. A great drive nonetheless from him, taking the victory. And Michael Van Rooyen just hanging on by a couple of tenths to beat out Keegan Campos, race 1 winner. So if there's no penalties incurred, Campos may still secure the overall victory. But of course we can't give you that until they've sorted it out off track, because there are going to be a few little incident reports put in after that second race of South African touring cars. We've got one more to come. It's the touring cars SupaCup class, and they'll be on track shortly. I'm sure Dennis is going to go and find a couple of these drivers and have a little chat to them about their on and off track antics in this final race of touring cars.
Can you fetch him? Yeah, bring him here. Bring him here.
Yeah, talk us through it.
Yeah, no, we had a bit of a rough Friday. We were in the wrong direction with setup, so we went blind into qualifying. Got P4, race 1 P4, not too far off, and we made a big change for race 2. And yeah, we were faster than actually race 1 our time. So yeah, I think we pulled like a 6-7 second lead. It was really, really good. A big thanks to the team and Toyota.
Where did it come together for you here today?
No, the whole weekend was up and down, but it's our first year running the cars ourselves as SVR, so yeah, really happy with our sort of momentum so far. We're really coming strong.
Track and conditions here for you today?
Well, the tyre wear was quite severe, but I must say, although it was severe, this last race we were so consistent. I think we did 103.1, which was the same lap time for 6 laps in a row, which was really amazing.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, talk us through it, Keegan.
Coming back from P6, obviously your reverse grid's always going to be a tough task, especially around Aldo. I mean, I know that we had the pace this weekend, but like I said, around Aldo Scribante, it's quite a narrow circuit for these wide touring cars. I saw, unfortunately, Jagger got sent, which obviously his demise is my gain in that scenario. And then, once Julian and myself got through Nutty, we were up to P4, all happy. And then, unfortunately, myself and Julian got in a bit of a tangle. I think it was between turn 1 and turn 2. Obviously, any driver's going to say it in this moment. I don't think I did anything incorrect with what the rules say I'm allowed to do. But obviously, that's up to the COC and the DCO to decide. If it stands how I think it will, happy with the P3, especially coming from P6. So, very, very ecstatic for the weekend.
What's it been like at Scribante for you?
Overall, I mean, it's always a good circuit, like I said, after race 1. To come out of P6 is always going to be a challenge. A 12-lap race, they gave us a little bit longer. Thought it would work to our advantage. We did our tyre pressures correct. But Aldo Scribante always ends up going well. Like I said, if it goes the way I think it will, it'll be a great result to be on the podium for both. And I think with Saud being able to get away at the end of that race now, I think it takes the overall, maybe. But all in all, very happy with the points we secured today. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, we had a little chat there to see what Keegan's point of view was, and maybe we can get hold of Julian van der Walt to find out what his point of view was. But that was the incident that took place after the little touch from Keegan on the back end of Julian van der Walt's car. As he spun out, of course, the splitter on the front end of that car caught the curb, and that destroyed the front bumper on the car, which sent Julian van der Walt just to the back of the pack and had to make his way back through the field again. We are on track with our final race of the day, as we see the SupaCup Polos and Starlets making their way onto the circuit, or the one Starlet of Davy van der Merwe from Gazoo Racing. We've just seen a Gazoo Racing victory there and chatted to Saud Variawa, who seemed pretty happy with his finish in race number 2. Let's see what's going to happen now as these guys and girls go at it one more time. And our final race of the day here at round 3 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. We've seen a perfect weekend for Mo Karodia in the Astron Energy Polo Cup. We've seen a perfect weekend for Jason Kutsia in the Toyota Gazoo Racing 86 Brigade. Are we going to see another one here now for Tate Bishop in SA Touring Cars Super Cup? The Angry Racing car took pole position, took race 1 victory, and he starts from pole again alongside Jonathan Mahotsi for the second heat here today in our final race of round 3. Charles Visser and Mohammed Wali will be behind them. Jason Loosmore and Nicky Vistanis will be on the 3rd row ahead of Davy van der Merwe in the Toyota, ahead of Cara Hill, and then it's Praji and Fenta on the 5th row, and all on his own sim at the back for Team Perfect Circle, Playboy Deodorants and Batter Wines. It's Andre Besaidnote, the only master out there as well in that number 22 car. We did hear as well from a couple of the drivers that they are quite happy to have that split race for this weekend. Can you imagine if there'd been a bit of chaos like there was in touring cars and you still had the Super Cup class coming through behind that? Could have been a slightly different outcome to the second race of the day there for touring cars, had there been a pack of 11 Super Cup cars coming behind when we had cars spinning in the S's and everywhere else as well. can also see the wind has not died down at all. It's still pumping down that main straightaway. And it was a bit of a factor that they had to take into account. I'm sure they might have done a couple of adjustments, if they can, to factor in the wind. We got a green flag at the back. We're just clearing the grid, and then we'll be on our way for the warm-up. There you get a great example of how this wind is blowing. Absolutely pumping at the moment. Let's get them rolling. Before the rolling start, watch it. See if we can get some improvements coming from Dylan Prodigy, maybe from Dean Venter. Getting themselves a little bit higher up. They'll certainly be looking to try. But the pace that's coming out of those first 4 cars is pretty spectacular. I did speak to Jason Newsmore, and he was saying to me when we were doing the grid walk earlier on, he was saying that they found pace. He just needs to put it into practice now. Remember, he's the outgoing Polo Cup champion. That secures himself a Volkswagen Works Drive as part of that prize fund package. If you win Polo Cup, you step up into SupaCup as part of the Volkswagen Works team. Hopefully the last task that our safety car driver has to do today, Mr. Ian Riddle. Do appreciate the work that he does in both the safety cars he's had to pilot today. See whether or not, I wonder if Gazoo Racing have been able to find something to tweak that little starlet and give it a little bit extra pace for Davy to be a bit more competitive amongst the Polos. He'll definitely be looking for it if he can. They come around now under starter's orders and will come into formation. Bishop holds them up. Everybody slots into almost karting tram lines. As the lights go out, it's drop the hammer time for the final time today. 12 laps of SupaCup action coming away right now. Cara Hill pulling out from the back end, looking for a way around the outside of Nicky Vastanis. And it's Tate Bishop who holds shots into turn 1 with Fissa on his inside. Coming through for second place, forcing Mahotsi a little bit wide. Jonathan Mahotsi might not like that. Somebody putting a wheel on the dirt there. I think it possibly was Dean Venter who dropped to the back of the pack as he just went off track ever so slightly. There's Loosemore trying to find a way through there on Mohammed Wali. Mohammed Wali there into the 4th spot, just behind, is that Mahotsi? Or is it small? No, it's definitely Shalfissa into 2nd, so it's Mahotsi into 3rd. Wali now the meat and the sandwich between the 2 official Volkswagen Works team drivers. Loosemore the back end. Front end is Mahotsi. Dylan Prodigy looking for a way past on the equally lively design and livery there of car 24. That one, of course, in the hands of Nicky Vastanis. Vastanis hanging on. Oh, what a dive there. Late one from Calix Car of Hill to get through there on Dylan Prodigy. The man from Bulawayo in Zimbabwe. Getting a lesson into turn number 6 here. And showing the way into Dunlop corner by the Calix Car of Hill. Let's come back as they head down towards turn 1. Is he out of shape? I think he might be. Oh, is that Prodigy spinning? It is. We've missed it. It's just on the right-hand side of the shot there. Dylan Prodigy out of shape. And he's ended up on the sideline. So he was late on the brakes and it locked up and he went onto the dirty stuff. So that's the end of his chances of getting onto the podium. That's for sure. Out front though, top 3. Still Bishop from Fissa from Mahotsi. Mohammed Wali hangs on for now to keep out Loosemore, Vastanis, Hill and Vanamava. Van der Merwe with a little bit of pressure coming from the rear end there, with Dean Venter and his Platinum Mile car. And then on to Besaidenout, tucked in behind him. Team Perfect Circle, Battle One's car. A lone ranger in terms of the Masters class in this category. Still a long way to go here for these guys though. As you can see, Hill putting the pressure onto Loosemore in fact. So they've definitely found something special there. Michael Stephen has had a chat to Cara and said to her, listen, this is what we need to do. They've done some changes, and those changes certainly have made that car a little bit more competitive. As she starts to put the pressure onto the back end of Jason Loosemore. Loosemore feeling that pressure, returns the favour and applies pressure to Vastanis as they come up to the hairpin. There's a look into the hairpin, can't quite get there though. Oh, Davy van der Merwe running wide. I'll give Dean Venter a little bit of a whiff there, possibly to have a go. Davy goes push to pass, uses that little bit of extra power to maintain his position on track. He needed it because Venter was coming rapidly and so was Besaidenout. Great to see Andre Besaidenout fighting so hard as well, even though he's the only Masters category competitor out there. You got to be in it to win it. That's how it works. Now they come through the S's one more time. No changes in the first three, other than the gaps opening up a little bit. And Tate Bishop is doing an incredible job, or an incredible job I should say, to keep out two works drivers from Volkswagen in Visser and Machotzi. The rookie, Mohammed Wali, looking good as well in fourth place. Van der Merwe just placing that starlet in the right place, not to allow Dean Venter a chance to get through. Venter goes high, cuts back, touches the wheel on the dirt. That might have cost him a little bit of time. Goes push to pass, but so does Davy. Looking at the straight line speeds there, pretty evenly matched between the Toyota and the Volkswagen. Back into the S's here for Vastanis. He's definitely turned his season around compared to last year. He was really battling in these cars. Wasn't at ease at all, but they've definitely done some work there with Nicky. And he's definitely becoming a top-end runner. I think by the end of the season, maybe even a threat to the podium. Still a little bit of work to be done. Loosemore on the same vein, I have to say, has possibly got some work to do as well to find that extra half a second that'll allow him to challenge for the podium. That's where he wants to be. He doesn't want to be fighting in that mid-pack. He's used to fighting at the front end of the Polo Cup where he won his championship. So he wants to do the same now in the SupaCup class. Down towards one time, getting into the second half of this race. Almost there. Bishop controlling from the front. 106s from the first three cars. 107s from the next five. Make that the rest of the field, all in the 107s. That's how evenly spread they are. These cars are so well matched. It's literally the setup and the driver's skill that comes into play to ensure that we've got a really good day's racing when it comes to SupaCup. Little push to pass there from Davy. How many has he got left? Dean Venter dives on his inside though. If Dean's got one, now's the chance to use it, and he's got one, but Davy's got one as well. So they'll have even power down the straight, and there you'll get to see if the Toyota or the Polo has got the advantage on the straight line speed. It looks as if the Toyota actually had it there, so that was pretty impressive stuff there from Dawie van der Merwe in that GR Cup, or the Toyota Gazoo Racing colours, I should say, of the Starlet that he pilots here in SupaCup. Got a bit out of shape there on the exit of the S's, but he managed to catch it. Now heading into the hairpin that used to be known as Toyota. Little Starlet hangs on and keeps Venter and Besaidenote behind him. Besaidenote goes push to pass as well, looking to try and use the additional power down the hill. Unfortunately here, this little battle between Venter and Van der Merwe is working right into the clutches of Andre Besaidenote. He doesn't have to do anything. He can just let them two of them fight and slow each other down. If they take each other out, he'll definitely be picking up the pieces and saying, "I'll take that," as a potential single-digit finish for Andre. And he doesn't have to worry. He's already up there. Into 10th place, slides through there on Dean Venter. So Venter demoted down by the Team Perfect Circle car of Andre Besaidenote. Nicely done. Now can he try and find a way to maybe catch the Calyx car? And I think I gave him the commentator's curse. Well, there we go. Andre Besaidenote under braking, outbrakes himself. Little mistake there from a man who's had oodles of experience in race cars. A multiple hill climb champion in his own right. He's been on the podium at the Kyle Army 9 Hour, and he's also done some exceptionally good jobs in a very similar Polo to that one that he's piloting today, as he entered his Team Perfect Circle SupaCup car in a couple of endurance races as well. But there you can see just a little lack of concentration heading into the hairpin. He knows where to brake. He braked later, and was trying to keep Dean out. He'd already made the move on Dean, so he didn't really need to do that. So unfortunately, Andre now drops to the back of the pack, other than behind him, Praji. Praji, he's still circulating, but in fact, did a personal best on the last lap there. He's going to be down in 11th place. So can you imagine if he hadn't gone off, where Dylan Praji might be, possibly even in the mix here with these front three. But it's Tate Bishop, who's still got 3 to go, ahead of Visser and Machotsi. No change between the 3 of them. Mohammed Wali all on his own for 4th. Nick Gqeberha there in the 5 spot. 6th place, Jason Loosemore. It's actually quite incredible to see the kind of hierarchy of motorsport in this little category. Tate Bishop, Carter, then went Polo Cup, then went SupaCup. Now runs Angry Racing, which of course is a development program in Cape Town that brings through karters and saloon car drivers and helps them find their feet. Charles Visser went from karting, still involved in karting, looking to go to the Rotax World Finals in Bahrain in December if he enables himself to secure a seat by winning the championship, or maybe winning the Africa Cup later on. But he's come from karting into polos. Polos, he won a championship. He's now in SupaCup looking to try and take a championship there. Jonathan Machotsi, of course, greatest story in terms of the stories we're telling about the hierarchy of this little category. Started his racing career behind the console of a computer game screen, and went from sim racing to the driver search that Volkswagen set out. Won the driver search. Second season took a Polo Cup championship, and then of course went on to win the SupaCup championship as well. So Machotsi certainly a man who's come from a different world of racing in sim racing. Mohammed Wali has been on numerous occasions to represent South Africa at the World Karting Finals, and is now still looking to do that as he continues on his merry way in karting, but now of course a baptism into the SupaCup class as well for his first season. Nick Gqeberha has done a similar kind of maneuver. He was one of the top karters in this country and has decided that SupaCup is the way to go. So he jumped in there. Jason Newsmore comes from a completely different aspect. He started his racing career in the oval track side of things, a multiple SA champion in his own right, and has now moved into a Polo Cup championship on circuit in his second attempt at that, and now into the works drive for Volkswagen Motorsport in the South African Touring Cars SupaCup class. Cara Hill came from karting into saloon cars, went to endurance racing, has raced as big as an Aston Martin GT3 car in her racing career, but now concentrates her efforts, of course, in terms of doing everything she can to be the fastest lady in the SupaCup category, and currently that is her mantle that she's achieved. Davy van der Merwe went from karting to farming, from farming back to karting, and then into Polo Cup. He did a couple of seasons as part of the Gazoo Racing Academy as well. Won that championship, and now got an opportunity to drive the Soul, but there are two of them, Toyota Starlets in this category. So a different manufacturer with Gazoo Racing joining this category only a season or so ago. Dean Fenter has driven literally everything. Karting, saloon cars, as the checkered flag comes out for Tate Bishop. He's taken the perfect weekend. And then, of course, Andre Besaidon, as I said, mentioning it earlier, as the rest of the field come through there, his hierarchy is literally driven almost everything in this country and has some multiple titles to his name. Most notably, the fastest run up the Knysna Hill and the first car to ever reach the 200 km/h average speed. So that's how we wrap things up here at the Extreme Festival of Motorsport Round 3, presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa, with Tate Bishop taking the perfect weekend. They say in PE, perfect starts with PE, and that's exactly what's happened for three drivers here today. One's Mocha Rodia, one's Jason Kutsia, and one is Tate Bishop in the SupaCup class. Bishop wins out over Charles Smisser and Jonathan Machotsi. So we're not going to be catching up with the drivers down in the pre-race by the sounds of things. Is that right, Paul? All right, so let's get into a wrap-up here for our race day. Thank you so much for joining us from all around the world on our YouTube channel. We've certainly enjoyed bringing you all the action from round 3 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport here in Gqeberha, the Friendly City, and today living up to its other nickname, the Windy City. But needless to say, always great race action here at Aldo Scribante. To the team, Sparky and his entire team, a fantastic effort there. To Eric Schultz, our COC, and to Luan as well for joining him, and Arlene, our 3 COCs for the day, their race team and race control, the marshals and medics, a massive thanks to all of them. To our crew from Two Wheels and Planet Margate, all our camera crew out there, to Dennis for the pit lane activities today. And of course all the action that was proudly brought to you here by Coca-Cola and our associate sponsors in each of our categories. We do appreciate your support, and of course join us on the 21st of June as we head back up into Gauteng at Swartkop's International World of Motoring for the next round of the National Championships. Next weekend we head to Swartkop's for the regionals. It's the Swartkop's 200. Come and join us there for live stream action as well, and we look forward to coming back to PE only next year. But it's always a great journey to come down to this part of the world where people are hungry for motorsport. Congratulations to the whole team behind the Max Motorcycles being here as well. They've definitely done a great job for their CSI and charity that they put together. Well done to Brendan Kelly and his team for setting that all up. And to all the sponsors behind that, we wish you all the very best. But from our side and the Extreme Festival, on behalf of everybody behind the scenes from their team, Tanya and our media guys, thank you so much for your support. And we do look forward to more action on the 21st of June at Swartkop's, and next week at Swartkop's for Regional Extreme Festival action. From my side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Take care then. Bye-bye now.
Try to catch me howling at the moon.